You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. Camped out on the porch, trying to work this out. Raining in my head, but my body is a drought. I'm in a hole, just waiting for my momentary strike. Then press the other way on Pharaoh's fury ride. I want so bad to find a way to get out. Stop the swing, to find someone who knows how. I wish I had or could find a workaround, a workaround. Later at the derby, lining up the cars. All my emotions are painted on the doors. I'm watching from the bleachers. I can feel the heat of fires. Junk cars in the mud, and half of them are wild. I want so bad to find a way to get out. Stop the swing and find someone who knows how. I wish I had or could find a workaround, a workaround.
What is up, BPL Nation? We are back with more BPL. We got, I don't know what week this is. It's one of the weeks, like week 4.
Week 5.
Week
It's
five.
Week 5.
Week 5. We're here with week 5 once more versus Grin Reaper. Both teams are currently 3rd seed right now and could finish in between 1st or 7th. They have a really wide range of
They're
options.
tied.
And they're actually completely tied. So whoever wins this is gonna probably end like upper half of the standings, most likely. So this is a pretty big win for, pretty big needed win for playoff standings.
Yeah, especially well, because I think like especially if corrupted guys or smoke wolves like maybe lose a game, then like maybe like because I obviously like if you can get 1st or 2nd seed, and I think that means you skip the play-ins, and I think that's like obviously that's like more optimal, right? You wouldn't want because you know play-ins there's maybe like more pressure because like what if you choke and then you're out already, like not even playoffs. So I mean, I think this is it's gonna be like I think, especially I think being 4-2 would be very good considering you know, since the other teams are 4-1. But looking at the match history here, I think both teams have kind of, I guess, like
They basically shared.
Well, yeah, obviously they have they're tied in the standings, but who do you? I mean, well, you played against both Once More and Grin Reaper, and I know that was like week 1 and all, but
Yeah.
do you think there was like any specific matchup that might have been harder for you between those two teams?
I'm not sure. It was a while ago. I don't really remember too much about that, but I know Once More they have their own, like, they like to really play the ball with Epic Shock in. Obviously, like they have comps specifically designed for that. While Grin Reaper, they like to play a lot more of the brawl. So I think we're gonna see like how Epic Shock ball is gonna be able to go into Grin Reaper's like brawl comp.
Yeah, and also I think I also think I think recently you can maybe view this as like, oh, like I think Grin Reaper like might be like might be the potential winner, because Once More last week they did lose to seal the deal, and Grin Reaper did, I guess they did also lose, but it was a closer loss to Smoke Wolves.
Huh? Oh.
And then we're looking at the Once More roster here. We have of course Epic Shock on ball. I've also Bara Soap. They're like a Face It expert player.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So they have a really awesome high SR player on their team, and then I've heard very good things about the DPS line of Surface, Nodi, and Turget. I think just based off of the tier list that I've seen, like the couple that exist, I've seen Nodi rated basically first. I've seen Surface rated pretty highly as well, probably playing pretty good on that Freya so far, and Turget's always a pretty reliable hit scan as well. So, and I think like those, like the hero pulls maybe of like running like a Freya Tracer with the ball, like I think that could be like the advantage that Once More
this team
have.
likes to go more for dive compositions with like a Ball or a Winston with a more like stable backline compared to like a Brawl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's because it just based off of like the preferred character, I'll assume that maybe Helios really likes playing the Winston here. And on the other side, Grin Reaper, Cat Yada, obviously. I hear that they really like Ramatra.
Yeah, I think
I'm
they're
pretty
a
sure,
big
so.
Ramatra fan.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, if you know, if you love Ramatra, then makes sense. Ramatra's a very fun brawl tank, so I think that's like if Grim Reaper just want to stick to that comp, I think it'll just be like a matchup of just kind of like the dive versus brawl and like see which one like works. Because I think, you know, I think in that matchup there's not like really a specific, there's not like a really favored matchup between those two. Like I think if you can play brawl really well, then you can win against a dive, or vice versa. If you play dive really well, you can just kind of win out against a brawl. So
yeah, they got a with their DPS line with Ruby, Source Quantum, and Mara. They obviously they're gonna have Ruby on the Tracer. With these recent Tracer buffs, we're gonna really see how Ruby does with that.
And I'm pretty sure the Tracer player on Youth is Nodi the Tracer player on Once More? Because I think based off of the just based off of like the small, like just based off of the tier list that I've seen, I think Ruby versus Ruby versus Nodi on Tracer would be like a very good Tracer duel.
Yeah, I think Tracer's almost like a must pick almost at this point with these with the 6 damage buff that she got. But you know, I think that the Tracer is really going to be a big deciding factor here. I feel like for these, like for this week, for the entirety of this week, to be honest, because a lot of teams are going to be starting to run this Tracer with this increased damage, and also the DPS buff with the passive with less healing.
And also, I also think the maps probably play a good part on, you know, which comp could be.
Yeah, these are some pretty good Tracer maps. So
yeah, I think on all these maps, you can definitely run a Tracer. You can run like Nepal Sanctum. I think you can always like send a Tracer off on an off angle. But also, I think the dive versus is like you're saying that, like if they're gonna play dive or brawl, like I think I feel like some points probably favor dive more than brawl. So we'll see if like Grin Reaper really want to be sticking to that brawl, or if once more really want to be sticking to that dive comp, or maybe like, you know, like maybe they can switch up the comps and we can maybe see not brawl or not dive from one of them, just like depending on what the map is. But we got some interesting maps there. Nepal. New body and new
heading
Queen
into
Street.
hero bans. It looks like
Orisa being the first
Orisa
ban and Freya. Interesting. I think if once more, I'm assuming once more are. Do you think that they're probably playing Epic Shock for this map? Because I think if maybe the Orisa is there to either counter Ball or Winston, right? So I think it's also good to protect the tank ban actually as well. So.
I mean, it really depends. I think Ball can be worked on both maps. It kind of, I'm assuming, like, whatever. If the enemy team bans Ball map 1, they'll probably just play Helios map 1, you know, something like that. But I think that the Orisa is going to really, it definitely is good into the Ball. You can just but you can just live very easily. You can disrupt the Ball very easily. It's just really, really annoying. And with the Freya ban, you know, they don't want to deal with that burst, especially if like, because I think Tracer right now is honestly really good in the Freya if you don't have your own Tracer at all. So I think just eliminating that, maybe they won't be doing something similar to that, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I also feel like in the situation where Helios was playing and they played the Winston, I still feel like Orisa is also really good at Winston.
Orisa is kind of good annoying any of the time things. So
that's true. And then also, I mean, I think also just good to, you know, protect a tank for your own team, right? So make sure that, you know, you have all the other tanks available. So Grin Reaper couldn't ban like Ball or Monkey.
Yeah, but we'll see. But we do have the map set. Nepal is going to be our first map of the day. This is going to be the first map of the entire week. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, definitely. Like I think the different points kind of allow for a lot of different comps to be played. So I think it'll be interesting to see if maybe, you know,
we'll see. Maybe like they'll
try to deviate away from what they usually play around here. But
maybe they'll run something more like different from the past few weeks, just because like maybe they're going to try something else from like the different metas. Oh wait, Dab Master and
Dab Master on tank.
What? Oh nah, what is this?
Okay,
what are we watching here? What are we doing here?
It looks like that. So Dab Master is ringing, probably.
I guess so.
That's interesting. But we are seeing once more. They are going to be running that traditional.
Yeah.
But their traditional comp where Epic Shock's going to be on that Ball, and Surface starting off on the Cassidy. Turget probably going to go over to the Tracer as well, same with Ruby. So we are going to be seeing a Tracer duel.
It's very interesting.
On both sides, but good. Yeah, but Dab Master going to be starting out on the Malgan, and the Malga could be pretty good into the Ball, but it just depends on how well Epic Shock can kind of maneuver around that, around the Malga. But Dab Master going in really early is able to taking the initiative before Epic Shock can kind of do anything. So Surface and Osiren just gonna get punished really quickly there, and Maron going to be cleaning up Turget there as well. So Grin Reaper going to be able to get the first cap.
Yeah, with the Grin Reaper, they are looking to play so fast. Once more, they were not able. I feel like it's easier to set up and go faster on the Malga comp than a Ball, because a Ball you really have to wait for your DPS and your Ball to set up. With Grin Reaper, you just have to like stick really stacked together and make sure you can go in at one.
Yeah, and I feel like the once more we're maybe kind of caught off guard with the Malga engage. Ruby gonna be able to take down Barra's Soap there, so no Kiri on this side of once more, but we'll get traded out. But once more, without their Kiri, I think they kind of need to not push in and just kind of wait. That Master also gonna be able to take out Surface, so probably just another regroup here for the side of once more. Asleep on Tamara and Epic Shock, trying to get the kill, but not gonna be able to quite find it. So once more, just kind of slowly moving around the map right now, not really looking for a dive just yet.
Yeah, they're going to be having to try to take the spacer, but Dive Master caught out.
I'm pretty sure he got slept.
Oh, he got slept.
He got slept.
And the high noon from Maron, the back line, finding Osiren.
Oh, it's a pretty even fight right now. The Surface and Epic Shock still able to get a pick, and looks like they have a lot more point presence, at least with the Ball, but Ruby kind of tearing up the back line of the side of Grin Reaper, but Ruby just the only one alive, and yeah, the Ball Tracer
but that
very hard to defeat that. Yeah, but that match is back on the Malga, and that might be really hard for once more to actually to get back here, but actually, yeah, they're going to be able to flip in the Pulse Bomb too onto Dabmaster, bring him down really low, but the Cardiac Arrest is able to kind of heal him up. And yeah, the dive onto Mara there, we see that from Epic Shock, so Mara just going to fall, so no cast already, and Dabmaster is kind of out in the open, going to get shot down by Surface. Surface taking down another one, looking for a third, going to be finding a third here on the Cassidy.
Yeah, that was definitely a fight. Dabmaster was able to stall out the point a little bit longer, got it to 65%. Like this ball tracer hit can be really deadly, especially with the new tracer buffs that just got added. But they're gonna need to look to go fast on this backline. It's gonna be really hard to kill them with the Juno Brig, but they have to look for a nice infinite. Oh, but the high noon, the slam with the high noon, finding 3. Oh my, that's rough for once more, or for Grin Reaper.
That's just, yeah, that's just, I think that's just what once more always want to be looking for in these fights. Just a perfect setup there from Epic Shock, and Surface just able to pick off 3 there. Grin Reaper going to be engaging back really quickly. Epic Shock maybe scouted on from that high ground position. You're going to be looking for the slam anyway. Going to get hindered up, taken down really low. Will be able to survive, and the Nano Boost actually onto Bar of Soap there. Osiren going to be able to get the sleep onto Mara, and Turget looking for that kill, but the rally from Fainter to keep the Cassidy alive, and Grin Reaper will just be able to flip off the back of that kill onto Epic Shock. And once more, just kind of needing to back up here. Actually, they're kind of getting staggered a little bit right now. Ruby going to be able to take down Surface, but Epic Shock coming back from spawn to get the roll kill, but the hiding from Mara able to stay in the cage to stay alive, taking down Turget as well. Mara getting themselves a 3K on Cassidy.
It's going to be looking really rough for Grin Reaper to try to touch, or for once more to try to touch his points. The ball got the very late spawn, as he basically only has Surface right now that's able to touch, but a little bit too slow. But Epic Shock does get back in time, it seems like.
Epic Shock maybe going for the touch circuit, able to get a pretty good pulse on kill onto Fainter. No brick on the side means that the Juno is definitely a little bit more killable, as we are seeing the health bars falling really low. Epic Shock able to take down Ruby before falling, but it's just a very last second stall attempt here from the side of once more. We're seeing Surface onto the Sombra. The rush coming through, and actually Surface going to be able to touch the point very last second with the help of that Kitsune rush coming out from Soap. And Soap trying to keep that Sombra up, but Soap and Surface will both fall to Fainter, as Grin Reaper going to be able to take the first round.
Yeah, I think this point really favored Grin Reaper, because with the Mauga just being able to sit on point, you're really unable to kill him with this ball comp. You don't really have a tank that can contest the Mauga with the ball, but on the other points, you're able to more freely explore the map with the ball and try to move on to their backline.
And we're seeing a bit of a comp swap here from Grin Reaper. Dabmaster actually going to be playing the D.Va into... I mean, D.Va is, in my opinion, I think D.Va is pretty good into ball.
Very good at marking the ball, especially when they're going to have this cast and be able to stun the ball as well. You're really just able to like make the ball unable to play the game, basically. So
yeah, and also the D.Va does a very good job of denying follow-up from slams as well, because you can, especially if a ball like soul slams on your backline, you can just DM the ball, or just like try to try to scout out where their DPS are, and obviously try to DM them, because that's going to be where most of the damage is coming from here. As the fight's starting out here, but Surface is going to fall really early. Dabmaster going to be able to get that dive into Surface really early there, but Epic Shock able to take the health back away from Mara, so Mara going to fall, but Dabmaster getting 2 kills so far on this D.Va, so it looks like Grin Reaper are going to be getting first cap again.
Yeah, Grin Reaper, they once more, Osiren's going to be opting to try to go on the Zen. They're going to be playing really aggressive here with the Zen. They have to be. Like, their backline is
Epic Shock spawn camping Mara?
Epic Shock is just spawn camping Mara. I mean, that is one cast that you don't have to deal with.
That's true. Oh, and then yeah, we see that slam this quarter onto the Juno, and Turkic is able to kill the Juno immediately here. Ruby going to be able to get the kill onto a Siren, but Grin Reaper just going to have to back up for now. No Juno means not a lot of healing, so not really worth fighting that. Dabmaster walking up here, kind of split off from the rest of his backline because of that disruptor shot actually, and will be taken out of the mech and probably going to be eliminated. Never mind, we'll be able to survive with just a little bit of health here, but no mech for Grin Reaper, so they might have to take this fight a little bit slower, and Surface going to be able to get the first pick on Mara. It's Epic Shock also taking down Dabmaster, so Grin Reaper just going to have to back up for now once more. Maybe looking for a chase onto Fainter. It's that'd be possible to do that with the ball tracer comp here, but it looks like they're just going to be opting to stick on point.
Yeah, I mean, this ball comp has been working a lot better on this point. A lot easier to get. There's so many more open spaces and so many more different places you can go with the ball, because it was the last map was very linear, very easy to just sit on point, which is what the Malga wants to do.
And already starting off this fight here, Mara, they did go to the Sombra, but they just died pretty quickly there to Turgid. So, and Turgid gonna be able to get, I'm pretty sure, the stick there onto the Juno as well. But Dadmaster gonna be able to get the kill onto a Siren. But with the rush coming through here from once more, I think Green Reaper might have to just call this fight quits and back up for now. Mara gonna die, yeah.
Yeah, they were. I mean, oh, Siren's gonna be swapping back to the Brig off of the Zen here. I feel like the Zen wasn't the worst, but I feel like Zen to this Tracer right now is gonna be pretty rough. But yeah.
And we're seeing Epic Shock just looking to go on the backline here, but Mara just kind of sticking by their Brig to maybe to try to hack the ball. So Epic Shock just gonna have to back up Overclock from surface, but the dive from Dadmaster absolutely perfect to deny that Sojourn any value, as the rest of Grim Reaper are just cleaning up once more. So finally a flip here for the side of Grim Reaper, but it looks like once more they are going to be able to get it to that one fight territory.
They got a 99 once more. Yeah, they just need one more fight here, and then they're gonna be tying up the map here. They have the mines, they have a pulse bomb that are able to use, but Grin Reaper, they have a lot as well. They're probably gonna be looking to try to go first here with maybe a Juno ult, or try to get a nice stick onto the back, try to get a nice stick onto the Brig.
And we're seeing Epic Shock positioning on the right side, maybe looking for a dive onto the backline, but the backline is in Epic Shock's backline, as the rush and just the immediate wipe of once more. As if they can get a stagger kill onto Epic Shock, that'd be really nice here. Yeah, they are going to be able to get that, as they didn't even have to commit anything else besides that rush. It just looked like once more were caught super off guard by that aggressive tempo here, by the aggressive tempo from Grin Reaper.
And they were not expecting that at all, and I think that Mara's building this EMP relatively quickly, already going to have it soon. So this is going to be a really big deciding factor right there.
Yeah, Mara will get detected and actually will die before they can pick up Mega. So it's once more, they are down a couple still though, so it's definitely very winnable for the side of Grin Reaper. Dadmaster can be able to take down Barrow Soap as well. The mines coming out here from Epic Shock. Epic Shock is maybe looking to stall out the point for now, as Grin Reaper, they do have a lot of ultimates though if they want to clear out this ball. For now, Dadmaster gonna be able to get the kill onto Turgid, and Epic Shock hacked is basically useless there on the ball, and Mara will be able to take him out, as it's just a desperate stall here for the side of once more. That was like a very drawn out fight, but at the end it looks like Grin Reaper will be able to stabilize and take the first map. The pull, oh wow, stick onto Turgid there just for fun, but Grin Reaper gonna be able to take the first map.
Yeah, Grin Reaper looked pretty good on this map. That last point was pretty close, but that first one looked pretty dominant on the side of Grin Reaper. They were really able to see. Here's this big high noon from the slam.
Yeah, oh,
what a fine 3 there. No, but that first point, they really didn't have an answer for this Malga just kind of sitting on the point. It's pretty hard to kill them when you're unable to get those angles that you need onto them. But you know, Grin Reaper, I think once more, they still played pretty well that map. I think they have some life in them to be able to tie the series up and go to the third map. But Grin Reaper right now, they got the momentum going right now early on, which is really good for them.
And I feel like especially we're seeing Dadmaster, even though, you know, Dadmaster is ringing, I think Dadmaster did have a lot of impact on the D.Va and the Malga, because it just seemed like that Dadmaster knew that, okay, they're going to be playing this ball comp. We can't let their DPS, or we can't let their DPS and balls set up on our backline. So Dadmaster just, we're seeing it a lot too. But every time Dadmaster gets a kill, it's like very deep into their backline onto like a support or a DPS. So Dadmaster definitely getting his value in terms of just picking off, in terms of like picking off the DPS or the supports before Epic Shock can kind of get like the actual dive started onto Grin Reapers there.
I mean, yeah, I think Grin Reaper, they were able to set the tempo first, unable to let the ball set up. I think they're going to be probably trying to switch it up onto Numbani. They're going to be having some swaps come in here anyway, if they have, obviously, the other people there. But I'm not I'm looking to see what they will be possibly banning. I'm assuming Dive Master be maybe sticking to the Diva on Nubani perhaps, but I'm unsure. I'm assuming the Tracer will probably stick. Maybe they'll ban the Tracer. I'm not sure if it was too much of a problem for either team, but obviously Tracer is pretty good on that map and in the recent buffs. But I do think that they should I think once more. I think with Grin Reaper having Dive Master ringing is a lot better for them on these maps because I'm not unsure if Kaut Yada is like hero pull entirely, but I know they do like to play the Ramacha. They do like to play more brawl comps. I'm not sure if they have like a dive tank really in them like that. So we'll see what they'll be doing on Nubani. But I think that once more, they definitely can get this map win. I believe in them. I believe in them.
Yeah, I mean, Numbani, I think, yeah, Numbani definitely, I would say, benefits their comp more because I think it's way easier to sort of set up just in like, I guess, harder to reach places, and then especially on the ball, there's like a lot of high ground to just explore. So I think it's very possible that, you know, maybe I think Numbani would probably benefit a ball comp way better than it did on Nepal, but also also the Diva is just very viable as well in Numbani. So if Dive Master just decides to roll out on the Diva, I think. If Dive Master just decides to play Diva, I also think, you know, that's something that once more kind of need to watch out for. They need to work to keep their like DPS or their backline alive. So Dive Master, because Dive Master is going in really deep, and it looks like that they're kind of struggling to punish the Diva for going in so deep into their team, because Dive Master is going in really far to get these kills, and it's definitely helping his team win, but. I think if there was like maybe just like a little bit more pressure onto Dive Master, and you know, oh yeah, we are seeing the Diva ban.
The Diva ban here. Yeah, I do really like this ban a lot. Obviously, I think the Diva was possibly causing a lot of problems for them. Like you said, it really wasn't being punished for this aggressive play style, while trying to get their own aggression as well. But I think this Diva ban is really good for them. And they're gonna be going for the Brig ban, kind of just stopping all the kind of.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that they can play their they can maybe play like a ball comp, or maybe just play out their maybe if Helios is here, then, you know, obviously Diva is not like a quote unquote counter to Winston, but, you know, definitely very viable into Winston, and obviously Brig is a very good anti-dive tank in general, so. Anti-dive support, I mean, but
they're going to be shutting down this Ana Brig possible Winston comp. Maybe that's what once more was going to be going for, and Grin Reaper knew that. So by just banning the Brig, you're going to be eliminating the Ana dive Winston comp. So maybe they're going to be going for more so like a Kiri Lucio or something like that. Maybe even a Juno if they're like a Juno Lucio or something.
Yeah,
but. I'm assuming that you're not gonna be keeping the Tracer. I'm unsure what Dive Master is gonna pivot to here with the Diva ban. I'm assuming that's what he probably would want to run to. Maybe he's just gonna try to go play the Winston anyway. I mean, it's always a good option to just do it anyway, you know. But as long as you're able to play it okay enough, I think you'll be fine on a map like Nimbani or something.
Yeah, I think it just comes more to. I think it just comes more to being able to get the setup, to be able to get like the proper setups down with your dive. Dive Master actually playing Doomfist?
Honestly, I definitely can see that. Actually, I now looking at Dive Master and Doomfist, I'm like, this is definitely something he would do.
It makes sense because he's a DPS player, so
DPS player, but like I don't know if I want to see him on the Doomfist still. I don't know. That's just me.
I don't know, and we are seeing Helios will be in for Epic Shock, so we are going to be seeing that Winston. So the Diva and the Brig ban's definitely going to help the Winston, I think, be able to maybe not get punished as easily, but also, yeah, I think the Doomfist is. We'll see how the Doomfist really works here. I feel like Doomfist is not really a played character on this map. I think you would usually see like a Diva or a Hazard. Yeah, you don't really see a lot of Doom at all. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. Nope, Dabmaster not gonna play Doomfist. He's just gonna.
Oh, he baited us. Wow.
Yeah, he baited us all. He's just gonna go play Winston. So
we're gonna kill
Winston
him.
Mirror, but it looks like Maron is gonna be swapping off the Echo. They're deciding that Echo's not the character for them. They're gonna
Freya.
be mirroring the Freya.
Freya's an
here, so
option. You gotta go Freya. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
it's gonna be a Freya Tracer mirror matchup on both sides. I think, but yeah, both teams have.
I don't know.
Yeah, both teams are running the exact same comp here. Healy's taking a good chunk of damage to start off, but Ruby gonna get bested by Turget in that Tracer duel. So Turget actually gonna be able to take down 2. So wow, Grin Reaper just gonna have to most likely wait a little bit. And the fact that they had to do all those swaps too, Mara going over to that Freya did like take a good amount of time away from them because they're already down. They're already down a minute.
Yeah, I mean, Turget and the Siren, they did a great job on that bottom part with the Mega, the 2v2. Obviously, Turget was able to find both of them there, able to kill so much more time than they need.
And we are seeing that Tracer duel. Oh, that's a clean. That's a clean win there from Ruby onto Turget. So no Tracer on this side of once more. So Grin Reaper can definitely start taking some space, and Ruby gonna be able to get Osiren as well. Kind of a flip-flop from last fight. We saw Turget last fight taking down the Tracer and Lucio, but now it's gonna be the other way around. And off the back of that, once Grin Reaper gonna be able to cap first point, and honestly, they capped it pretty quickly too. Only a minute 30, and Cuba gonna be playing some music for us on Payload.
Very good cap. They got a lot of time here. Start pushing on first point. Mario is still getting these like big stagger kills, especially with how far away the spawns are going to be now. But they're going to be able to really push this payload around like the first corner, and that's not what you really want to see. But the pulse pump comes out very good. Dabmaster tries to jump away, but he jumps into it.
I think Turget actually might have missed the pulse bomb, but Dabmaster, instead of staying in his bubble where he would have lived, he jumped out of it into the pulse bomb. That's a bit unlucky, but at the end of the day, you still kill that Tracer, so yeah, it's still an advantage here for Grin Reaper, because obviously that spawn for once more is way worse. Rush coming out here from both sides as a lot of damage being pumped into heal. You see, needs to get that Primal Rage, but Surface gonna be able to strike first here on the Freya, gonna be able to take down Mara, and Helios gonna be able to take down.
Oh, Dabmaster trying to get that Primal
so,
Rage. And Dabmaster able to get that Primal Rage there to keep himself up, but you know, only having both sides used the rush here, so but they have a lot of ults coming up here. They're gonna be trying to look for a really aggressive dive with the Primal Rages, I'm assuming, but I think if they keep going with this, I think it's gonna work really well.
Yeah, but we see the position held there from Helios and Turget, and those are some great bolts there hit by Surface. Oh my gosh, Surface is hitting every bolt on Freya. Dabmaster with the Primal Rage will be able to take down the Freya eventually, but at that point it's already a lost fight. And Maron is kind of getting, I guess they kind of got jump scared from where Turget and Helios were playing. I don't think they were expecting the Monkey and the Tracer to be holding in that close right room. So.
The Surface was hitting a lot of really nice bolts there onto their rotation, finding 2 kills with that. Grin Reaper, they're gonna need to be able to rotate this a lot faster and better while try to dodge the Surface bolts.
And once more they do have that Primal Rage now while Grin Reaper don't. Mara gonna be popping their ultimate, but not gonna find much, and that's actually gonna be once more gonna be finding 2 kills for now, and now Helios is going to be pressing the go button, but Cuba going to be able to take down Turget before they fall. And yeah, another one fight there for Once More. It's that was a very fast fight wins here for the side of Once More, as Osiren going to be speeding back his Tracer.
Yeah, they're going to be down 2 right now. They're going to be, Helios is forced to back away here. I mean, they're going to be having the sound barrier and then be able to live the engage they have. The beat does come out.
They beat there to survive the Kitsune rush, but the counter beat from Osiren, so now Once More definitely do have a big health pool advantage in this fight, but no one's really marking Ruby right now, so Ruby gonna be able to get the kill onto Surface. No Freya on the side of Once More, but the pulse bomb stick gonna be coming through. Pulse bomb from Turget, not gonna find anything, just a lot of ultimates coming out from both sides, but it looks like neither team are really willing to lose here. But Dabmaster taking down super low. I think no Curie on the side of Grin Reaper means that there's not a lot of healing there for Dabmaster, so very easy to focus down that Winston. And yeah, I think off the back of that Once More, we'll be able to stabilize and win the fight.
Teams used every single ultimate they had in that fight. You know, we saw all the pulses miss. We saw both sound barriers come out. But You know, Surf is going to be having this the bola shot coming up here with Carry. He's going to be having the rush. I think they're going to be trying to look to play faster, try to build rush early here, and go before they expect it.
Maron actually going to be to take down Surface before Surface can kind of use the bola shot. So Grin Reaper just going to be pressing the go button with that Kitsune Rush. No Primal Rage available there for Helios, and Grin Reaper just going to be able to wipe once more off the back of that pick from Mara.
Yeah, that was a very good rush there. They went early, they went when they need to, and Mara with the very, very good opening pick there onto Surface, able to capitalize on having no Freya. Just means they have a lot less burst damage than what you have, so you're able to get those kills pretty easily.
And Mara just maybe standing up for just a little bit too long. They're just gonna get double bolted and taken down, but Turget gonna fall as well, so it's a pretty even fight. And Dampmaster has that Primal Rage to live in. Helios does not, so actually Helios gonna fall, so a pretty good big advantage here for Grin Reaper. Dampmaster trying to look for the Kiriko, but obviously, you know, TP just really hard to track down where the Kiri is. And also the sound barrier committed from Osiren to make sure that Dampmaster can't get a kill, but Surf is actually gonna fall there from Ruby. I don't know if the sound barrier hit the Freya there, but Mara gonna be popping their own blow shot, just gonna hit the bubble as beat from Cuba to counteract the Kitsune Rush here. So it's a very back and forth fight. Helios needs to get that Primal Rage and live. Turget using that Pulse Bomb to take down Dampmaster. Ruby with a Pulse Bomb of their own, gonna be able to take down Surface. So again, just a very back and forth fight still, but it looks like maybe once more do have the advantages. That I think the dive there from Helios and Turget able to kind of overwhelm Grin Reaper.
Yeah, I think that Kitsune rush there at the very end there when Grin Reaper was out of abilities, out of their ultimates, just were able to easily just run them over and get them down. This third point is always very hard to just cap in general, choke points, and also just the respawns that you get on Numbani, but Dampmaster is going to be looking to see if he can make some space in here.
And he always does have that Primal Rage available, so we are seeing him play a little bit far forward. He does have that, you know, the additive gel free card if he needs to use it. Dampmaster going to be maybe looking for a dive, but we're already seeing the off angle there from Mara, but it looks like it will be contested by Surface, and Surface actually chasing down the enemy Freya, but Turget going to be the first one to fall, and this Primal Rage from Helios needs to come up huge here, looking to juggle Mara, but the Kitsune is healing a little bit too much. The Bulla eventually going to be able to take down the Winston, but it seems to be a very back and forth fight for now. Surface is going to be able to take down Dampmaster.
Supports.
Yeah, so yeah, this will be a support battle on card right now, but I started with that sound barrier. I think off the back of that will be forcing Grin Reaper to back up here, but it's final fight, so actually they need to be looking for a touch, but Cuba gonna fall, and it's kind of really unfortunate there because they were also 84 on that sound barrier, but Ruby last second solid attempt from them, gonna be able to get the pulse bomb stick onto Helios, but not enough to really take down that Winston. Dampmaster trying to just jump onto the point, all of Grin Reaper just trying to get anything done, but once more gonna be able to hold them right before the finish line.
Yeah, very good hold here from Once More. They were able to keep them from getting the third point cap, but Grin Reaper, those spawns from Once More really helped them out right there. I think that Once More, they had that target focus that they needed to actually be able to clean up the kills that they needed to be able to stall this point out. Grin Reaper, they were just low. They had the bad spawns. They were low on time. They didn't really have a lot of abilities or health going on, so they were really just struggling here at that very last fight.
Yeah, also I feel like this mirror matchup is just the mirror matchup is just so chaotic. We're seeing like
doing very well.
Bullets flying everywhere, tracers are going everywhere. There's like a Kitsune Rush, and then
it's gonna be mirroring. Yeah, a lot of mirroring of the ults that they have going on. It just seems like whatever team has the advantage of whatever ult the enemy team doesn't have is almost bound to win that fight. But you know, because a lot of counter of the sound barriers with the Kitsune rushes or primals or really deep engages with primals or like a pulse bomb onto somebody. But I think that, you know, Grin Reaper, they're going to be sticking with this column. So is Once More. We're going to be sticking just with the mirror in general. They're going to be hoping to do the same thing, but on defense. But
yeah, and also that was a very good push there from Grin Reaper. So I think you know, once more they still definitely need to try their hardest, not slack off a little bit here. They're gonna be looking to go, at least Turget's gonna be going under, as the rest of his team gonna be contesting that high ground, but Helios taking a lot of damage. Mara really doing a really good job of hitting the bolts there onto the Winston to sort of force him off of those high grounds for now, as we are seeing once more just staging for anything right now. But again, Helios just taking a lot of damage, so they're just kind of just waiting for an opportunity to maybe walk in. Mar just firing bolts from the high ground, and Turget gonna be falling first there to the Tracer duel. So it looks like once more probably just gonna have to wait a little bit for their Tracer unless Surface can find something on this trade, but it doesn't look like much is happening for now. So it looks like once more just sort of just looking for some soft engages for now, but it looks like Grin Reaper actually going for the dive now onto Helios, is able to punish that Winston for maybe going a little bit too deep. So once more gonna finally reset after their monkey dies.
I do think that this first point is really gonna come down to Ruby versus Turget. Who's gonna be winning these Tracer duels here? And possibly just whoever's tanks just feeds the most and dies. But you know, but I do think these I do think these Tracer duels right here is super important, especially for just taking space on the map.
Yeah, we're seeing Barosub looking to try. Oh, that's a great headshot there onto Ruby,
Nice.
but Cuba coming in to take down Turget, so no Tracer on either side. But Grin Reaper did lose Dabmaster earlier, so once more can definitely start taking some space early if they wanted to. Cuba kind of on their own, and we'll just get punished there. The bullet from Surface, and then the dive from Helios is very good to take down that Lucio. Dabmaster going to be trying to stall at the point, but hit by the bullet shot. But another bullet shot, but Barosub just going to be able to seize that. So the bullet shot from Mar not going to be able to find too much there, as once more going to be able to clean up the fight, and also going to be capping in about 2 minutes. So a pretty good timing for them to push.
Yeah, like that Master falling that so early on, even though Grin Reaper were able to get some kills back and make it fights a little bit more even, without that tank pressure onto the point, it's just almost impossible to just hold on to it, especially with some of your teammates in the back line trying to just live and get out.
Exactly, I'm assuming that we're probably going to see a Kitsune Rush coming out here from both sides, but Cuba does not have that sound barrier while Siren does, so I think that might be the real indicator here. Kitsune Rush going to be coming through. He's just going to be jumping out. Counter Kitsune Rush coming in. Siren might want to be using that sound barrier, or maybe not actually. Is that Master going to fall, and they're actually going to be popping both the beat and the Primal Rager. They just want to win this fight right now. Maybe looking to get some late kills on to the rest of Grin Reaper, so Grin Reaper can't get a recontest. Turget going to be able to take down Cuba, and also no Curie as well for the side of Grin Reaper. So I think once more just going to be looking to maybe get 3 on card here. They want to make sure that Grin Reaper to not get a recontest, but I think it's definitely plausible here for Grin Reaper to be able to get a fight off here, and they have the ult advantage. And also, when you lose your Lucio, that's not good either. Mar gonna be able to get the opening pick onto that Lucio. Turget looking for a pulse bomb, not gonna find much. So once more, they are down. I was gonna say that they are down, but Surface gonna be able to take down Ruby. So quite an even fight for now, but I think the sound barrier just really enabling Grin Reaper to go in super aggro and pick off the rest of once more. So it looks like Grin Reaper will be able to hold them off here.
It looked pretty rough for Grin Reaper there for a little bit, but they're able to really pull that back. I think that, I mean, Grin Reaper, they didn't have to really use too much there. They only used really the sound barrier that fight. Once more, they used both of their support ults and were unable to actually get the point cap. But I think that, you know, I think these support ults from it looks like Ruby's getting a little bit caught out there. I don't think they're expecting that to happen.
Yeah, we are seeing the Primal Rage here from Dammaster to try to equalize the fight, landing some pretty good punches there onto Osiris, but not going to be able to finish off the kill, as I think the rest of once more is kind of killing Dammaster's team around him. Yeah, Dammaster just watching his entire team die. He's gonna have to leap onto the point, but not gonna last for very long, and will die. And looks like Mars calling for a pause here, so
maybe that was Ruby, who knows? But
yeah, that did look a little confusing there, because it did look like Ruby was just kind of staring at the wall,
standing there. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, Ruby's might be moving around. I don't know. Maybe it was someone else, but yeah, we're gonna be paused for a little bit.
Wow, 0-1.
0-1, but
we're back. Awesome. Yeah. Alrighty, so it looks like Dammaster on the hazard now.
Yeah, I think they really do need to switch something up here with Grin Reaper. They have 3 minutes onto this third point. It's a lot of time to push in. Like, again, they don't have to full cap. They just need to push it basically a full cap.
Looking for a pulse bomb maybe. Gonna be able to get the stick onto Turgid, but Turgid had the recall, so just gonna be able to survive that one. Once more though, they can I think once more it's gonna be, you know, who can get most value out of their Kitsune rushes. But if you look at the ult economy here, once more they're coming up on 5 ultimates this fight. Mara's Soap gonna be popping that rush, but the kind of Kitsune rush coming out here from the side of Grin Reaper. But Mara gonna fall really early in the sound barrier from Osiren. They want to win this fight right now. They're just inting onto Dabmaster. Dabmaster cannot do anything onto the hazard, just looking to survive as long as possible. Actually will be able to live somehow. Okay, never mind. Did live for a pretty good amount of time and was able to pick off the Winston as well. But
yeah, it was a team kill right there. They're gonna only have Maron to be able to touch her. The bullet shot's gonna come out. I'm able to find anybody, but it's looking pretty grim for
it's actually not looking that horrible here for Grin Reaper actually, because I think the respawn timer had it so 4 of them just kind of able to pop out at once. And now actually the ult advantage does favor Grin Reaper here. They have that sound barrier and also that Bola. Is Bola going to be hit onto Helios? They're just looking to burn down the Winston as fast as possible, but Turkic going to be able to take down Ruby. Beat from Cuba able to hit everyone on the side of Grin Reaper, and Mara going to be able to take down Osiren with that. So still an even fight here on this objective, but Helios falling really low. It's just a very back and forth fight for now, but it looks like maybe Grin Reaper do have the respawn advantage, so it looks like once more actually going to have to back up for now.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very good stall here. Ruby's going to be maybe gonna be sticking on the Widowmaker for a little bit, trying to see if he can get a picks. But Dabmaster with his ult, he's gonna have they might want to go in fast before they can build up this Kitsune rush that they probably know that they have.
Yeah, we are seeing both sides though coming up on that Kitsune rush, and I think that's gonna be. I think the Kitsune rush might actually try to favor the hazard more, but Ruby landing an insane shot onto Turgid. Osiren's gonna be able to get that trade eventually, but Helios just kind of left on his lonesome, and they also committed the Kitsune rush there. Surface is going to be able to get one, but still Grin Reaper winning that fight, and they basically only had to use the Hazel. They still have that Kitsune rush too, which I feel like
using that Kitsune rush while Ruby's getting a pick onto the Turgid, that's not really what you want to see at all. They have a minute left now, but Grin Reaper, they have these ults, they have the ults right now, but once more they'll be swapping to the Arista here, trying to more protect their backline, trying to bully the hazard a little bit more.
Yeah, but now that we're going into final fight territory, and if I'm once more, I'd be a little bit concerned, because if you look at the ultimates from Grin Reaper, they have the rush, and they also have Ruby just picking off Mara's Soap from across the map. No Kiri, no Lucio, so once more gonna have to go for a super fast reset here. Turgid looking for the kill onto the Wallbreaker, but Ruby, what is that shot?
Ruby's hitting all the nice shots right now. Again, they have 20 seconds left. Ruby's going to be trying to look for a quick pick here, but you know, once more they have the DPS ults coming up. They're going to have the sound barrier happening mid-fight. They're going to need something to happen here, but Grin Reaper, they have so many ults that they can use as well. Also, they're going to be trying to rush the point. They have 5 seconds left.
Oh, the Frail coming out here early from Mara. Not gonna be able to find a kill, but so much damage onto that Arista, and Turgid gonna be missing the pulse bomb. Surface gonna be popping the bullet shot, but not gonna find anything. Beat here from Cuba. It's just a desperate attempt right now from the side of once more, but Ruby just picking off everyone on this Widowmaker. And once more just unable to do anything against that, and Osiren gonna fall there as, yeah, it's just, I think, yeah, that's gonna be it here. Grin Reaper gonna be able to win the series 2-0.
Yeah, that was a very good hold there from Grin Reaper. Once more, they had 3 minutes on that attack on third point, but Grin Reaper, that defense that they had held very well. I think that swap into the hazard really helped them there a lot more. The Winston there was just unfortunately not really working out for them, but I think also the Widowmaker swap was finding a lot of value there. Ruby was hitting a lot of nice shots there, getting early picks onto the Kiri sometimes, but I think that, you know, once more, they looked promising, but Grin Reaper, they just looked in control most of the time.
Yeah, it was super close there from once more. They almost won that actually, but I think the respawns for Grin Reaper really benefited them when you're able to get your hazard, and when you have your hazard and Widowmaker and both supports out on the field, and
look at that.
And I'm pretty sure once more we're actually down there. We actually didn't have their tank in that fight because he died to a hazard wall. So I think that was kind of like, I think that was like a very unfortunate death for the side of once more, because it definitely helped Grin Reaper kind of stabilize and take the point back.
Yeah, I mean, Grin Reaper here, they're going to be going to 3rd seed. Once more going to be the 4th seed, but you know, we still have one more game after this to really, you define where everyone's seeds are gonna be. But we have more
another
games
game.
today.
Yeah, there's gonna be Red Bandits versus Reprieve on the on BPL 2, and that's gonna be starting in actually just a couple of minutes, as well as our next game, BirdWatch versus Blind Music Society. So that'll be a very awesome matchup that we will be casting in 3 minutes.
It'll be pretty soon. They're probably gonna be getting in the lobby pretty soon. They're probably in their warm-ups right now, doing some warm-ups. But but we got BirdWatch versus Blind Music Society. That's gonna be next. So stay tuned for that. I got nothing else to say for this one, but
wow, you have nothing to say. Yeah, we are gonna be seeing that match coming up soon. So don't go anywhere. There's still a lot more games to be played. Check out BPL 2 as well. There's going to be a game happening there as well. I think there's still what? Let me check. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 more games to be played. So
oh crap,
a lot more BPL. A lot more BPL to be played today. Yeah.
You got nothing to do this weekend and just watch BPL the entire time.
Yeah, just watch BPL all day. All right.
Yeah, but we're gonna be going to break here. So we'll be right back once the next game's ready to go.
Dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few. 'Cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds. Your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be. Got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like
Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome
Woo!
back. Yeah, you get one more game with us, but we're back with another BPL Season 7, Week 5, BirdWatch versus Blind Music Society. I mean, after that last game, we'll see if this game is going to be as awesome. But both of these teams here, they're looking to get another win here. Try to get their playoff going.
I think this is like another game that could really determine playoff seeding. I think especially for I think if Blind Music Society wins this game, I think obviously I think being 4-2 can very much challenge a Reprieve for that second seed. And obviously getting second seed, really good because that means you skip out on the play-ins. But if BirdWatch win this, I think if BirdWatch can win a couple of games, then I think they can maybe take the third team from Blind Music Society because I don't know if you know this, but their map differential is positive despite the fact that they're 2 and 3 right now. So I feel like, if they're gonna win, it's always gonna be a close win. But it does look like that. Every time they lose, it has been a very close losses for that team.
Yeah, BirdWatch, their highest seed they can get is second. So, in Blind Music Society, they are able to still get the first seed here, but
I think that would require, I think, Mothmania to lose out, obviously, and also Reprieve to lose out.
I think those two just have to lose out, basically.
Yeah.
But
obviously, third or fourth seed. I think that's still a pretty good seed because I think that would mean you're playing a lower seed from the other group. So, I think being able to beat third or fourth seed definitely pretty good here. And I think actually, even if BirdWatch wins, that could also definitely help secure their spot in being like a third or fourth seed rather than maybe dropping to a fifth seed or even a sixth seed.
They're gonna be hoping maybe they'll be able to make it out of the play-ins. They don't have to play in the play-ins, but even getting that higher seed into the play-ins, you have that little bit of a buffer. You have one less game in play-ins for you to get eliminated, so you still want to be able to get that third or fourth seed, but always trying to go shoot for that second or first.
Yeah, and actually, the foldy sheet just got posted, but it looks like Blind Music Society could finish first seed, obviously, but yeah, BirdWatch second to eighth, but
BirdWatch all the way down to eighth.
Yeah, but it does look like I think the more likely scenarios for these teams I think is probably third or fourth seed, and I think that's obviously I think that's a respectable seed to be in considering
They're gonna try to get these wins here.
Yeah, and we are gonna be seeing the lineups here. I heard earlier that Potato's internet was out, so we'll see if he's gonna be there for this game. But besides that, though, Blind Music Society. I don't know too much about B League, but it looks like from the game the only teams that they have lost to. Yeah, obviously a lot of recognizable names. I know Chisakina, Josh, and Tilted Waffle. Monty, Potato, they're literally like their whole team is just
onto the wrecking ball a lot. I've heard a lot of ball from Unico this season.
Yeah, and also just noting this now, but the only games that Blind Music Society lost were 2-0s against the number 1 and the number 2 seeds. So besides that, though, they have looked pretty strong. They have 2-0'd the other 3 teams that they have played so far. Meanwhile, the BirdWatch, they did make their losses against Reprieve and Mothmania closer, but they did also drop another game. But also, I think this is probably just going to be like a very even matchup. Yeah, like despite the fact that on paper the BirdWatch record is a little bit worse, I still feel like there's definitely going to be a possibility for a map 3 here. And looking at the BirdWatch roster, we actually have Salad on tank. Salad definitely more known as a DPS player, a flex DPS player, so I think this is a bit of an off role for him. But
I don't think Salad's tank's has been doing pretty good this season so far. I think I've seen Salad's tank before in like Kasune League and stuff, so Salad is somewhat familiar with the role, which is pretty good. But I think they have a lot of more unfamiliar names to me onto the team. But I do know some people here. Like I do know Dulai was on Grass Blossoms last season. Grass Blossoms and Delay and Salad, you know, they both were on that team together. They won last season in B League. I know Creo, I know Mimi, but some of
Mooney was on. They were on a Charger Book fan club in Kitsune League, which did win middle division.
They did win middle division. All right.
Yeah, and actually the Tracer buffs. I'm pretty sure Mooney is also a Tracer player, so I think Tracer being buffed definitely does benefit them here.
Yeah, perhaps they're going to be trying to look. I honestly don't really remember which tank Salad plays, but I do know that whatever they do, they're going to be playing a Tracer.
I think there's definitely been like some Hazard.
I think I've seen some Hazard.
From.
You know.
Yeah.
No, but we got some different maps this time. This is crazy. We got Lijiang Tower, we got Eichenwald, and we got Saravasa. That's the lineup for today. Lineup for this game.
Honestly, those are all really good maps. I like a lot of these maps as well. So, but like, what do you do? Because you said that Yukino likes to play a lot of ball, right? So
yeah, I think I've seen Yukino on a lot of ball this season so far, and I've heard that as well.
I mean, so if Yukino plays ball, I think both Lijiang and Eichenwald are very good for ball, but I'm not 100% sure about Servasa because I definitely think Brawl. I think it's definitely playable. I guess it just depends because I've definitely seen Brawl played a little bit more on Servasa specifically. Like you see a lot of Ram, you see a lot of like Hazard maybe, or like Orisa. So you see a lot more of like those comps.
Those comps as well personally, but now we're gonna be seeing
banning Ramatra. That's interesting.
That's a pretty like safe ban, I would say, especially for Lijiang. I think Ramatra is very good on Lijiang. So in a lot of tight spaces, be able to use your slow, be able to use your shield, and just overall just a really good brawl tank on that map.
And like obviously, I think getting rid of the Ramatra. I mean, if by Music Society I think also maybe it's to. I'm not so sure. Maybe it's to like protect.
Maybe they gotta protect.
Maybe it's like protecting a tank that could work well against the ball. Obviously, like what if they want to play Orisa? Like what if they want to play Diva or something? So they don't want Blind Music Society to ban one of those tanks that would have ball in their favor. And now we're just gonna be waiting on Blind Music Society's ban here. We'll see what they try to do. I'm assuming maybe they would want to ban if they're gonna be rolling out on the ball. Maybe they want to ban like. Maybe they'd want to try to ban like a Brig or like a Sombra, just like anything that could make the ball comp a little bit harder to work. And then a Freya ban.
It's Freya's one of the more dominant DPSs right now that you can play with hit scan. I'm assuming maybe they just want to try to force Cass. Oh, never mind, they're going Pharah. I lied. Yeah, but I think the Pharah obviously is pretty good on Lijiang Tower, especially on Gardens and on Night Market, but we're going to be seeing a little bit less of a flyer, but Freya's going to be open again. No more Freya ban.
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like the Pharah ban maybe like do you think
maybe BirdWatch has a secret like Pharah
maybe they love Pharah.
Maybe they do Pharah. They might. Who knows? But I think that it's not I don't think it's the worst ban out there, especially if you don't like.
Especially on Lijiang Garden, or even Night Market. I think Pharah can be really oppressive on those 2 points in particular. If you don't like playing into a Pharah.
Getting rid of Pharah on one of the, I wouldn't really. You can't play Pharah on Eichenwald and Servasa, but I do think banning on Lijiang, if you don't like playing a Pharah at all, and they they have a Pharah, then I think that banning Pharah here is completely fine.
And now we're just gonna be waiting for them to get into the map. First map will be Lijiang, obviously. So. Since there is no Pharah, like what comp do you think that maybe by Music Society are gonna play if they're gonna be trying to play that ball? Maybe like a just cast Tracer, or maybe Freya Tracer, I guess, because Freya's not banned anymore.
Maybe the Freya. Maybe they'll go with the cast. I honestly like cast more times and Freya right now, to be honest. But
Mhm.
but usually it usually is paired with the BAP. No, we haven't really seen much of that recently here, but maybe they will just go with the Tracer Farah or Tracer Freya ball. But
Yeah,
I'm
and
not really sure BirdWatch will run. Perhaps they'll run like on Orisa.
Orisa or like Has, maybe even like Diva. I feel like any of those characters. 'Cause I'm assuming the read from BirdWatch is, oh, Blind Music Society, they're gonna run Yukino on ball, so we need to have like a strat against that. So we'll see what they come up with. I haven't seen both of these teams play very much, so I'm not really sure what characters they play usually. But
I'm curious what they're gonna play. They're gonna run. I'm excited for that, but I think
and
maybe
then going
for
into
Dijon.
Eichenwald. What about Eichenwald?
I mean, obviously,
More of like a diving map,
not
I guess.
really. It could be more of a diving map. Depends on how you're gonna do it. But looks like we're gonna be getting ready to go into Lijiang Tower. The map is set. We'll be seeing what they're gonna be running out on here, but we're gonna be getting Control Center first.
And I think BirdWatch actually, they have a ringer. They have Agua ringing on DPS.
No, interesting.
And,
another ringer going.
Yeah, another ringer.
All right.
Awesome.
Looks
Another
like the map-
person off-rolling. Another off-roll ringer, because it was Dive on tank and now it's Agua on DPS for today. And Yuzakino actually going to be starting off on the Orisa here. No ball, so
Yep.
you know what,
They
we've
perhaps
been yeah, you know what, we've all been lied to. We've all been lied to. Yukino is playing Orisa.
They're playing
Yeah, we're
into
just-
this
yeah, very-
Malga with the Baptiste. Like they want to go fast with this Malga, but I feel like the Baptiste might be a little bit too slow for it. But perhaps perhaps it's been working for them, so they're gonna be sticking out with it.
Yeah, and also Joshin, I'm pretty sure Joshin actually going to be sticking on the Symmetra here for
Maybe looking for some TPs
for
around
this
here.
fight. Yeah, maybe just looking to TP Yukino into the backline where Mimi can maybe get punished a little bit easier for playing that Baptiste. But it looks like BirdWatch is going to be able to take White Room pretty easily. So Blind Music Society just kind of holding behind point, but the lead coming in here from Salad. But Dulai going to be the first one to fall. Joshin able to land pretty good right click, and Salad just overwhelmed by the rest of Blind Music Society. As BirdWatch, they are going to be able to cap first, but not going to be able to get too much percentage. I'm assuming they're just going to look to die on the point here. As Blind Music Society going to be able to get a really strong setup here with that Symmetra on this point.
I think they're really gonna have BirdWatch is gonna really have to try to look to force out this Baptiste lamp. I really think that Baptiste lamp that last fight really screwed them over there a lot with their like run in and charge. They were unable to get a kill from that.
Yeah,
Salad's already
they're gonna be I think Salad and Dulai just are trying to play super aggro, but yeah, Dulai just caught out, not able to really wall right to where they really wanted to. But the DPS side of BirdWatch able to find a couple kills, but the Orisa ult there from Yukin able to farm that up really quickly, probably just from shooting the Nago a lot too. But you know, that's gonna help Blind Music Society gonna help them win the fight. As BirdWatch is gonna have to wait again.
Nice, Salad falling there dangerously low, but able to get out of the fight. Blind Music Society, they're looking on a lot of ults here. They have this window. I think they're gonna try to window this rotation here onto them. I think that Dulai has been playing very, very aggressive with Salad and getting caught out because of that. They need to be able to force a few more cooldowns here before they can engage.
Mimi out very in the open, actually lamp forced from the Baptiste, so that's a huge advantage here for Blind Music Society, especially considering they have the window and they have that overclock. But window going to be coming out first here from the side of BirdWatch, is looking to take space. High Noon from Totoro not going to be able to find too much because of the beat from Mani on the other side. As I think Mani falling really low, but again the lamp is able to save the Lucio there. Blade gonna be coming through from Agua, able to take down two. Absolutely massive blade from Agua, and looks like off the back of that, BirdWatch will be able to finally flip the point in favor. BirdWatch will be able to finally flip the point in their favor, but a good amount of ultim is committed there from the side of BirdWatch.
Yeah, Blind Music Society just uses support ults there for that fight. BirdWatch, they use their DPS in their window. I mean, obviously they have this cage coming up. Blind Music Society, they don't really have much for it. Perhaps Joshin's gonna be able to TP out or be able to shield it. But
yeah, I think especially the wall too. But we are seeing Blind Music Society just walking in super early. But I think Salad's cage might have actually gotten canceled by the spear, and just every ultimate going to be committed here from Blind Music Society. I mean, why not? You're already at 87%, so it's final fight territory, and yeah, just gonna be able to wipe out the support line of BirdWatch, and Totoro probably gonna get staggered out here. That's not good at all. Chisakina will fall to Salad, but if there's gonna be a touch from BirdWatch, it's gonna be very last second, but Agua gonna fall. Eventual touch there, I'm pretty sure from July from the side of BirdWatch. So BirdWatch gonna be trying to fight on point, but Salad just overwhelmed here. The Sim Beam just charging up to take down the Malgo, and also the Sim Church just scattered around the point for added pressure as well. So it's just a stall here from the side of BirdWatch, but I think Totoro is gonna fall, and Blind Music Society gonna be able to take the first round here after they clean up just these last couple of remaining players. Agua, the last one left is looking to kill Joshin, but Joshin just TPing back and forth, making sure that the Genji can't kill him, and yeah, it's gonna be the first round there for Blind Music Society.
Yeah, I think Blind Music Society did a great job there, really showing a lot of pressure on the Salad. I feel like Salad was, and just BirdWatch in general, were really unable to rotate without having to use a lot of abilities or without somebody getting picked. Blind Music Society has been doing a great job just shutting down any rotations they're having. It's forcing Salad to go off of the Malga, it seems here, possibly. Going to the Orisa, I think is a more of a safer option right now, looks, but they're probably going to be looking to just brawl on point more. I think the rotation's pretty rough from BirdWatch. They're unable to get what they needed without either using too many cooldowns or getting picked in the process.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing both teams sticking on the Sim here, probably looking to TP to there. Oh my gosh, this is so reminiscent of Overwatch 1. Chisakina going to fall really early there. Totoro going to be able to strike first, as Totoro taking down 2, taking down 3 actually, popping off on this Cassidy. As yeah, that's going to be a very fast fight win here for the side of BirdWatch. I don't know if, I think both teams kind of dropped onto point at around the same time, but it looks like Totoro was able to kind of distance themselves from the Sim and the Sojourn, and just kind of able to take their own off angle and able to get those picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the BirdWatch, the Totoro, they did just get those kills, able to secure the point. They're going to be, Joshin they're both going to be still in the Symmetra. They possibly might just be trying to look at the TP on the point here, try to send like some turrets or somebody in the back line with it.
Or maybe just look for a fake TP. Yeah, we're seeing a turret, yeah, just a TP bomb, but the Sim turret set up on point there from Agua, able to do a good chunk of damage, but Bonnie gets a 2k boop.
Oh, dude, like Bonnie gets booped off.
Okay, there's a lot of booping going on, but Bonnie's boop definitely getting a lot more value there too. Insane kills there from the Lucio, as yeah, Blind Music Society just gonna be able to flip the point off of that 2k boop.
Yeah, I think that boop there definitely right there just carried that fight there. Even if Monty did get booped off as well, but Monty did their job, so that's all that matters.
That's true, and we already seen the TP here from BirdWatch, maybe catching Blind Music Society kind of caught out there, maybe not expecting them to be running in so quickly. Salad holding very close here. Lamb's going to be forced, but the Arisol and the window going to be committed from either side, but Salad going to be able to, he's finding a lot of kills on this Orisa and July with that Soundbeard to keep that Orisa alive. Salad going to be finding 4. Salad and July just killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, they did a very good job there, obviously, but BirdWatch, they have a lot of ults coming up. They have the DPS and their window ult coming up. They don't have a sound barrier. Monty's going to try to look to use a sound barrier to possibly just keep them up in this fight with like the high noon or possibly the sim wall or the window, but
yeah, no TP on sim wall coming in. Monty looking for a boop.
Got one?
I don't know if that got anyone. I know it did not, but still has that sound barrier available. Going for a second boop.
Another boop.
Never mind. Okay, third time's the charm.
Yeah, we did it!
Gonna be able to finally get the boop onto Totoro and the rest of Blind. Oh, gets another boop onto Salad.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, Monty's like Lige gone right now.
Oh my. I mean, Monty, third time's the charm with that boop right there, but Monty had to use a sound barrier to keep that team up. I think against that sim wall was a great beat there. I think they're gonna try to look to use a window here aggressively, try to push them to the point. You're using the high noon here to try to make some space.
Yeah. And you're definitely doing a good job of taking space off. Trying to take the no, come back! Look the TP, very dangerous, but the Web's gonna be able to save him there. Overclock from Chisakina, but a lot of pretty good spam damage to kind of force away the overclock damage, and Yukino gonna fall, but Yukino was able to take down Dulai before they fall here, so a pretty even fight, but obviously no tank for the side of Blind Music Society, not gonna be good for them, as they're gonna have to concede a lot of space here, and Salad gonna boop off Chisakina with the spin, but Joshin gonna be able to get the trade onto Salad. Still a very back and forth fight now. Joshin gonna be able to take down 2 on the Sim. The Sim needs to fall right now, but that's a delay. This delay gonna get back up. I think you are able to really make it alive, yeah. But it looks like at the end of the day, it looks like Blind Music Society are going to be able to win the fight. A lot happening there, but yeah, Dulai going to fall, not going to be able to touch. The point is Blind Music Society going to be able to take the first map.
I mean, that last point was just I think the Boops really carrying that point right there.
That was just so much chaos happening, and yeah, I think this is the 4K from Salad actually. With the back of that sound barrier too, really nice, really good. I think the Arista swap definitely did look way better. I just think maybe there were maybe, you know, a couple. I think people were standing on the edge a little bit too much with how many boop kills there were. Because I don't know if you know that, but Chisakina actually got booped off the map by an Arista spin. That final fight there. Yeah, but you know. Obviously, it was just very back and forth, very chaotic, but at the end of the day, Blind Music Society going to be coming out on top, and we'll be taking our first map of Lijiang Towers, so...
Yeah,
that map was awesome.
That was a pretty awesome map. I think that last point really showed a lot more life that BirdWatch can definitely show. I think they'd be able to really take it here to Eichenwald. Use that momentum that they had on that last point. I think with BirdWatch, they didn't look that bad after that Arista swap. Perhaps they're gonna try to look for something similar to that, or maybe they have something else up their sleeve for this map. But we already got hero bans coming in. They're gonna be banning the Symmetra here. I mean, Symmetra, I do think the turrets and the TPs and walls, they were doing a pretty decent amount. I think the turrets were really stopping a lot of the rotations they were doing, and just catching a little bit of people off guard.
Yeah. And also banning Sim, I think TPing around the map is also just like a very, I think we're seeing that strategy way more.
Yeah, it's been happening a lot more recently in cross Overwatch. So, yeah. I mean, if you're able to abuse the fact that you can TP around the map and you won't get punished for it, I mean, go for it. You know, because I think it's a really good way to just take easy space, especially catching some teams off guard.
Mm-hmm. And also, yeah, I think banning Sim is kind of, I think that might just enforce that might like force the sort of like Tracer cast or Tracer Freya mirror, or maybe some variation of that. But I definitely do think, I think that teams were opting to play the Sim like kind of as like a replacement for the Tracer. Because I think both Joshin and Agla kind of opted to go to that Sim rather than playing like a Tracer. We did see Agua play Genji, but Agua did go opt for that mirror in the second round there, so...
I mean, yeah, the Symmetra ban, it is, like, Symmetra is very strong onto Lijiang. So, going to other maps that are not as linear as Lijiang is, maybe is a little bit of an interesting ban, but I can kind of see the idea of possibly what they're going to go for here. But with Blind Music Society, they're going to be banning the Hazard here. Obviously, Hazard is one of the better tanks at the moment that you can play and can be very annoying. So just getting rid of it, forcing a different type of tank or playstyle possibly onto BirdWatch is what they're going to be going for here.
Yeah, I think Hazard's also... I'm assuming that Hazard is also a character that Salad likes to play. So that would be, you know, I think maybe they're trying to force an Ursa mirror again, but also Ball is definitely way more of a playable tank on this map, so
maybe they'll pull it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I can see them possibly doing the Arisa mirror. I'm unsure what else Salad and what Unico would go, what they're planning on doing, but if these bans is leaving all the supports open, you know, they could be playing like we could be seeing the Batmir again or possibly the Kiriko, but I think we might be seeing some Baptiste on this map. I think Baptiste is fine on this map. I do enjoy it, but
Yeah, I think
it also could
maybe,
favor the Orisa, or maybe they'll go Ramatra. You know, maybe Salad will go the Ram here. It was banned on the first map, but
yeah, and also like even I think the issue with Ramatra is I think Orisa is pretty good into Ram, so I think also I
maybe
think
go Roadhog.
the Baptiste, go Roadhog. I think the Baptiste can definitely be played as well if the enemy team is running a Pharah, because I think Bap is like definitely one of the best characters to sort of pressure out that Pharah, because you can just kind of just shoot her, take some angles to shoot her easier. So
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you can run so many different variations of comms, I feel like, on Iconwell, depending on like first point, the second point, the third point. You can kind of run a bunch of different things, you know, but I'm assuming we're probably going to see something pretty standard. Maybe Salad will go back on Malga here. I don't know. I don't know if Salad would, but maybe. I think that with the way that BirdWatch has been going so far, I think it could be throughout the series they could be getting better and better towards against Value Music Societies. I do think that second point on Lijiang definitely showed a lot more promise than that first one, but I think that
I mean, you never know. I mean, there's always been like teams that win the first map pretty convincingly, but then, you know, they lose, they end up losing out on the next two.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. I do think that maybe they know they're on the Malga, so now they're just gonna win. Think about it. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
I mean,
that's like
yeah.
maybe that's the method.
Yeah, Malga is just really tough into Orisa. So many tanks are tough into Orisa just because like her spin just denies like so many cooldowns, and then her fortify just helps her live for so long, and like her spear is so annoying because you know, like Ramatra
like
can't block anymore and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but we will be going into Eichenwald very, very shortly, but yeah, we're gonna be seeing what kind of comms they're gonna be running here. So here we are on Eichenwald.
Wow.
And boom!
No hazard, and okay.
You got the Orisa going again.
There was a sub from BirdWatch, actually. They are subbing in. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm really stupid, sorry.
Kalika Arch.
Calicarch? No. Calicarch? Calicarch?
Yeah, I don't know either. I think it looks like
they're gonna be in for Totoro though. Agla's still gonna be gonna be running out on that tracer here, as Blind Music Society, they're gonna be I would assume maybe Monty might actually be rolling out on that on the
I can see it. Honestly, the BAP Live Weaver, I mean, it's been played, you know, DK's been playing it, so I feel like why not Blind Music Society as well?
Yeah. We're going to be seeing the Genji from Joshin, so with the Sim ban, gonna have to go to a more traditional flex DPS, but the Life Weavers, I think the pull is really good for, you know, the pull is really good for, I guess, for obviously helping out people, so I think it enables your team to play way more aggro, because that Life Grip can kind of just, Life Grip's a pretty good get out of jail free card, but you could have taken a lot of damage, gonna have to maybe wait a little bit here, not take so much damage as just wait, but we are seeing they are building up the window like really quickly though, and also the Tree of Life getting farmed up way quicker than Dulai is probably gonna get their sound barrier here. So But however, Salad is very much leading in that Orisa ultimate, so I think if Salad can get a quick Orisa hold, this could be over already for Blind Music Society. Salad can get a lot of kills with it, but Window going to be coming out first here from the side of Blind Music Society, but Salad has that Orisa available. So yeah, Salad's going to be popping that Orisa, but the Lamp going to be able to deny a lot of the value from it. We'll be able to take down the Lamp, so no Lamp available for the side of Blind Music Society for now, but yeah, just a very even fight. Pulse Bomb attempt from Agua, not going to find too much, and Joshin going to be able to get a nice clean one tap onto that Tracer, as we are going to be seeing Chisakina taking that high ground, looking to pressure out the team, and the deflect from Joshin going to be able to take down the fray as well. Joshin doing a lot of work here on this Genji, and Blind Music Society is going to be able to win that fight there off the back of that Tree of Life as well from Mani.
Yeah, Blind Music Society, they were taking the initiative. They were going first. They swung with that window, making all that space that they could onto the point, forcing Salad to possibly use their Orisa pretty early. But I mean, they were able to take the spacer, but I just
Chisakina maybe going up a little bit too far forward, as Agua will be able to take down that Sojourn. Orisa going to be coming out there from Yukino, and Mimi will fall, but Agua getting a pretty good amount of kills so far on this Tracer. So it looks like Blind Music Society might have to sort of rotate back down to point. Salad looking to take down Yukino, but there's just so much healing with that Life Weaver and that Baptiste, and Dulai gonna fall. So looks like Blind Music Society they're just right back to pushing the payload now, and they're gonna be able to take the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Blind Music Society, I feel like they've been really just taking the aggressive on Joshin getting picked off there pretty early, but looks like they're kind of pretty split here. But the big pull there from Mani.
Yeah, but there's no Baptiste for Blind Music Society, so it looks like they're just gonna have to back up and wait a little bit for now. Agua maybe looking for a pulse bomb, but just gonna have to wait a top. But Dulai just gonna die to Yukino somehow. So there's no sound barrier right now for the side of BirdWatch. Pulse bomb attempt from Agua looking to kind of stabilize there for BirdWatch, but not going to be able to find too much. As Blind Music Society, they are going to be able to push up now. Mani will have that Tree of Life available if they want to pop that. Play coming out here from Joshin, and Mimi going to fall before the sound barrier can come in to keep the Baptiste alive. And OC coming out though from the side of BirdWatch, and that will be, so it's pretty even for now. But Agua going to fall to Mani, and the Tree of Life. So much sustain on the cart right now for the side of Blind Music Society, but the Orisa going to be committed from Salad, looking for anything, not going to find too much.
I got the Orisa shield.
They're going to be taking the shield perk just to bunker down on the cart, but Dulai going to fall once again to Yukino, as Salad just looking to back up now, just kind of using the shield to...
That shield perk might be kind of like the awesome.
Looking to just using the shield to kind of run
maybe
away.
With the Baptiste, like, you have to, like, the shield perk stuff, just kind of like Overwatch 1 double shield a little bit. But
let's see what happens. Joshin's up really far there. Luckily able to deflect the spear, so not going to get punished. Salad dropping onto the point as the pinch coming through there from Dulai. Dulai going to be able to take down Chisakina. No surgeon available, but the Orisa out there from Yukino. Oh, Dulai's so low, but we'll be able to... Oh, never mind. I thought Dulai would be able to escape there just barely, but now there's no support.
The spear!
The spear from Salad! Taking down the enemy Orisa. That's a massive kill. Blind Music Society, I thought they were going to have that in the bag as soon as they took down both supports, but Salad just flipping the fight in favor of BirdWatch with that spear.
I feel like, honestly, with this Orisa shield on third point, like, even if Blind Music Society takes the high ground, they have the Orisa shields and, like, the spam from it to make it a little bit more difficult for them to actually rotate, because, they had the barrier, they had the shield, but... I mean, BirdWatch, they have this overclock coming up with the Tree of Life. BirdWatch, they need to build up a few ults here if they want to be able to, like, hold this first point. Or this second point.
And we're seeing Blind Music Society, they're sort of wrapping, they're going to be walking through castle straight onto point. Overclock going to be committed there from Chisakina, and Dulai going to be the first one to fall, and lands another clean shot as well. Chisakina finding 2 so far this fight. The Orisa from Salad not going to be able to find anything lifted up there from the pedal platform by Mani, and it looks like Blind Music Society will just be able to roll the card forward onto third point. They're almost last second touch there from Agua, and Dulai just going to be throwing themselves onto the point. Yeah, just going to be throwing themselves onto the point there, but 2 minutes and 30 seconds now for Blind Music Society to push it all the way.
Yeah, we're going to really see what how they're going to hold here with this Orisa shield. I mean, or you have to play a lot more slower. You don't have that spin anymore to be able to go in or out. You kind of have to make sure play up to possibly shield their tank, or they just take the space.
Yeah, yeah. Both like Russian window, just I think both teams just kind of not really opting to push forward or really push back. They're just going to be at a standstill. But Money does have that tree of block, so there's going to be a ton of sustain available. Going to be throwing it out a little bit more forward, actually. Yukino going to be able to get all the benefits of that tree of life, but I don't think the rest of Money's team was really able to get that. But the Arisol going to be coming through, breaks the lamp, but not going to be able to find too much there. But the blade coming through there from Joshin, trying to find anything but Dulai with the perfect Saver to deny that. And Dulai going to be able to take down Joshin as well, and Chisakina going to fall as well. So it looks like Blind Music Society will have to back up for now. The pull onto Yukino to keep him alive. Maybe, yeah. Actually, Yukino should be able to get the kill onto Aqua, but looks like Sal's going to be chasing really hard for that kill, but not gonna. Oh, never mind. I was going to say not going to be able to find it, but Sal just kind of with the
Great
spear
stagger
from
there. Salad.
Yeah, it's a great stagger.
And BirdWatch, they can play a pretty far up here onto this bridge and try to keep them from pushing up with the Sarissa shield, but they're gonna be forced to back away pretty early. But with BirdWatch, you know, they have this Arisol gonna be coming up pretty soon. Blind Music Society doesn't really have anything for it, so we'll see how Blind Music Society is gonna take this fight.
Yeah, we do see there is going to be that Arisol, and there isn't like a tree of life or anything, so I think Mani might have to try to pedal platform the Arisa. I'm not sure how well that would work, but we see Yukino behind the shoot with the Arisol. Yeah, actually, the pull actually pulling Yukino out of the Arisol. I think Sal wanted to maybe finish off that Arisa with the Arisa ult there. Overclock going to be committed now from Chisakina. Window going to be committed from the side of BirdWatch, and Yukino will actually be the first one to fall. The Window just able to do so much damage that not even Arisa can survive that, and Blind Music Society just gonna have to slowly back up for now. But the ultimate economy not looking too good right now for Blind Music Society. They do have just the Casino Russian, maybe the Ursel coming up here, but BirdWatch, they do have that. They are coming up on that sounder. And with DPS ults, Blade gonna be coming out here from Agua. And also the overclock there from BirdWatch. They want to finish this fight right now. And Chisakina gonna be the first one to fall, but it's traded out there. No Sojourn on either side for now. The rush gonna be committed, but everyone on Blind Music Society is so incredibly low. Dulai, did Dulai Ajax?
I think so.
I think Dulai might have actually Ajaxed there, so still maybe winnable, but Money gonna fall to Agua. It's just Yukino left on the point, and yeah, I think BirdWatch might be able to secure the fight, but Yukino gonna be able to take down the Baptiste, trying his absolute hardest to live onto the point there. Yeah, it's just Chisakina on the Tracer, and you know, unless Chisakina
from BirdWatch able to touch the point, you know, even with the Ajax from Dulai, they were able to get the win on this point, just around that first corner on that little there on the staircase. But you know, it was a pretty good push from Blind Music Society. I think that BirdWatch, you know, they were able to hold pretty well for majority of that time besides that first point. So I think once they got that groove going, they were able to understand what they needed to do with the Arisas and the comp. Maybe the shield was just a true answer all along, but yeah, we definitely will see. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they stick to something similar with this, but yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting pretty similar comps here. But yeah, we're going to be sticking with the life here.
I think the shield also did a pretty good job of splitting Yukino, because there was that fight where even though Mani was able to pull Yukino out of the Arisa ult, the only reason why I think Yukino also fell really low because Yukino was playing ahead of the Arisa shield, so the supports were not really able to heal him. So I think that's also a really big benefit in that Arisa matchup, is you kind of force the Arisa to you can force the Arisa to sort of play in your space and deny their supports the ability to keep the Arisa alive. But looks like there's going to be a mirror besides actually a Widowmaker coming out here from BirdWatch. That's a little bit interesting. Maybe just that could just be for opening pick. Yeah, just looking for an opening pick there. We'll be most likely going back over to that Sojourn, and Dulai going to be going over onto that Lucio. So not quite a mirror matchup, but you know, obviously just I guess very mild variation in the support. And the support comps, I guess, would be the best way to describe it. Lamp forced out pretty early there from BirdWatch, though, as they're trying to walk up here, but being able to farm up a lot of their window, able to farm up a good chunk of their window, already halfway there, as, yeah, BirdWatch is going to be walking it really quickly. I think Yukino might be a little bit split from the rest of their team, so we'll have to use the Fortify. Yukino kind of deep in the backline, but again, the pull is available for... The pull from Mani is available at any time, but Josh is going to be the first one to fall, but traded out there from Mimi. So I think BirdWatch might actually have to back up because when you don't have the Baptiste, you're just down so much healing, and yeah, Yukino just able to walk in for free, take down the Sojourn, and Salad's still on his own adventure, able to take down Chisakina.
Going. Realize, jumping from the spear, using the ultimate.
Oh, the Orisa ult, actually, yeah, the Orisa ult's just kind of there for cleanup because I think when Mani died there to Agua was maybe looking a little bit scary there for Blind Music Society, so the Orisa ult just kind of used as a good finisher there.
Yeah, Mani's gonna have this this tree up pretty quickly. It's gonna be able to negate mostly what they're gonna have, probably this Orisa ult that they might be using here, or the window. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try to want to go fast and swing with the window and try to make as much space as they can.
And also the Tree of Life available now for Mani too. So I think if they want us to stay
pretty early, trying to use it like
Salad's going to get burned. Yeah, Salad just not able to do anything. I think the Tree also did a good job of cutting off Salad from the rest of his supports.
Yeah, that Tree was placed very aggressively, be able to keep whoever was in that front line to keep going with that instant burst of healing that the tree gives you, and they were unable to be able to live through that.
Yeah, window gonna be coming through here from Mimi, just forcing back Blind Music Society, but now Blind Music Society gonna be pushing in with their Kitsune Rush. Beat from Dulai and Blade coming out from Agua. They're just popping every single ultimate that they have right now. Agua looking for anything, bringing Bunny down pretty low. Chisakina finally gonna fall, so an advantage now for the side of BirdWatch. As the Blade coming in here from Josh and looking to take down the Genji, will be able to take down Agua eventually. Is gonna be just running onto the point, but Dulai gonna fall. It's pretty sure it's a 1v2 right now, and Yukino not gonna be able to win that one, unfortunately.
The Fortify there to stay alive. Yeah, Salad there with the Fortify to stay alive. It's just the Lucio and Orisa on the point, capping, but they will be getting this first point with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But this is where they're gonna bring their journey. But, a very early pick there going on from Chisakina, trying to get a little bit of stuff going. But it looks like Salad's been playing really aggressively here.
Yeah, that super aggressive push there. I don't think Blind Music Society were quite expecting that because the Orisa just able to pick off the Kiriko. But Salad maybe
overstaying his welcome just a little bit longer.
Yeah, maybe should have dropped a little bit earlier. But I think they're still going to be able to get some pretty okay card progress unless Yukino wants to push forward, and it looks like that's what they're opting to do.
They're going to be trying to stop here at this corner, this little choke point right here. I think stuffing here is going to be really good with especially with the Orisa. You have the tree, so you're able to stay there a little bit longer than you would really want to, if you want to keep brawling there, especially with the Sojourn overclock. Yeah, there it is on the high ground, just shooting all your overclocks on you.
Yeah. And Dulai just going to be the first one to fall there. So look, I think that's just going to be a one fight for Blind Music Society. Yeah, Agua also going to fall there.
Here. Yeah, Yukino is just going to be sitting on the points the entire time. They're going to have to figure out a way to push this Orisa out, even if it's going to be with this overclock to try to make space, or if they're, because they are unable to rotate right now. But especially Yukino just holding so much space, and also has that Tree of Life, and also the Kiri healing, and also even just like the grip in case Yukino really needs it. But overclock going to be committed here from BirdWatch, and they're going to be able to find Josh, and so will be an advantage here for the side of but Chisakina going to be able to take down the Sojourn counterpart for now, as Grin is trying to stay alive there.
Yeah, window can be coming through. It seems just a couple ultimates being committed for now, but it looks like off the back of that overclock, BirdWatch will be able to finally get the cart rolling again. As it's just Yukino left onto the point, but will eventually fall. Josh is actually going to be able to take that one, and Yukino takes down Dulai as well. So taking down the support line is kind of crazy, but I still think BirdWatch
taking a lot of time off the clock. They have 1:30 left. They still have a good bit to push with Salad. They have this Orisa. They have the Blade. They might want to. Maybe they're going to look to try to combo it together, because they don't really have any ults. They don't have any support out. I mean, they have the Rush coming up to help with that, but they don't have a tree to stop the Blade or Orisa all here.
Hey, we are also going to be seeing Mimi swapping over to that Kiriko, maybe falling under a little bit too much pressure. Blade going to be coming out here from but going to get speared by Yukino, and will just get taken down. No value out of that Blade. Salad going to be looking for an Orisa ult from both sides, actually.
They're going to hold it.
Salad will be able. Salad does take a big chunk of that damage here, as now Blind Music Society just walking in. They have so much. They have a lot more brawl potential,
Yeah, this
as
is
they
not
do
what
have a
BirdWatch
Genji, but Sal
wanted.
gonna be able to take down the Kiriko. So all of a sudden, Blind Music Society, they don't have a lot of healing. This blade from Johnson has to be absolutely massive, but Salad hitting a spear onto the Genji to deny any value from that blade as well. So just the pull onto Yukino to keep them alive for just a little bit longer, but not going to quite pan out, as BirdWatch going to be able to cap with 20 seconds left here, and they have almost
watch.
they have 2 minutes to only push at 50 minutes. This is very little.
I honestly was I was feeling pretty doom about BirdWatch, especially that final fight. They used their Rissel, they used their blade, they used their beat, finding almost what it seemed like was nothing. But Blind Music Society, they're gonna come out with their ults, but the Salad, the spear onto the Joshin's blade was honestly like one of the turning points of that fight.
Yeah, but we do have that overclock and the Tree of Life for Blind Music Society, so BirdWatch gonna have to try to play a little bit safe, as obviously the Tree of Life very good for just taking space, but the overclock gonna be committed here. BirdWatch looking to engage as fast as possible. That spear basically saving their lives, just making sure that Chisakina can't push up any further with that in the rush. Gonna be coming through with the Tree of Life. Perfect counterplay there from Mani and Salad. Falling incredibly low here. Now
able to
Salad,
move back from the tree.
and Salad gonna be eliminated, and BirdWatch just gonna have to wait here. Josh is gonna be able to get a late kill there onto Agua. So,
And Mani using that tree there basically as a wall. Salad was really low, and then they just used the tree to block off Salad, be able to exit. But I think both of these Aristas has been doing a really great job with these spears, denying a good bit of ultimate ability, good ults from both teams. But the Salad, they're gonna want to be able to try to move in with this overclock. They have the sound barrier to counter out.
And the overclock gonna be coming through, able to take down one. Mani falling so incredibly low, gonna have to pull Yukino just for maybe a little bit of card progress, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Yeah, that overclock just basically
team kill. They're not gonna be able to have a touch here. And you stopping the door. Maybe time for the touch.
Yeah, he's able to get that touch in, but yeah,
at least they weren't
recall
able to
force
get out the
probably, and yeah, gotta be 1-1 now. BirdWatch gonna be to take Eichenwald. I think that map was also really close there, kind of reminiscent of that final point on Li Zhang.
I think the Rissa ult here was the better look here for BirdWatch, especially on Li Zhang, the second point, and on this map. I think that they just played the ults pretty well there, even though like sometimes they really wouldn't find as much value as they wanted to, but they were able to fight off them. But I think both Arissas are doing a great job with just kind of denying both teams' ults, like a Genji Blade or a Sojourn Overclock, just kind of just spearing them away, while the supports would be able to like keep up like with the sound barriers or even the Tree of Lives, trying to doing a great job blocking a lot of like Salad from escaping. So I think both teams have been played that map pretty well, but I think BirdWatch, they had that advantage a little bit. I think possibly with like the sound barriers from Dulai over like the Tree of Life.
Yeah, and also I think generally the Lucio does help in terms of like helping the Orisa actually get into the backline, because I think we actually did see Salad. It did look like that Salad was able to sort of
Salad would get a lot of like just like
push
kicks on his own.
Yeah, and it definitely does help that Dulai is there to kind of help him speed it. It's just there to help just speed Salad around, to make sure that the Orisa can just be a little bit more mobile and sort of take like an off angle maybe for like a little bit, and then just go back to the rest of his team. And also I think I also think the Sojourn play from I know how to pronounce it now, Kalika Arch, but his Sojourn was very good. Every single like overclock basically got like at least one kill, if not like two, just very fight winning overclocks from him. So I think that was also a very big defining factor, and also like a very big factor in determining who like kind of wins the fights. Obviously overclock, very good ultimate, especially when you can get the perk where you can get 150 charge, which can basically one shot squishies. So I think there was definitely a couple of pretty good hero plays there from BirdWatch to help them win that map as well.
Yeah, I mean, BirdWatch, they're looking better and better throughout the map. The Orisa Shield honestly surprised me a lot more, I feel like, with it working. But, obviously going to the next map, which I'm pretty sure was Suravasa, maybe one of the teams, Blind Music Society, knowing that BirdWatch did not look as well in the Orisa might want to look to ban it. But Yukino has been looking really good on the Orisa, so they obviously might just stick with it as well. But forcing the Orisa off, which has been working for BirdWatch more than when they weren't on the Orisa, might be a possibility of like a ban.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if Orisa's not banned, I definitely do think we might even see like that exact same comp that the teams were running. We might just see a replica of that on Servasa, because from the comp that I saw in Eichenwald, like I'm thinking about it, it's like, yeah, like Soj Genji, like maybe instead of a Genji you have like a Tracer instead, maybe like a Sim now, because you can run the Sim now, unless I don't think you can ban it again, but if like the Sim is played again, or like the Tracer is played with like a Soj or like a Cass, just Orisa. I just think like I just think we might just see like another sort of brawl mirror matchup.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get this like possibly the another Orisa mirror. I could see this map Servasa going to all 5 points possibly, because I think all the maps so far have been relatively close. So, I wouldn't be that surprised. I think that we're gonna definitely will see similar comps. I don't think the teams really want to stray off of what has been working for them, and they just are probably just thinking of how they can make it work better from them with the hero bans. Maybe they'll ban Sojourn. I feel like the Sojourn has been doing well. I feel like all the characters in the comp have been working very well for both teams. So maybe you don't eliminate one of them, but at the same time, forcing something else from the enemy team to make it more uncomfortable could be the way to go.
Yeah, and also, I don't even know what to say. I'm a lot of stuff to say, but do you think that BirdWatch would be able to maybe beat Blind Music Society in that Orisa matchup, or do you think?
I mean, they did. They just did. So I feel like BirdWatch has it in them to be able to fully do it. But I do think that it'll just come down to more so not really the Orisa itself, but just the team play around both teams and them using their ultimates correctly.
Yeah, and also, do you think that playing the Lifeweaver from Mani, do you think that was just better or worse than like the Lucio?
I mean, I do think that the tree did get value from the ult. I feel like some of the trees did block Salad from actually be able to leave and back away. But you also don't get like the constant like healing aura from the Lucio. You don't get like the speed. I feel like Sound Barrier is usually better, I would say, than a Tree of Life sometimes. But I think the Tree of Life did get a lot of value with just it being like blocking Salad. And a lot of the times they played it pretty aggressively to where you would get that instant overhealth from the tree and the constant healing that you're able to stay in the brawl a lot longer than what BirdWatch was able to. So I mean, Lucio just has like Lucio did get buffed, gets 4 more healing in the healing aura, so you're able to build ultimates pretty fast now with Lucio from what I've seen. So perhaps they will stick. I feel like Mani would go back to the Lucio here just because it is Flashpoint. Lucio is pretty good, but
turns out that there appears to be some ringer issues. I'm assuming maybe it's because Algo was playing when I guess they did sub out their DPS for another DPS and keep their ringer in, but so it looks like while they're discussing that, we could just go to a short break.
We're gonna be going to a short break here. We'll be back once everything gets sorted out.
It's been a while since we last spoke. 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent too much time. 우린 이미 너무 먼 길을 너에게로부터 가장 먼데 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away 한참을 헤매고 찾아왔던 네가 그렇게 반가울 수 있었을까? I don't know what to do. I can't wait for you anymore. 이제 내게 넌 인사를 건네줄.
Welcome back. We are back with the same
They got-
game. Everything got sorted out. We're
It
good.
got sorted out. Agua does
know.
have to play for Spud clusters now. Woo!
So
So
they
it
don't have
looks
that
like
anymore.
yeah. So Agua will not be ringing anymore. So it looks like their DPS line will be. Well, it looks like their DPS line will be Totoro and Kali Arc.
Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna be going into Saravasa here on this map. Obviously, we talked about it a lot before the break that we had with the Orisa. Will the team stick with it? I'm assuming probably will. We will have hero bans shortly once they decide to do it. But
Yeah, I think an Orisa ban though. If the Orisa got banned, I'm assuming maybe like a Ram mirror matchup or even maybe even like Hazard or something. I think those seem like those kind of seem like the top tanks to maybe sort of play on these sort of maps, but it all depends. Anything can change.
I mean, I could also see maybe they want to ban like Akiri, force a Baptiste, or ban Baptiste and force Akiri. You know, they could just ban one option and have to force the other one as well. So I feel like both teams have been playing slightly different variations of the Orisa on the maps and stuff. So we definitely will see. Oh, the bans are here. See whoever
We will see.
decides to ban
Yeah, let's
first.
say, I think Blind Music Society will be banning first now, since obviously they did lose the last map. Is that how it works? I'm pretty sure that's how
Yeah.
it works.
And they're going with the
They're gonna be
Sojourn.
banning
That
the
is
Sojourn.
something that I thought could have happened. You know,
That is, I mean, especially considering how good Calica Arc was playing.
yeah, I feel
On
like
that
eliminating the Sojourn, forcing possibly just like maybe they're more uncomfortable in the cast or something. You know, who knows? But like forcing a different type of hit scan because the Sojourn, the overclocks were very like oppressive, very like is doing a lot, especially in a lot of those fights. While BirdWatch be just eliminating the ball, you know. But definitely don't want to see any kill on ball, I guess. If it was going to come out, which I feel like on this map it could have.
Just in case, yeah. I do see, like, especially on that first point.
Keeping the support more, maybe they just wanted to keep the support options more open instead of banning one, you know, having to switch things up. And just banning the ball just eliminates the possibility of a ball, but also doesn't limit you like at all. So I'm assuming probably going to see the Orisa mirror again, possibly, unless something else, says something wacky comes out. Both teams have been sticking with it for a long time, so I wouldn't see much of a change possibly, but
Yeah, I'm assuming that now that Soju's banned, do you think we're gonna see like a Freya or maybe just Cassidy?
I think if BirdWatch has been sticking with the Baptiste a lot more, so I'm assuming we're going to be seeing a cast, because I think if you have a cast, you should probably pair it with a Bap. But if not, I think Freya should be played instead of that. But it kind of just depends on what they want with that. If they want to play the Baptiste, if they don't want to play the Baptiste. But here we are. We're going to be going into the final map of the series, Saravasa. All tied up 1-1. Whoever wins this has a nice shot of making it to, you know, a higher seed, farther in the play-ins, possibly skipping play-ins, you know, but
There's always the possibility.
could be on the line. But
Exactly. And now we're gonna see what comps they roll out with. So no ball on the field. So my guess is we're gonna see a brawl mirror and maybe like a cast. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hazard mirror actually, but you know,
Yeah.
Hazard
Hazard
kind
was
of plays
more-
like
I can see
Hazard
it.
kind of plays like a brawl, right? I think the only big difference
Yeah,
here is
a
we're
little-
going to be seeing Joshin on that Genji versus the cast from Calica Arc. So
yeah, I
think
do
that's
really
kind of a
like
different look.
the Hazard. I think the Hazard is very good on this map. So seeing basically like another mirror again is kind of funny. The only difference would be the DPS line. I'm assuming it's just gonna be a TP out though. But
TP out and then probably just going to go back to Tracer.
Tracer, yeah. So
Yeah.
instead of a Genji, you can have a cast. So you're gonna be able to shut down, I feel like, the Hazard a lot more, and possibly just their diving TPS line with the cast on.
Yeah, it looks like Blind Music Society, they are going to be able to kind of take early point control, but we're already seeing Salad kind of pressuring out Yukino from that high ground. So actually, Yukino just going to be forced to drop eventually. Not Yukino, Salad just going to have to drop away from that eventually. But Calica are going to be starting off strong there with a kill onto Josh, and so a pretty big advantage here for this side of BirdWatch. But Dulai going to get caught out in one clip by Chizakina on this Tracer. So it's just, again, it's just going to be a pretty back and forth fight here. The Tracer going to be forced. Yeah, Twitter going to be forced to use that recall, and Chisakina on the chase there, trying to take down that Tracer, trying so hard to get it, but the healing from Mimi. But finally, we'll be able to take down that Tracer. Chisakina going to be able to get the Tracer gap, and Salad just kind of exposed there due to Mimi. I think Mimi was focused more on trying to
getting the trades
assist in
here.
that Tracer duel. Yeah, but a couple of trades coming in from the side of BirdWatch, but it looks like Joshin going to be able to clean up these final kills, and Dulai just going to get chased, trying to live. We'll be able to off the back. Pick up that health pack, and yeah, almost takes down Chisakina.
You know, they honestly, that was a pretty good from Birdwatcher. They got the first cap on the point. They got that free 37%. I mean, they're gonna have this high, but a very nice kill from Chisakina getting the Tracer there. But Dulai
Dulai even
trade
get up,
there.
so it's definitely still pushable here for the side of BirdWatch. They actually, I'm pretty sure Joshin did deflect it, but wasn't enough to take down the cast. So Calica Arc is able to get the kill onto the Kiri for free. Soundbear going to be coming out here from Mani, able to hit the Genji and the Hazard, and Calica Arc going to fall to Joshin, but that Hazard ult is massive from the
Joshin
side
did not
of
get the sound
Salad.
barrier there, getting stuck into the Hazard out there. But you know, only using the high noon and Hazard out there is pretty good. Blind Music Society, they only did use their beat there though, so I mean, it's coming down to close to final fights. I mean, the point does tick up pretty fast, so we're gonna be seeing Blind Music Society probably gonna
This definitely will be final fight. I think we're probably gonna see a mirror of those Kiriko ultimates coming out here. Early rush coming in here from BirdWatch to Salad, gonna be looking for a dive. Mimi looking for a kill, but Calica gonna be under a good amount of pressure. The Hazard gonna be able to catch Mimi, but the sound barrier able to save their life. But still, the blade coming out here from Josh, and she's gonna be able to get one, but Calica Arc able to take down the Genji once again. Pulse pump from Chisakina. Not going to find too much as Calica Arc just popping off on this Cassidy, able to take down two before finally falling. But he's basically just done enough here. He's done his job as the rest of BirdWatch is able to clean up Blind Music Society. It's just Chisakina left on the point here, but Salad going to be just blocking, taking down that Tracer.
Blind Music Society, they used everything they had. They used all 4 ults that they had. Unicode is going to be swapping off to the Hazard onto the Orisa. Orisa is pretty good into Hazard, you're able to shut down Hazard a lot easily, especially if they're blocking. You know, you just spear them.
You just spear them, and then their block is all gone.
BirdWatch, they also use a lot of the ultimates as well. They're going to be building this high noon pretty soon. That's probably what they're going to be looking for here. Possibly the Hazard out as well.
Dulai able to start off the fight by taking down Chisakina, and Mani gonna get caught out as well. So the Tracer Lucio from Blind Music Society just kind of getting caught out, maybe not expecting BirdWatch to be playing so insanely stacked there. Dulai will fall to Josh, and so Blind Music Society will be able to maybe start pushing in, but
yeah, BirdWatch, they're going to be probably trying to look to go early with this high noon here. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, the wall onto Yukino though. the spin force as well, and the fortify. So no abilities on Yukino after once that fortify ends. So Salad may be looking to play a little bit aggro, going to be popping that hazard ult. Not going to find too much, but does disrupt Blind Music Society a little bit. And Joshin going to be the first one to fall there on the Genji. There's going to be a trade, but still a pretty even fight for now, as Yukino is going to be able to take down Calico Arc, but Yukino actually fighting two, actually. I think the Orisa just kind of being uncontested right now.
And looks like they might be able to flip. And here's the flip here. I mean, Blind Music Society did not have to use anything to flip that point, while BirdWatch, they used both their Hazard and their High Noon. Blind Music Society, they got all their ultimates online besides Joshin, who just swapped to the Venture here. But they're probably going to try to look to go fast. Just Kingdom might be just trying to look for a little cheeky pulse bomb right here, but
not gonna be able to hit that one. Yeah, unfortunate, but yeah, we're gonna be seeing the push in from BirdWatch. Mani gonna fall really early there. Salad gonna be able to get the punish onto the Lucio. Arisol gonna be committed from Yukino, but the sound barrier from Dulai to deny any value from that. The rush also being committed from Blind Music Society, but they're gonna fall here. Yukino able to find a kill, but looks like Yukino's just gonna have to back up with the rest of their team, as trying to live, but Chisakina gonna get caught out by Totoro. And that wall, okay, never mind. I thought the wall might have walled off Yukino, but Yukino will be able to live another day. But this is final fight here. Blind Music Society, they need to wait for their Tracer maybe, and then go for a fast push, as it's basically already hitting 90% now. As BirdWatch, they do have that Kitsune Rush, but Mani does have that sound barrier if they want to help sustain through the fight here. Sound barrier going to be committed, hits basically everyone besides Chisakina, but that's okay. It's because their Tracer, and Yukino going to be able to start the fight strong by taking down Dulai. High Noon going to be coming out here from the side of BirdWatch, just looking for anything here. The pocket from Mimi is absolutely insane in terms of keeping that Cassidy alive, and Salad going to be able to take down Josh, and going to be popping the hazard ult here. And Salad going to be able to take down two, actually, so it's very winnable here for the side of BirdWatch. Salad able to get a lot of value with that ultimate, as hey, it looks like BirdWatch will just be able to maybe flip this point back in their favor.
Yeah, they were just slowly killing their team over and able to cap the point. They're going to be up 2-0 on this flashpoint here. I mean, it's looking pretty grim for Blind Music Society. They're going to need to win the rest of these points here. They have the rest of all. They have the Venture out coming up really soon. BirdWatch, they don't really have anything. They're going to have to go for a dry fight here. Try to maybe bait an ultimate, build their own as well.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Yukino going for that shield perk, actually. So I think Blind Music Society, what they really want to do is just sort of hunker down on the point. Joshin going to be digging onto the team, and the Orisa ult there from Yukino to take down Dulai. Solid able to get one, but it does look like Blind Music Society will maybe be able to win, actually, but totally able to take down the Kiriko. But I think when you lose Salad, you should probably just back up there, especially when Blind Music Society have their live and there's going to be a pause.
I mean, Blind Music Society, they got the first cap of the point here. So, you know, it's already looking pretty good for them. They're going to have, you know, maybe this Venture is what's going to make them feel a lot better. I mean, they're going to be able to play, like, Venture's going to be able to, like, sit with the Orisa, maybe a lot more go in and really just disrupt their backline a lot more. But I mean, Venture did get a little bit of a buff, you know, but I do think that
they do shoot a little bit faster.
It might be a little bit difficult with the cast. You have to be very careful with where you would want to go on Venture, because you don't want to get caught out and stunned, because caught out and stunned on Venture, you're basically just dead. You can't do anything. So you want to be very careful with that. Maybe bait it out a little bit, but I think that the Venture, I mean, you have to switch something up. You're down 0-2 on Flashpoint. Do some sort of a different change to try to turn the tides into your favor.
And also, I think the Venture pairs really well with Orisa, because I think you can definitely combo. I think you can definitely combo their ultimates together, but not even just that. I just feel like, in general, even if you just Orisa ult someone and then Venture burrows out of the ground, that's just a lot of damage. And I think that it definitely helps the Orisa too, because it can help her kind of confirm those kills when the Venture is like digging up. I think it's easier for Orisa to sort of like be able to get those kills. Because I think you do notice a lot with the Orisa is like when like when she's like charging it up to like 150% or whatever, like you maybe can't kill people all the way sometimes. So I think that's gonna really help it out. But the
pause comes out too. Right after the pause, I guess Totoro's just been planning that the entire time. But
that's a nice little 2 right there. But
that's a good 2.
Unfortunately,
we're gonna see.
Funny,
okay. Close one. Yeah, close one. They're gonna be able to get that one. Joshin gonna be popping the ventral, but doesn't look like they're gonna be able to find too much, especially with the hazard ball in the way. Just kind of denying a lot of value from that. But both rushes going to be committed here. We're going to be seeing Joshin digging onto Calicor. Calicor trying to pop the high noon, but will fall before the Suzu can really save him there. Dulai going to be next up to fall. B going to be committed there from Nani as well. BirdWatch just going to be able to just trying to stall at this point as much as possible. Just get as much percentage because Musik Society will be able to win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good play there. I mean, the high noon was shut down by Josh and able to really go in there with the Kiriko ult, be able to shut down anything they were going to go for there. But Salad, they do have this, they do have the hazard ult coming up in the sound barrier to try to possibly just make space here. The sound barrier really for the high noon because they, on the side, they have this high noon up. They might be trying to look for it early, try to make space.
As well coming through, but I'm not so sure if it caught anyone. High noon going to be popped here from Chisakina, able to do a ton of damage to Sal, not going to be able to quite confirm the kill. The boot from July, not going to be able to find too much. I almost thought he got something there, but Sal just taking a lot of damage. Will eventually fall, but the DPS line going absolutely crazy from the side of BirdWatch. Still a very even fight though. You can be able to take down Calico Arc. It's just Totoro looking to maybe find something that's pulse. I'm going to recall into the Aristo, but the Aristo good to take down Dulai and the Spear as well to take down Mimi, and that's going to be a 0.1 there for Musik Society, and that's exactly what you want.
That's exactly what they needed right there. They got the map point. They have the momentum going on to the next 2 points here. I mean, they just have, they keep on winning these points. I mean, I feel like they just might momentum swing their way right to this like victory. Joshin is going to be on the Tracer, no more Venture. I'm not sure if they're there for the stall or just whatever, but you know, Joshin's going to be on the Tracer here now, we're in a complete mirror besides the tanks.
Yeah, and Musik Society, they do have both supportals going to this fight, so I think BirdWatch, they definitely do need to look to maybe disengage as fast as possible from that Kitsune rush and maybe re-aggress with this high noon if possible. But Madi does have that sound barrier to counteract that as well. Calico Arc falling very low, but still has the high noon available. We're going to be seeing Salad finally walking up, trying to take some space. Sound barrier going to be committed finally from Madi as they run onto the backline of BirdWatch, and yeah, it's going to be both DPS down and just going to have to reset there. And Musik Society getting these, I think getting these first caps is super important for them because they're able to basically get like a free almost like 40-50% off of just winning one fight.
I mean, yeah, BirdWatch, they have this rush, they have this beat and the high noon coming up. I think that Musik, I mean, this shield, maybe the shield's just the secret truth all along. Like, I don't know. I feel like both teams, as soon as they picked the shield, they started just doing better on Iconwald and on this map as well. So
yeah, you can finding another kill again. Chisakina gonna be able to take down Dulai as well. Mimi gonna be able to take down that Cassidy. Both supports on Musik Society are really low, but it doesn't look like BirdWatch have quite the resources to be able to take them down. Solid gonna be popping the Hazel. Gonna be able to take down one, but
able to find one, but
I think that might have been kind of a waste.
The point isn't gonna blind Musik Society. They didn't have to use much for this point. They still have.
They only had to use both of those.
Tank. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, BirdWatch is something a bit of awesome as well for this final point, but you know, I did predict this map going to all 5 points, but so here we are. I mean, every map so far has been pretty close. This might come down to the final fight here.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing Salad mirroring the Orisa, but Yukino definitely does have the advantage for this first fight, in my opinion, because not only do they have the Orisa, but they also have, you know, they also have the shield, which, you know, obviously Salad does not have the pleasure of having the perks on Orisa. So it looks like BirdWatch is forced to kind of drop from that high ground. They don't want to sort of brawl into that shield from the side of Musik Society. Pulse going to be coming through from Josh. Not going to hit too much, but Chisakina from the high ground able to drop Totoro with that high noon. Another counter high noon here from Calico Arc, looking to find anything. Able to bring Josh down to 1 HP, and Salad going to be able to eliminate the Tracer. So still a very even fight here for both sides. But counter for Aristo going to be committed from Yukino, looking for anything. Able to bring down Calico Arc very low, and Calico Arc will eventually fall there to Chisakina. we're kind of actually committed from Blind Music Society, and Dulai gonna fall as well, just unfortunately in the crosshairs there of a Kiriko Rush Arisa. Yeah, it's gonna be cleanup here for the side of Blind Music Society, and honestly, if I'm not really disappointed from BirdWatch getting the first cap there from Blind Music Society.
I mean, yeah, BirdWatch, you got 30%. Blind Music Society, you know, they had to use a lot there to get this point back, but I feel like you will be getting the momentum. You're gonna have more percentage than BirdWatch, even after this fight is gonna happen right now. So if you're able to use the sound barrier to just sustain, I feel like you can just drag on this fight. I think that's what they're gonna be trying to plan on doing.
Yeah, because I definitely feel like that is like the win condition for Blind Music Society. Money just needs to make sure to not maybe get pulse bomb, and Toto is just gonna collapse and I think that's just gonna be a one fight here for the side of Blind Music Society. We're down to final fight territory, very, very even in terms of the ultimates from both sides, I'm pretty sure, but maybe a slight advantage for Blind Music Society actually. If you look at they're closer to that Arisa ult, and they also do have the high noon, so we'll see how this final fight plays out.
They're gonna probably use this high noon to just try to like stop people from trying to go into the point. BirdWatch, you know, 90%. Totoro's gonna try to look for a touch here.
Yeah, Toto's gonna be the one looking for a touch. Chisakina walking forward with that high noon. I don't know if maybe he's aware of that, and maybe will fall. No Juno on the side of BirdWatch, and very desperate touch there from Totoro, but it looks like it's all just crumbling apart here for BirdWatch. Blind Music Society able to reverse sweep on this flashpoint, and we'll be able to take the series 1-2. Or 2-1, I guess. I was just reading what was up there, but Blind Music Society going to be winning 2-1, now 4-2, and I think that kind of secures their spot as the third seed now.
Yeah, Blind Music Society, they played great on this final point. BirdWatch, you know, I mean, I feel like both of these teams, they were neck and neck most of the time, but Blind Music Society, they were able to, on that final flashpoint map, just turn it around completely. You know, they went down, they were down 0-2 on flashpoint and they won 3-2. So something changed that they did just work so much better. Maybe it was Joshin going to the Venture, going to the Tracer. I think that having like just a hit scan just goes a lot more of a way than having like a Genji or a Tracer or at the same time. So I think it's just really important to just have that hit scan to be able to like keep the other DPS in check and possibly the tank as well. But I think that BirdWatch, they still played very great. I think that they could be possibly like a dark horse for like the playoffs, like a nice little run, but we'll see. But
yeah, it just appears that it seems to be cursed, you know. Every time they lose, it's always got to be 1-2, and that was just really unfortunate as well, because it did also happen to be a reverse sweep on Flashpoint for them to be losing that one. So unfortunately, that's not really what you would want if you're BirdWatch. Looking at the foldy sheet though, it looks like BirdWatch can be 4th to 7th seed. So I mean, you know, guaranteed for playoffs. That's I mean, guaranteed for play-ins at the very least. So I mean, I wouldn't be too upset. That was still a very strong showing against like a team that is definitely against Blind Music Society. And I think Blind Music Society they've definitely shown themselves to be a very competent team here. As you know, they are the 3rd seed, 4-2, very solid record. And I think, you know, Blind Music Society, I think at this point they're basically confirmed to be like a 3rd seed unless Reprieve or Mothmania kind of lose out hard. But I think Blind Music Society as well, a very solid contender as well. So we'll see what happens in the playoffs for both these teams, but still one more game, obviously. But
yeah, we still got one more game going on in the regular season, but doesn't mean we're done for today. We still have a few more games here today, so
there's still a lot more games to be played. And Reprieve did get the.
You have some going on right now.
Yeah, and then I'm assuming,
or at least one actually. I don't.
Oh yeah, Mothmania versus Camp Jump Shot. That game is going to be starting up. That game's already on, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna be having Camp Halfburger and Spud Clusters, so it's gonna be a awesome A-League game. And then after that, Woop versus Maron Mallows, and then we're actually gonna be seeing a C-League game at 10 p.m. Noctis versus Boa, and then also another A-League game, Campfire Song versus Smoke Wolf. So it's gonna be a lot more BPL.
Yeah, just hold on. You know, we'll be we got a few more games going on, but we will be right back. We're gonna be going to a quick little break, but Stick around. We'll be right back shortly.
We have an awesome game coming up. Yeah.
Yeah.
어디서부터 담을 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent too much time. 우린 이미 너무 먼 길을 너에게로부터 가장 먼데 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away 한참을 헤매고 찾아왔던 네가 그렇게 반가울 수 있었을까 I don't know what to do I can't wait for you anymore 이제 내게 인사를 건네줄게 너에게로부터 가장 먼 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away 정처없이 흘러갈 너를 두고 가난한 내 맘 서둘러서 손끝에 나 닿으려 애를 쓰던 나야 마지막에서 어떤 말로 널 담을 수 있을까
Your grace is love beyond all means. It breaks the chains and gives strength to the weak. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace abounds, it knows no end. It covers me and is my defense. When I am weak, you're strong for me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go,
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with BPL Season 7 once again. The action continues rolling here with our A League in the Aspen group between Camp Halfburger versus Spud Clusters. So for one of our teams here, Rain, this is, fighting for their life, continuing on in the season here to get the chance to get into play-ins. And for the other, they're just hoping to get as good of a slot as they possibly can in the roster.
Yep, that's right, Rag. So looking at Camp Halfburger and Spud Clusters, this is kind of a lower end kind of matchup that we have here as we'll take a look at the standings in the Aspen division. So yeah, Camp Halfburger sitting at that 7th spot, Spud Clusters around 5th. So like you said, Regs, for one of these teams, a win is going to be very big. And for the other team, it is going to be a continuous struggle.
Yeah, very much the case here. Spud Clusters are clinched for playoffs. It's just a question of where they end up stacking up once everything falls to pieces here. But Camp Halfburger, yeah, this is, not exactly the one that's going to knock them out here, but they are not locked in at all for play-ins. They need to have a good showing here tonight, and they certainly have the potential for it, right? We've seen them early in the season. Of course, they do have one win under their belts. Yes, that is against Zephyr, the one who is currently at the bottom of the pack right now, and it was a 3-map situation for them there, but we've seen signs of life from them, so they certainly can make this a close one at the very least here. Spud Clusters, however, probably feeling pretty confident coming into this one here. So we look at their roster coming into it. You've got Star Potato and Blobs for your DPS line here, with Pinecone and Cademan over here on the tank line. And rounding things out for support, Austin, Penguin, SF, and Agua will be sort of rotating positions there. So a good diversity of potential here on the side of Spud Clusters.
Yep, absolutely agree. And looking over at Camp Halfburger, so this team, we have Victory and Akioto on DPS. We also have Cranberry and Mina on DPS. Falcon, the lone tank player, holding things down. Illuminus and Almond on the support, and I do believe Illuminus has kind of multiple roles that they can play, hence the Winston pick there. But Regs, there's a whole lot of DPS to cycle through on the side of Camp Halfburger.
There very much is really a tale of two teams here, whereas on the side of Spud Clusters, really, they only have those 2 DPS players for the vast majority of the time here. So they're kind of locked in and trusting those 2 to really hold down the fort. Whereas with Camp Halfburger, you're really sort of trying to share time between everybody here. And as we've seen from them so far in the season, that might not exactly be, to their benefit. That might be kind of diversifying and sort of diluting the pool of having a more consistent roster and having a stronger sense of a team to rally around. If you're switching people out, everyone's got a different role to play on DPS, especially.
I totally agree. If you're kind of swapping out the backline, it's essentially, you can fill in those roles fairly easily, but having the synergy between your DPS and your tank specifically, it can throw a wrench into the plans if you have to swap people out a whole lot. And Rex, we already have bans coming in for this first map of Busan. So Camp Halfburger banning out that Orisa, and then right off the bat, we'll have the Freya ban coming out from Spud Clusters.
Yeah, teams are loving to ban Freya here, especially early in these matches here, and I do not blame them. She can be quite oppressive to play against if you do not feel like you've got as strong a Freya one trick on your side here. And Orisa being banned out, of course, we're going into for our first map is going to be on Control. It's going to be on Busan, though, so usually a lot of Orisa play is certainly viable on all 3 points of Busan here, so that is a strong choice coming out from Camp Halfburger. They really don't want to, go into that matchup at all themselves, perhaps favoring more of the hazard or more of the ball. For example, on the Shrine location, might be a bit more of their play, but yeah, without Freya, you're going to have to rely on other consistent long-range damage dealers. Ashe on some of these submaps really works very well, and of course, you've always got the ever-reliable Sojourn.
Yes, exactly. And Sojourn able to fill that kind of role that the Freya would usually run. And I'm just taking a look at kind of the map stats here in Spud Clusters. So far they have been undefeated on Control maps. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle here for Camp Halfburger to try and find a win against them because it's proving that Spud Clusters are doing very comfortable finding that first map win in every series that they've played so far.
Yeah, they really know how to, make a strong statement out the gate here. you know, some of these series have gone a bit above the distance the further you get into it, but they really feel that control suits them. And so honestly, really fortunate that it lines up this way coming into the first map of the day. We have our maps set here for you coming into the weekend. So for Busan, going into our second map would be Blizzard World, and then Esperanza after that, should we need it here. But yeah, so these maps, of course, are all going to play vastly differently here. But Busan, as you were saying, Rain, I mean, Spud Clusters have got to feel very confident coming into this one.
Yep, exactly. And looking like for this sub map, we are going to be heading over to Mecha Base. So I would say out of the three kind of sub maps that are here on Busan, definitely going to be the more Orisa favored one. So we'll see what teams opt to run in favor of that. And we have some Ramantras being locked in here. No surprise to me. You can kind of fit that Ramantra in and still play that same style as you would with the Orisa.
Yeah, Ramatra and Orisa are really sort of orbiting each other as the, you know, the two black holes at the center of these rush compositions here. So not at all surprised with Orisa no longer an option here. But as we're about to roll out, looking at, you know, pretty much everything apart from that looking different. And even the tank, actually, as Pinecone has opted for a last-minute swap over to the Junker Queen. Okay, alongside Cademan here on the Bastion, slightly smaller hitbox profile for that DPS hero now. And Star Potato on this Tracer, hoping to catch out any of the opposing, you know, backline members. You've got Almond and Illuminous. Illuminous a bit slippery, and Almond, of course, is going to be your stationary target for that Tracer to take out. Pinecone falling dangerously low, though, getting hacked up by Mina. She's here on the Sombra pick, causing absolute mayhem in the backline. Cademan, though, does get that first kill onto Almond, so Camp Halfberg are going to have to fall back here as Spud Clusters are rolling over the objective.
Really nice here for Spud Clusters. You love to get in control of this first. Nice patience, though, from Camp Halfburger. When you have Mina on this Sombra, you really need to allow her to kind of get into a position to find these hacks. And Cademan on that Bastion, going to be a very big target potentially for this Sombra, as percentage is still building here for Spud Cluster. So Camp Halfburger have to find an opening in this fight.
A big target, but a 10% smaller target, Rain, don't forget. So technically still a little bit less than before. Austin, though, getting the kill onto Illuminous. Yeah, that Lucio not doing a whole lot, being sent back to spawn there. As the Immortality Fields get traded out, this fight is now down to the dregs of it here. Star Potato and Cademan, they're doing a whole bunch of work taking out the remaining members of Camp Halfburger here. And honestly, it felt like they've just been kind of trickling in since that first pick in the initial fight.
Yeah, Camp Halfburger looking just a little bit lost on kind of how to get an engagement in it, and shout out to Spud Clusters for doing a really great job, even though they were still set up on the point, which can be very dangerous in these really wide open spaces. Doing a good job of just playing whatever corners that they can, as we are going to see Falcon swap over, match the Junker Queen. Nice stick there from Star Potato, and that's just going to make it that much harder for Camp Halfburger to try and find an opening here. You don't have that Lucio. You do have this overclock ready to go. Vickery is probably going to want to get a little bit of an angle here, because between this Bastion and this Junker Queen, this choke point is on lockdown.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed another 15-20% essentially on the board for them with that single pick-off kill. Of course, Luminous gets back in the fight quick enough as it is, but ults are coming out on the side of Spud Clusters here, and Camp Halfburger, they want to spend some of their own, but Vickery didn't able to get a whole lot done with that overclock, and Mina, she unfortunately just gets found out there, and Pinecone rolling forward. And we have the Junker Queen mirror coming through for Falcon, deciding that that Ram is just not versatile enough to handle all this aggression coming through from the side of Spud Clusters here. Might be a little bit too little too late, though, as we're ticking up to 86, almost 90%.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that Rampage from Pinecone goes big. Gonna get EMP here from Mina in the corner, but otherwise Spud Clusters was pretty much just cleaning up Camp Halfburger, and yeah, the team kill coming through. It's not even gonna be a single percentage on the board here for Camp Halfburger. Spud Clusters taking that in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, that wasn't close, folks. I would love to sugarcoat it. I would love to tell you a different tale, but that was a little bit of a stomp on the side of Spud Clusters here. Now, Camp Halfburger, they could certainly just be sort of easing into this one here, finding their footing. You know, it really felt like if they were going to make that compositional swap that they did, having Falcon go from the Ramatra over to the Junker Queen, you're going to want to make that swap a little bit sooner, as I always seem to find myself harping on here. That really is the sort of the tempo you want to bring to the fight. If you're going to be forced into a different composition, you've got to make that call soon.
Yep, I agree. And well, we are moving over to Sanctuary for this sub map, and a couple of swaps coming through for the comps here. Spud Clusters are going to have Pinecone move over onto that Wrecking Ball, so excellent map here. Spud Clusters are going to be able to take so many angles on Camp Halfburger, who are still sticking on this Junker Queen composition. You do have Mina over on the Tracer now instead of the Sombra, but with the Wrecking Ball on the field, we could potentially see that swap back.
Yeah, mirrored tracers here, so you really hope that Mita can try to mark down Star Potato as much as possible, but without anyone really to keep track of Pinecone, yeah, certainly you would really look to that Somber pick to really be the one to make things work, to make those plays open up here and deal with Pinecone, who's really just having sort of a leisurely stroll through the backline here, not really putting in too much damage, but really taking up a lot of attention and a lot of space here. But unfortunately, Victory does get the better of Star Potato, so having, without their tracer player, Spud Clusters had to fall back, and Camp Halfburger on the board.
All right, here we go. Percentage on the board for Camp Halfburger. I think that this queen composition is working well for them. Spud Clusters just did not have a very clean engagement there. Like you said, Rex, Pinecone kind of just rolling around, but hey, that is the opening that you needed. Caedmon finding out the Lucio.
Yeah, without that Lucio, the rest of the team sitting ducks here at this point as Camp Halfburger. They're going to have to cherish that 30% because that's all they're getting for a little while here. And I actually thought that Spud Clusters had capped first. Okay, so yeah, so they are now the ones a little bit on the back foot here. They're maintaining control pretty comfortably with Austin and Penguin SF really doing a strong job at maintaining position.
Yeah, and Austin is building up to that window here. That's pretty much the closest ult on the board other than the Pulse Bomb and Rush actually coming online for Almond on the side of Camp Halfburger here. So if they can just play a little bit slow here, try to build up to that Kitsune Rush, that could be an excellent way to kind of break into this point, just force a fight on the point with this Junker Queen.
Yeah, if Mita can get an early Pulse Bomb, that could be massive here. Gets it, only takes out the Immortality Field, unfortunately, as Caedmon takes Falcon down. But Mina and Vickery are there to clean up the dregs of that fight. Without supports, everyone on Spud Cluster is going to have to play so carefully now. And with that rush being laid over the objective, there's really nowhere else for them to go as they get hounded down. Mina taking Caedmon out. It does mean that they get control back in their favor, and Spud Clusters are going to get sent packing back to spawn here, although they're going to come to this next one with a full slate of ultimates.
Yeah, Camp Halfburger is going to have to play real careful here. You've got the beat here from Illuminous, but that's about all you have to kind of respond to these ultimates. Vickery will be able to get this overclock online. Now, I like what Camp Halfburger is doing with this composition. You're really finding out the splits from Spud Clusters, and you're capitalizing on it with this amp speed, with this Queen Shout as well.
Yeah, only getting 2 with that barrier, unfortunately, as Falcon's still falling dangerously low, but Caedmon takes Illuminous out first, just waiting for that overhealth to deteriorate, and sitting there with a fully charged railgun at 150%, there it goes. Yeah, laying directly onto Almond, so what the swing yet again occurs, the pendulum back in favor of Spud Clusters as Camp Halfburger. I mean, they've gotten themselves up to about 75% here, so all in all, not too shabby.
I mean, yeah, that beat didn't really find the value that you maybe were looking for, but you have other ultimates coming online here to try and work with if you're Camp Halfburger. And Spud Clusters, really clean fight from them. You only commit those 2 ultimates. You still have both support ultimates, and you get this late kill onto Mina as well. I find Spud Clusters are doing a really good job of finding the chaos in these fights and really capitalizing on it. Camp Halfburger is just not able to keep up with it.
Yeah, as you say, Rain, the ult management has been absolutely crucial and massive out from Spud Clusters here. Again, in this fight, spending only 1 ult, which honestly, at the point that it was actually thrown down, they were already very much in the driver's seat, so you certainly want to clinch up the fight itself. But yeah, you still have 2 coming into this one. Now, however, shoes on the other foot, Camp Halfburger are the ones coming in with a few more ultimates to their name. They have to be a bit more judicious and not spend them all at once.
Nice rotation from Camp Halfburger, pushing through the drum, but Almond's just a little bit slow there, not quite on the rotation, and that's going to mean no Kiriko on the board, and ults have to be coming out for Camp Halfburger.
Yeah, Almond really wanted to build up to this ultimate during this fight, but unfortunately that is not going to be the case. Coming in here, Star Potato gets Vickery out mid-overclock. No value going to be gained from that Sojourn ultimate there as the minefield comes out, trying to section everyone off this tiny objective that we have here, rotating around. Amina's doing her best, but unfortunately, Penguins is there just to get that nice boop kill directly onto the Tracer's dome, and that is going to be it, despite some valiant efforts being made on the side of Camp Halfburger. Certainly much closer than our first round on Mecha Base, but Spud Clusters will win the day and take the first map.
Yeah, still remaining undefeated on control here for Spud Clusters. And yeah, you kind of mentioned it, right, on the first sub map, like maybe Camp Halfburger is just kind of like waiting to come alive here, and we definitely did see that more in that second point. I have to wonder that if we had not gone to Mecha Base to start, it might have worked out a little bit better for Camp Halfburger. You would have been able to play a little bit more kind of wide open spaces if we had gone to downtown, but such is the case. You only play 2 out of those 3 maps if you don't pick up the 1 win. So now Camp Halfburger is going to have to rally together as we are going to be heading over to Blizzard World for that next map.
Yeah, so this is going to be sort of taking the ball out of Spud Cluster's hands here. This is no longer their favorite map type, no longer the one they have, again, as you mentioned, yet to lose so far in BPL 7 here. So Camp Halfburger, this is really, again, it's their best chance, but it's also their last chance to take it to them. They need to win this map in order to prolong the series here, because these are first to 2. So if Spud Clusters take this, that's it. It's all over, and we have a tiny little series compared to the absolute behemoth marathon that came just before us here. So Camp Halfburger, I'm really looking to see them sort of manage their rotations. I want to see them try and keep track of their ult bank a lot more effectively this time. They just simply weren't able to build up to, you know, a really effective series of combinations in that first map that we got to see on Busan. I mean, Mecha Base felt like blink and you miss it. And so even on Sanctuary, though, just not quite enough. Not quite exactly what we want to see, but better. Signs of life. So I do have faith in them. I think there are some bright spots. I would love to see them really focus. If they want to run this Sombra composition, I think that could honestly really take it to the reliance that Spud Clusters have on all these more technical, high mobility heroes.
Yeah, I totally agree. Spud Clusters is running a lot of compositions that are really heavy utility based, right? We see the Wrecking Ball, even the Orisa composition, the Bastion that they were running. It all kind of relies on using those cooldowns in a cycle. So if you do want to pull out that Sombra, yeah, absolutely. Try to find that target. And it's all about the timing as well. Like, we need to see the Sombra kind of getting into position. Mina maybe not quite in sync with the rest of the team when she was going in for those engages. Definitely finding still some value, but you really do need to have your team there to kind of follow up with the Sombra. It just doesn't quite have that burst damage anymore. And I do think that if we go over to when we go over to Blizzard World, if Sombra is still on the table here, maybe not as popular of a choice on that map type, but I'm thinking specifically kind of on the attack. There's lots of little angles that you can kind of play around, lots of health packs that you can hack and control, and it definitely is an option for that map.
Yeah, without question. If they're going to try and run their own composition, play their own style, there's plenty of room to make it work. Completely agreed. So the first ban does come through, and Camp Halfburger have decided to take Tracer off the board here. Honestly, that feels like a very solid ban from them. Having Star Potato, of course, on Spud Clusters, just running rings around both your back and front line, honestly. It really felt like that mirror was not something they wanted to deal with there. Mina really felt a lot more comfortable, it looked like, on that Sombra, even though as little as we got to see that hero out. But yeah, so I really like this Tracer ban from them. It's going to slow things down a little bit, provide them a little bit more breathing room, both on offense and on defense.
Yeah, you also mentioned, Regs, that we really need to see Camp Halfburger kind of having these cleaner rotations, and I think Star Potato was definitely a big component of why those rotations were not very clean, as the Tracer constantly in the backline kind of finding out anybody that was a straggler there as, okay, well, we have the second ban coming through from Spud Clusters, and once again, the Orisa is going to be targeted, so we'll be seeing that tank make an appearance here on Blizzard World. Maybe not the most popular kind of pick. We do tend to see a little bit of dive coming out on the Blizzard World, but hey, if we want to ban out the Battle Cattle once again, we can do that 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, this is the maximum Orisa ban you're going to see in a series here. So if there is a map 3, she's guaranteed to be on the table, folks. Do not worry. But yeah, so without that Orisa, that again, if you're going to look at these brawl, these rush compositions, and we kind of got to see both shades of that already on Busan there, getting to see both Ramatra and Junker Queen coming out here. I would really say that Ramatra is a bit more favored by Camp Halfburger there, and Spud Clusters, of course, making that Junker Queen look very effective on Mecha Base. But of course, Orisa is also an excellent counter to a lot of these more divey compositions. Again, we've been seeing some teams pull out Hazard quite a bit here, so if they want to make that work, I mean, honestly, this is an excellent answer to it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, especially on Blizzard World, where you do have that, you know, an amount of high ground kind of on first and second point, but you can get onto that high ground just with the Hazard kind of wall climb there, so you don't even have to really commit onto that Winston, and then Hazard has a little bit more kind of utility to hold yourself in those fights, so I do think that could be a really great option. We will also have Freya back on the table now, so we didn't have the Freya in the first map, and I think that similar to, you know, it's a high ground map, there's lots of mobility options here, so if you can pull out the Freya, control that high ground, and then you just have all that damage potential, I think that's also an excellent choice for Blizzard World.
Yeah, Freya just gets so much damage done, landing those exploding bolts constantly, building up to those bolus shots, especially if they're able to clinch off those final blows. So you really have to be very careful and always be watching out for that. And honestly, Orisa is an excellent answer to a lot of what Freya deals with there. You know, once you're able to deal with those crits, when you're able to spear spin, all these sort of things, or even javelin one out of the air. So without that Orisa, if there is a Freya player on either of these two teams here, I mean, they could very easily be fully unleashed here on Blizzard World.
Okay, yeah. Well, we will have Spud Cluster starting out on the defense here, so they are hovering a couple of heroes here, taking a think about what they're going to run. I am not really expecting to see a Roadhog, but I mean, we do have a Lifeweaver on the field here, so that is a little bit unique. We have the Lifeweaver backline, and, well, okay, Pinecone is on the point. Pinecone is going to be starting on this Roadhog here. So, I mean, this is a very anti-dive composition. I don't know if they're anticipating the Falcon is coming out on this Winston, but definitely between kind of the Ashe to control the high ground with the Coach Gun and then just the Roadhog with the hook and the Scrap Gun, it could be difficult here for Falcon to kind of find an opening. But we do have Mina back over on that Sombra here. So we'll see what she can get done and maybe put a little bit of pressure onto this backline of Spud Clusters, because the Roadhog is not going to have as much peel as other tanks.
No, as you said, Rain, this is exactly an anti-Winston composition here. Absolutely massive damage being chunked down directly onto Falcon's head. I mean, I would be surprised, honestly, coming into this, if Camp Halfburger, if they feel confident in this composition, they'll stick with it, but this might be a pretty quick swap here. So they're going for the rotation here around the back of the objective. You see, we've got Austin here marking their approach at all points here. Mina and Star Potato sort of dueling it out here on these Sombra picks, and that Roadhog from the high ground, I mean, with as much, we've been seeing a good bit of Lifeweaver in recent weeks here at all levels of play, and honestly, getting those high grounds for some heroes who do not usually have that capability, whether it's the Cassidy or here on the Hog, it's certainly a value to be gained from both of these heroes here. Now, is it lasting? Will it be sustained if Camp Halfburger figure it out? And it looks like they have by degrees here. I would not say so. If Pinecone stays on this Roadhog, I will be surprised indeed here. But Camp Halfburger, they break this one open pretty comfortably.
Yeah, not too bad. I like that staging onto the back line of Spud Clusters. Of course, when you're up against a Roadhog, the goal if you're playing dive is really just avoid that Roadhog at all costs, and I think Camp Halfburger did a really, really good job of that. So nice engagement there. Beautiful time bank for them to work with as they move on to the second point, and, well, you will not be surprised, Regs. Pinecone has swapped over on to this Winston. We have the DPS swap. Actually, a lot of swaps on the board here for Spud Clusters, as we're going to have the Freya and Cassidy on the field now, and Austin moving over onto that Ana. So looking for some anti-nades onto Falcon on these dives. You still do have the potential to really play anti-dive, though, with Caedmon over on this Cassidy.
Aqua still sitting on that Lifeweaver, trying to build up towards that Tree of Life here, nice and quick. Kinder does come through onto Falcon despite being nano, building up towards this Primal Rage as the EMP does come out late onto the high ground, catching so many members of Spud Clusters here, all 4 bodies. Aqua does finally get a chance to drop that tree on the high ground, and yeah, that does keep the rest of the team alive. Pinecone and Caedmon get Falcon and Mina out of it, so without that, that's going to essentially halt this push for the time being here in Spud Clusters. I mean, it looked pretty dire for a moment there, especially with that massive EMP, but it turns out that they had just the defensive tool. That Lifeweaver ult's not just something to hide behind. It is plenty healing to be had to them. So they're still going to keep fighting this, though. Camp Halfburger, they only just came back from spawn at this point, but with close as those spawns are, they do have plenty of room to work with here. Illuminous goes with that rally, but unfortunately doesn't get a whole ton of value out of it here, as they're still trying to push this payload, which is really not in a favorable position. You do have Pinecone getting hacked out, eating all kinds of damage here at range. Caedmon is ready here with this Deadeye, trying to roll through, but the Primal Rage finally comes out from Falcon. Oh, the Deadeye, yeah, gets moved around. Unfortunately, just into the sights as Victory gets taken down with that one. So unfortunately, Camp Halfburger, not a whole lot more to work with as this Primal Rage fades and Falcon is left looking sheepish on the objective here. Not a whole ton of support apart from the supports here. Gets healed back up, has to be said here, but Pinecone finding Almond out before they can build up to that next nano. I mean, that's got to be the death knell of this fight.
Yeah, and although, you know, there was a decent amount of cart progress there, it's still in a pretty awkward position. Camp Halfburger is going to have to push onto the high ground to be able to start moving this cart, because now it's basically way out in the open. If you force a fight on cart, it is just going to be a shooting gallery for Star Potato and Caedmon and Austin on this, as well as, okay, nice opening here from Vickery. And as long as Camp Halfburger can kind of get themselves into position, you're coming into this next fight, you're going to have that overclock, and you're going to have the nano available.
Pinecone dives directly down, a massive Bionade out, lands directly onto the back line of Camp Halfburger. I mean, Almond did not know what hit him, unfortunately getting sent all the way back to spawn quick as you please with that one there. Falcon, though, still trying to hunt, still trying to find a kill out to get a little bit of value from this fight, but yeah, no, now with Star Potato here on this Freya, launching in bolts from massive range, doing massive damage, and unfortunately, yep, that fight over pretty much as soon as it started.
It's just beautiful timing from Spud Clusters. I mean, the nade hits and Pinecone is ready to go right away onto it, and that is really what Camp Halfburger kind of need to be looking for here, is just find the timing in these things, because you have the mechanics. Like, Vickery opening up that fight with a pick is massive, but then you're just getting kind of outpaced when it comes to the utility.
Yeah, so as we come into this next one here, look at a bunch of ultimates online for both teams here. As we do have the Nano coming through first for Almond, lands onto Illuminous, but the second the fight opens up, Pinecone is here on this Primal Rage and just absolutely cleaning house with the bodies of Camp Halfburger here, getting sent packing in quick fashion, spending just a single ultimate in this fight. And Camp Halfburger, I mean, they essentially spent 2 coming into this one and really got nothing for it.
Yeah, the card has like moved back quite a bit. Now it's at that kind of second corner here, and it looks like Camp Halfburger again, like just kind of trying to send somebody onto the point, but there's just so much poke damage from Spud Clusters that you really don't want to just force a fight on this point, because they're just going to rain damage onto you. And I mean, like you said, Rags, only 1 ultimate there. Spud Clusters have 4 to work with, and they're starting with a nano.
Nano coming through on a Star Potato, lets loose with a bola shot, lands, takes out Illuminous, quick, smart, and we have here on the side of it things as Pinecone is trying to leap into the back line. Yeah, just manages to spot out both the members here. Falcon going down, really they're taken out by Caedmon as Mina falls as well. Quick as you please. And again, these fights have been lightning fast here, Rain. It's just one ult applied nice and quickly, and Spud Clusters, I mean, they're looking comfortable on defense with less than a minute to go.
Right, like at 30 seconds on the clock, your Camp Halfburger have just been stalled out on this second point, and yeah, still Deadeye and Tree ready to go from Spud Clusters. So Camp Halfburger, I mean, you really need to find one of these supports here, but as soon as you go in for that dive, the Tree is going to be there to kind of sustain through it.
Yeah, just getting a look at Pinecone's positioning here. I mean, just so conscious at all times of where the entire rest of the team is and exactly every point of ingress that Camp Halfburger have. The Deadeye on the high ground. Gotta watch out, but gets hacked immediately. Mina, excellent work being done, put in by that Sombra. You've got Aqua still ready to go with this Tree of Life here on the cart. Moving forward as Falcon is pushing it, ready to go with the Primal Rage of their own. Is that Tree directly on the objective that is messing up all kinds of sightlines here. Bola shot from above, hunting down Almond in the back line, just about to build up to that Nano Boost, does not get the chance to let loose before they get mercilessly taken down by Star Potato. Caedmon there, and a massive Bionade from Austin is the icing on the cake for Spud Clusters. Despite a fantastic point A take, Camp Halfburger, they fizzled when it came to point B and just fell down before the face of this massive range damage from Spud Clusters.
Yeah, but like once Spud Clusters put themselves on like, you know, a meta composition, not the Roadhog, not looking for cheeky picks, stuff like that. Yeah, looking very, very comfortable. And I think that the backline from Camp Halfburger, the Ana Brig, was really struggling. And it is because, just like you said, Rex, like a lot of kind of like long mid-range damage here from Spud Cluster. So the Brigitte is really just kind of like forced to push up, try and, you know, hit a whip shot from range just to trigger that Inspire. And there's just really nothing that she can do kind of against that range that the DPS from Spud Clusters had. Yes, you can kind of peel the Winston from Pinecone a little bit, but in the end, you're just not really getting that kind of Inspire uptime that you really need. And then the timing from Spud Clusters on pretty much every fight was just impeccable. As all right, Camp Halfburger looks like they're gonna pull out a Lifeweaver of their own for this defense here. Still gonna stick with these same compositions otherwise, and I do like the Lifeweaver swap here, anticipating that Spud Clusters is gonna be on that dive, because you're gonna be able to put a little bit more damage in kind of as they're coming in. Lifeweaver can contribute to trying to force out some of those cooldowns before the dive is completed, but I mean, Spud Clusters right now, it's not looking like a dive, Rags.
No, they were very much teasing that to begin with, but we're out here on a Reinhardt Rush composition. Cademan and Star Potato on the Genji and the Freya here. So putting in so much poke coming through from these heroes and having to get sped around here. You've got Pinecone being helped around, chauffeured by Austin and Agua here on the back line. Ready with that Baptiste to let loose with any amount of damage, healing, anything you could possibly need. And they're doing that full rotation, but again, at pretty maximum speed here. But Star Potato gets found out by Mina early on in this fight. You know, the downside of going with these long rotations here does mean that you kind of leave yourself open to a very targeted, very projected sort of area of attack here, and Mina is able to spot this out very quickly. She gets the better of Star Potato, who's over onto the Sojourn now. A bit more escape tools at their disposal with that hero here, but Spud Clusters find themselves on the high ground, the back end of the objective here. Camp Halfburger, I mean, they're not ready to really, you know, evict them from this objective, but now they're going to make their play for the point itself, as Falcon here on this Winston does not want to eat too many more fire strikes and hammers. Swings coming out from Pinecone. Has to eat a massive Bionade, but with that shield, with all that BAP healing, they're going to be fine long before they get a chance to actually take them down. Keep falling lower and lower does Falcon, trying their best to heal him up, but unfortunately the backline is getting harassed so heavily on the side of Camp Halfburger here. Their defense just crumbling one by one. It looked all right to start here, Rain, but Spud Clusters, I mean, they just looked stronger the fight went on.
Yeah, it was a really nice rotation there, kind of rotating around to that back of the point where you'd usually see the defending team set up. So absolutely flipping the map there on Camp Halfburger, and you force them force the supports from the Camp Halfburger kind of into this little corner, and just not really able to find the utility that you really wanted to on that point. Now, Mina is kind of still back here, so you're in a good position here to try and build up to this EMP, because it's going to be a big EMP against these Brawl composition. Everybody playing kind of stacked around Pinecone here, but I mean, ults are coming online for Spud Clusters here, both support ults, and you're going to have that Shatter too.
Yeah, Falcon just had such a tough time into this Reinhardt here. Unfortunately, having really no chance against it. That Winston tickle really means nothing when you've got a hammer swinging directly in your face. A massive Earth Shatter lands directly on top of Almond, flattening them into absolute paste there. The gold box of victory. And honestly, point B seems to almost not exist here, Rain. We are just watching one by one the members of Camp Halfburger fall here. Illuminus finally goes down. Too little, too late. A hack coming through from Mina, but it is enough to take down Pinecone here. We'll see if there's any more had by this. The EMP takes care of that window. No more BAP ult on the objective here. So Nano laid in onto Falcon, who's back here on the Diva, building up to an ultimate so quickly here. We'll see if they're actually able to hold in this fight. It looks as though with a couple kills coming through from Spud Clusters, they might have to back up this time. They might have played their hand a little bit too soon.
Yeah, I like the engagement there from Camp Halfburger. You have that EMP ready to go. Unfortunately, you don't catch out Star Potato before that overclock's ready to go, so Star Potato is able to pick up a few kills. But I mean, looking like Spud Clusters want to take this fight quickly. They want to end it here now.
Yeah, they are not at all deterred by their final fight not going their way at the end of the day, and Cademan lands directly on top of Almond despite the sleep. Not enough to keep them down for long, and with that, rolling forward here, Pinecone swinging for the fences, taking Falcon, taking Illuminus, taking the map, and taking this series in 2-0 fashion. Spud Clusters, I mean, they made us blink for a moment, but it really was their match the entire way through. Camp Halfburger, not too shabby at all. Really some moments of brightness here, but they're going to have to give a lot better if they want to have their hopes of playoffs still continue on.
Yeah, this is a rough loss here for Camp Halfburger. Spud Cluster's just looking so clean on both these maps. And yeah, like you said, Rex, there were a couple of moments we were wondering maybe, you know, what's going on here. But once Spud Clusters really found their stride and working so well together as a team, it was just so hard for Camp Halfburger to try and come back into it. So yeah, really well done and really well-deserved win here for Spud Clusters.
Yeah, looking good the entire way through, you know, from Mecha Base all the way to that final push, point B there. Honestly, the Ryan comp, not at all what I expected to see coming in to Blizzard World, but of course, Ryan, a staple of those hybrid map types especially, and, you know, seeing a little bit of Lucio Ryan in 2025, I don't know, it warms the old head in me a little bit, I gotta say. It feels good to see that coming through. But yeah, very well done by Spud Clusters here. I mean, really everyone contributing massively to that victory. The massive anti-nades coming in from the back line, both doing so much work the entire way through the series here. DPS line getting so many kills. Star Potato just absolutely lasering folks down and just anchoring it in the front line. I mean, you really did not have much to do. I mean, apart from the Roadhog pick, I really felt that the tank play was phenomenal on the side of Spud Clusters.
Oh, I agree. Pinecone doing really amazing stuff. I mean, and that's the thing about like when you only have a couple of tanks to work with, you really want them to have a really good hero pool. And looking great on the Winston and the Wrecking Ball, and then yeah, pulling out the Reinhardt on Blizzard World, which, like you said, Rags, you know, we don't really get to see that a whole lot anymore. So yeah, really impressive stuff specifically from Pinecone for Spud clusters. It definitely contributing a lot to it. The timing as well. You mentioned kind of like the anti-nades coming out. I mean, to be able to follow up on that utility like so consistently, it shows a lot to the synergy that this team has been able to build throughout this season.
Yeah, they've really made themselves, you know, forced to be reckoned with here in sort of the lower half of the Aspen group bracket here. Honestly, you know, we know that they're coming into the playoffs. They certainly have made play-ins, so there's no doubt of that. And looking at so essentially their match, you know, scoreline, really bearing that out perfectly. They're at 3-3 here with the +1 map differential. It's nice to be in the positive there. So honestly, looking pretty good and on the upswing coming into the latter weeks of the season here. But Camp Halfburger, again, they're not at the bottom of the group. They still have a chance to do a little bit of climbing, but it's just going to be that little bit harder going forward, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we got a nice quick match here for you guys, but don't worry, there's more to come, as we do have Woop, Troop, and Maron Mallows basically ready to go here, Rag. So I think that we'll wrap this up. We'll send it to a quick break, and then we'll be back with some more action pretty quickly.
Where did the time go? How do we move so far away? Holding on, how much can we both take when life isn't at home? I can't hear what you're saying when life isn't at home. I can't hear what you're saying. Strong lessons burn brighter, that makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started? So what do you say to that? I know we both hurt bad, and you won't forget that fact. But I believe in what we have. Holding on, how much can we both take when life isn't at home? I can't hear what you're saying. Strong lessons burn brighter, that makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started? Strong lessons burn brighter, that makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started?
Hello and welcome back to the main stream. We were on B, smallest pre-show, and now we've hijacked A. Viewers welcome. I guess we kind of have to rerun the pre-show real quick, but yeah, Woop Troop versus Maron Mallows. And we were talking about 6 damage Tracer. Zarya has been banned by Woop Troop already, as you can hear through the standings. Woop Troop have had a roster thing as well. Memory is now on DPS. They've got Vinci in on support. Maron Mallows 3-2 look pretty good this season. It is what it is. I don't really want to rerun my intro, but greetings. I guess, how are you feeling?
Greetings. Feeling good. I feel like this is going to be a very important match. We didn't really talk about this, if anyone caught the campfire at the beginning, but this is actually a pretty important game for both these teams. We're in our final 2 weeks here. Both Woop Troop and Maron Mallows. Maron Mallows, they're the team closest to punching up into the top 3. A win here would be great. Woop Troop, though, they're not far behind. A win here would push them into top 4.
Yeah.
So, pretty good.
Sending them to 4-2 on the season. And this is one of the, if you're Maron Mallows, if you want to be serious, then you have to win, right? Woop Troop, though, this is a different Woop Troop than we've seen a couple of weeks ago. They've got options and they've got flexibility. Absolutely. And I think the biggest issue with Woop Troop was just a lack of experience and depth in their support line, which you would hope that Vinci covers and brings a little bit more experience, because they can play Cam Vinci in that support line, whereas at times they had to play Toxic and Mem. And as much as I love both Toxic and Mem, it's just like Tots hasn't really been playing up to the main support, has not really played the game much going into this BPL season, and Mem is role swapping in that scenario. So it's naturally puts you at a disadvantage.
There are even some games where Cam had to go over to support. I don't know if we saw some of those. And there were plenty of games where Cam would play DPS one round and then go to support one round. And it's just, hopefully those days are over for the Woop Troop squad. I'm hoping to see good things from them.
Yeah, Cam is excellent. And what I think flexibility in BPL is, I would say, misunderstood, because in some spots it can be really, really useful. Like in this roster, the fact that Cam can play all 3 roles is excellent. But in some rosters, you see people that are good on all 3 roles and can play all 3 roles, and it doesn't matter because they can only play 1 role at a time.
Absolutely.
But in this case, I would say that Cam being eligible on all 3 roles is a huge factor. Just some of the best teams I've seen in B this season, because I've been definitely more B-pilled than I have been A-pilled. In terms of my own knowledge. The teams that are more flexible or just have a bunch of one-tricks are hard to ban against. And unironically, I think having a collective of one-tricks means you're hard to ban against, because you can't ban them all in one go, right? You ban one trick, the other one just subs in.
Yeah, and honestly, going over, speaking of not exactly one-tricks, but I guess more of the team people think of when they think of the kooky crazy comps, it's got to be this Maron Mallows team.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got people like Inogen on the team, Anstein. You're really expecting it. I mean, it's why you see already here the Zarya band come out from Woop Troop. Very well known for running their crazy Zarya comps. I think this is the only team really playing any Zarya, at least in A-League. And I'm just curious to see, going into these maps, what are their plans? This is not a very Zarya Ryan friendly map pool.
I think Zarya on Busan is probably playable, I would say. The only reason that they're the ones allowed to run Zarya is because iToasty Toast has had that locked away in a cage, because Toasty has played it twice and they completely piss-wiped both lobbies with it.
Yes, and that is why it was banned.
Yes.
Banned on the Polaris game.
So, yeah, absolutely. As you should never let Toasty play Zarya. The character just mind controls people. I actually don't think Zarya is that good, to be honest.
Oh no, Zarya is a gimmick character.
Yeah, because you're either perma-bubbling yourself or you're perma-bubbling the off-handle. And if you're perma-bubbling yourself, you just destroy off-handle. If you're perma-bubbling off-handle, you just destroy the Zarya. And she can't split bubbles. Splitting bubbles, one to me, one to you, it's like Chuckle Brother Overwatch. It's to me, to you, and it's not good. It's not optimal, and I hate it as a passionate Zarya player myself. But Tyler is in, and he's on damn monkey. Wait, fat nade?
Already getting in immediately. A quick dive engage here. Maron Mallows, very quick thing in these comps. Maron Mallows, Tyler already goes down. That's the difference with the brawl versus the dive here. I don't know why Tyler goes so aggressive right at the beginning.
Yeah, really, really aggressive here. And luckily the commanding shout is a buff now for your allies. And Harden swinging quite aggressively. They might get picked, but point control should just go over to Maron. And the first thing we've seen from Woop Troop this season is they're sort of playing this dive with a hit stand. Traditionally, it's been like Tracer Pharaoh because they've just not had that permanent hit stand. So I think Mem gives them an actual poke phase of a fight, which of course you need because dive these days is all about your triggers.
Oh, absolutely. Getting any pre-fight damage down is insurmountable. And this Junker Queen, we can see they're 1 HP, but actually both go down at the same time. This is an amazing pick from Woop Troop into this fight.
Yeah, you see how good dive is on this map as well, right? Like Zarya wouldn't, I don't think, do much here. Maybe you can bubble that dive off as they get a little bit extra on the point, but Walkability is just left with no TP. The Lucio is on the same pixel as them, so already that's like foghorn, incorrect, you know, talent show buzzer going in. You do not want that to happen. Maron Mallows, I think, try and rotate to deal with the 5 walk from Woop Troop, and they just catch the Kiri out for it because she's got nowhere to TP.
Oh yeah, and these styles of comps, they're so brawly. Kiri, I mean, your only out is in, and that's not where you want when you need to get out. Oh, and Tyler jumping to 1, getting low here, finished off.
That's a
and Ogden swaps over to the Monkey as well, so it's dive mirrors, but with different backline.
Yeah, the fight actually is still going on. Bochi on the Tracer, as they're coming in, right, they were going to try and play silly stuff, but pretty standard so far. Wi-Fi gets another pick who is in on the DPS. I think she's an excellent main support and one that she's played at a Calling All Heroes level in the majors over there. And she's an excellent main support for sure, offering the shot calling. So, but this was her original role and looking pretty good on it so far. Jordan does kind of play itself at times, but you still have to hit the Rodent shots, and she has very, very high percentage.
You do have to point and click sometimes on this character, and it looks like Wi-Fi, the one at 1 HP, and Noggin also super low here, but the nano engage here from Tyler, looking to find a target, but everyone's just disengaged. This comp is so fast. I don't know if he's going to get any value.
Okay, both support ults down. Woop Troop try and flip the point, but again, Tyler gets his one.
Yeah, looking pretty low here. Trades going back and forth. Woop Troop, but the entire time, Maron Mallows, they have control of the point. It finally flips over, but it's still pretty even across the board here. And even though Woop Troop do clean this fight out, Maron Mallows did a great job. They pushed the fight over to the point, and at the end of the day, they went down, but they got a lot of percentage.
And a lot of percentage is what they need. I think this dive comp has the opportunity to win and lose really fast and hard, and yeah, giving up the ghost, going over to it themselves. Also got off the Junker Queen quite early,
they managed to force this primal here from Tyler, and that's amazing at the start of the fight. I think he barely lives this, but that's primal force before the fight even begins.
You just have to give up space because of that, right? Like,
apparently not.
No, Tyler, no! What are we doing?
I think we forgot the whole, like, we need to make sure to go in and out. We just know the in part so far, but a 1-to-1 trade does give Woop Troop some sort of advantage. His walkability goes down, and a Noggin does it 99 to primal.
But Dima and Mem absolutely clutching. Dima on the Tracer. Bochi is going to trade him back, but surely not Maron Mallows DPS. He can't be getting away with this.
Oh, Pulse goes wide, and the sleep is huge.
Nice. Ooh, Woop Troop. It looked scary for a second there, didn't it? Greetings. I thought that the DPS from the Maron crew were going to be able to clean it up. Wi-Fi taking a quick peek over to Sombra. Maybe fearing just for the touch. Not sure if I like it, but hey,
there's
anything to get to the point faster.
Someone has to get touched. It's 99. Thank God they get it last second, but Bochi goes down in 1 shot, and Mem lines it up. Cam gets traded out here. Might be a little too late for this roster. As you can see, the health bars on Maron, they're so low, and they just have no one left on the point. Winston and Lucy are great characters, but not when they have 50 HP against 4.
No, absolutely not. And the most legal thing I think I saw this round is Cam in this comp can honestly just be like put on the altar. I was going to make a cool biblical reference, but I forgot the story. You know the Bible story where the guy's told to sacrifice his own son?
Yes.
Because like Cam is just sent to the gods here on Ana every round. That Ana should be cut and dead because Woop Troop are going so aggressive on this dive. Mem and Akko are stuck together, and Tyler and Dima are stuck together. So it's about just letting your Ana get the nade, maybe look for a sleep, getting a bit of damage in, getting a little bit of healing onto Tyler, and then eventually you just trade. But walkability should have the walkability to walk away and the ability to live by TPing to Yup Yup. But I think it's actually the Kiri there, Greetings, that dies first most rounds and died earlier compared to that Ana of Cam, who is now on Zen, and Vincent making their debut on the Ana. So double flex support Wrecking Ball. This is a little bit cooked from Woop Troop, but Ana Zen, sometimes it can mind control people. Like sometimes they over push it, and the Discord orb, like,
it punishes.
Zen does damage.
It does a lot here. I think that exactly, like, people see there's no brig, and they just make them go forward. And Tyler going down 1, apparently he also got the message of just go forward here. honestly, what's going on right now is just a good rotate. Maybe they can clean up the monkey here. If an Ogden goes down, this could be a good trade. But it looks like the flip comes out. But if you're Woop Troop, you're honestly kind of stabling this in a pretty good spot. Maron, Mallows, unless you do a hard engage here with all of you, I mean, the Zen's just going to pick someone like that, and then they trade out with Mem, and they lose Akko at the end. But it's so much damage.
And this is why you don't push, right? This core, they want you to push because they've got cooldowns for you. Mem swings it, Cam swings it. That's a team kill if they get over the cap. Maron, Mallows understood they had the advantage. But against this ball comp, like, you're walking onto Anna Zen, Sojoff handle, like they walk in, both supports went barreling into the backline of Woop Troop and they just got cleaned up for it. Again, like, you've killed the ball, you've got point control. Like, do you need to do anything? No.
You really don't. Just hit the point. Just hit the point who's going to push you. It's definitely not going to be the Zen Ana. They're just going to sit and hope that you don't push them. Well, they kind of want you to push them, but we saw what happened.
Oh, you'll be up. Oh, we walked into the disruptor.
That is
a different memory, though. Nice angle from Men, who's really showing up on this DPS, by the way, completely unlocked on this Sojourn character. As I said, the only person in the lobby that has in fact killed MCD.
Oh yeah, we're just looking at just really good angles, and that's what you're looking for in this Woop Troop comp. Like, if we're talking about the sacrificial Ana of last round, it's not exactly like the Ana's any like safer in this. I mean, the safety comes from just pure burst damage output. Yeah. But I mean, like, it doesn't matter when Cam is just evaporating people. I think every single time Zen disappears for a bit, people forget this character does damage.
I think Maron Mallows need to sort of go on the job select in this aspect. They don't understand what they're doing because now we've got Wi-Fi over on the Sombra to try and hunt down the Wrecking Ball, when I think 6 damage Tracer might be the best answer to it. But the Tracer also has to contest the off angle. Like, this fight is just over. Wait a minute, Maron Mallows, like...
Do they realize they're not in comp right now? Like, we're actually just getting, like, the Wrecking Ball is rolling through, and I think they are getting mind controlled by the Zen. They're, like, just kind of running it down. I know we saw it right at the end, but, like, Yup is all the way in the back line with Bochi, and Ogden was, like, dead already. So
much for Maron Mallows to look at, and just, like, I think it's just the tension of resources is being split really well for Woop Troop. Like, Maron Mallows, I get a little bit headspun by what they're playing right now, but they finally find a nice pick onto Memory.
And that's an amazing pick, especially with how much Mem has been doing. Cam returns the favor, but honestly, you would be fine just making sure Mem goes down at this point, because just kill after kill after kill after kill this entire round.
Yeah. And what I will say is that we said coming in that Memory and Toxic Charges had at times struggled, most of the time had struggled, this Woop Troop backline. Cam and Arco look levels above them. Absolutely, they're getting playmaking and living as Anna Zen. It's giving them such a good forward right now that Maron Mallows, Wi-Fi 1 HP, walkability dead. Is he just the game for Woop Troop? Is he just the map?
This might just be the map and the game for Woop Troop. We can see though, Akko does go down, managed to pass off that nano last second onto Mem, who's just done so much. But an Ogden just puts on, like... I don't know, is this an Ogden Gushway here? He just picks up 2, and Tyler somehow also picks up 2.
Yeah, my Danish Gushway in Hagen, I think actually is originally a Danish word. Nonetheless, Cam trades back 2, and I think the thing with Maron Mallows comp is they get back faster, whereas the Zen and the Unintended, but they gave flip and Wi-Fi dies on the off angle 99.
EMP is so close. I really don't think they could have flipped it any sooner, and Ogden goes down. Bochi just needs the pulse bomb of the century. They need everyone to hold hands and use the power of friendship. But I don't know how good this pulse bomb will be, and it doesn't even stick. That's game 1.
That is game 1. And in BPL, we know game 1 is match point. Woop Troop, I mean, if you just tuned in to BPL, this is your first time looking at Woop Troop, yeah, this is a night and day different roster from what we've seen from them all season. Wow, like, honestly, really impressive. Maron Mallows, I mean, I think they're making mistakes, of course, don't get me wrong, and I'm not being positive for the sake of positivity. Everyone knows I am a very negative person, because unfortunately I live in the UK, it's quite miserable here, so naturally, that takes a bit of a tone on you. But man, Woop Troop just, like, kind of caught them. Like, Maron Mallows, I think it's maybe okay to go for that pincer where you clean up the backline, but then it's like Zen 5 Orb, Ananade, Sodrail, all just hit. And Maron Mallows, bro, they're just bowled down like they're bowled down like a set of pins. The dominoes fell, and
I really think that in this style of comp, you know, people think, okay, when the ball swings in, we got to go on the back line, and then it's the Ana Zen. They don't have any sort of safety. But we've seen in past, there's like been reasons why these like brig Zen comps, definitely more greedy, have been played. And the reasoning for that just comes down to, like, you do have to force the ball out to some capacity. Ball is big tracer, and if little tracer's in your backline, big tracer is really annoying in your backline.
it's like, for the sake of Maron Mallows, you look at Anna Zen, and you press tab and you see Anna Zen, and you're like, we have to kill Anna Zen. We have to kill it because it should just fall over. It's like, okay, but my Sombra is looking at Wrecking Ball, my Tracer is looking at the Tracer, and then my tank is trying to go there with the support in tow, and it's a bubble that isn't landing directly. Like, you're not bubbling, you're not jumping and putting both Anna and Zen in bubble. They're able to not fight inside that little bubble domain. So then that bubble cooldown just prolongs the life of the Winston. But it's like, you need a lot of steps to go through to actually reach the Anna Zen bot line. And I would say it's maybe the wrong approach, but I get why they did it, because I think Woop Troop's ability to play a greedy comp that if any one of them just fall over for free, it's really difficult to play because they need all their pieces to divert attention. The fact that it was able to hold up against honestly, I think still a decent attempt, a pretty good attempt from Maron Mallows, I just think shows the mechanical prowess that some of these players on Woop Troop have, because everyone needs to be on it, right? Otherwise,
Oh, absolutely. I mean, every single roster that you see playing for like these high-end spots in both sides of the A-League, I mean, these are rosters that just function at just a complete 5-person level. This isn't like one person dominates lobby. This isn't like, okay, this is the prom. Maron Mallows, they think the Zen is the prom. For those that don't know, we are going over to Blizzard World. Blizzard World is a good Zen map. You know, you've got very long sight lines. Yeah. You have good pieces of cover, and Woop Troop, they come out with the sim here. This is a very interesting one. I mean, we did talk about it. Maron Mallows, if anyone is going to run the weird stuff, it's going to be this team. And so I don't even hate this. I mean, if you're going to play the Zarya, I don't know if Anstein is here, so maybe they have to go over to that, but like it's still a possibility of it. So honestly, maybe good like foresight from this Woop Troop team with this ban.
Yeah, and I think with Zen out, you can probably just still play something like Bat Break or like a Lucio Baparissa. Taking the sim away means that it's going to give Tyler on tank way more agency. And I think that's the key word. Woop Troop's comp had so much more agency than the Maron Mallows comp on map 1, because Maron are tied down into doing their chores, whereas Woop Troop can just, 3, 2, 1, go kill. And these bans are trying to do the same for both teams. Maron Mallows don't want that freedom that Discord Orb and Zen damage can apply, whereas Woop Troop want to give their tank more agency by allowing them to play Orisa and not have to worry about a sim beam in their face, or they want to potentially punish the fact that Maron Mallows might be trying to skip their rotations with a sim TP. I think a lot of teams that sort of struggle to rotate try and fix it with Symmetra, and also it's good into Orisa at the moment.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, we're seeing characters like Haz and Orisa in a lot of these games. And even if you're just playing against like a Monkey or a Diva, like Sim has a very good place where she can just help support her tank. Like, it's not the best matchup if you have to play maybe like you're playing your Malga and you have to fight into an Ori, but now you've got the Sim and that Sim turns the matchup up. And so the Sim ban could like be telling also of Woop Troop of like, hey, maybe you want to play Orisa, maybe you want to play a Diva, something that's a little weaker. And even if you have that Zarya, you still have to take your rotates. We still force the bubbles on those rotates, and then we can just re-engage once those bubbles are down. I think it's very interesting. I think Maron Mallows, surely you've got a game plan. Like,
I'd assume so. I think for a lot of teams, the way that they look at Zarya and Sim just functions the same way. This is an annoying high energy beam character that puts your composition on a timer. A lot of these compositions that we're seeing at the moment, the Lucio Kiri based, the Soj Genji based, they don't quote unquote run out of damage, but it gets to a point where the team becomes 3v3, 4v4, fighting on an objective, and that's where Sim is at her most powerful. If you allow that beam to build up, it's a guaranteed stat check. Oh, Genji accidentally dashed into your backline looking for the trade. Guess what? You've got 3 levels of Sim.
And
you've got two perks that now allow you to level 3 beam, I think, from an extra 15 meters away, and it's just a death sentence.
It's just a dead Genji.
It's the same argument against Zarya. Like, I play Zarya into Lucio, Kiri, Soj Genji, and I'm like, okay, none of these characters should ever go anywhere near me. But sometimes they do, and they get beamed and killed for it. Sim?
Absolutely.
It's similar in the same way. They should never go in range of the Sim, because they can pick characters that don't need to go in range of the Sim. The only character that should be going in range of the Sim is the tank. And even then, your other tank, you can get support that way. But even still, the fact that you do just have constant tank pressure with the sim or the TP, it can be difficult.
Oh, definitely here. And so on the side of Maron Mallows, I know we've been talking about this sim. Sim is banned during this map. We've talked a lot about it, though. In this Blizzard room, we're going to see Anstein maybe in already. Might not even see any of that weird shenanigans. We might just see some classico dive. I'm curious, however, to see what they come out on. If we do have an Ogden in, Anstein isn't here today, maybe we're going to see some more Junker Queen. Probably going to see either little Reinhardt. Zarya is available. You're down the sim, you're down their main movement tool. But we could probably still be seeing characters like Tracer, Sojourn, Pharah, Genji, even a Torbjorn. Blizzworld is weirdly a good Torb map just because of the off angles that we see. And Anstein is in. So probably going to see a bit more of a dive look from this Maron Mallows roster here.
I think we have Woop on death first.
Yes.
Mad Truck in,
looks like
Toxic Trousers in as well. So Woop Troop have got all 7 for their roster. Maron, this is Optical Crash, I believe, on Annoying Orange. Anstein in as well. Wi-Fi going back to support, going back to quote-unquote her main role, which is where I really expect this Maron Mallows sort of... I would say this is their strongest lineup on paper.
I definitely have to agree.
Well, Anstein over in Hardin, I think I would take in Hardin, but in terms of the other 4 on their main roles, I would say, having walkability, Wi-Fi, and then Bochi and Optical definitely gives Maron Mallows, I think, a stronger look. For Woop Troop, I would say that Matt's Pharah is good, and if this is a Pharah spot, Matt could have real potential. She could just run this lobby on Pharah, genuinely. I think she's that good on Pharah. It's the other characters that I would say are a bit more questionable, but Pharah is going to be demonically annoying for Maron Mallows to deal with this map. Luckily, I think Freya's actually okay into it.
Yeah, Freya okay into this roster. We can see first fight's already broken down pretty well. Both sides down a good amount of util, but a safe rotate out from Woop Troop keeps them alive here. This Pharah should just be an absolute pesters, but she goes 1. I think that was Bell forced already. And we can see, even though Woop Troop was given some space, they have a lot more util and mem. Just the clean headshot. We've got Optical 1 HP as well. Anstein also 1 HP. In this Maron Mallows roster, they did a really good job of just getting in that initial space, but I think they were just a little bit not careful. You just got to watch your head against these mem shots. It is raining, and you need your umbrella.
Did we let Thanos out the cage? Did we let the Beast out the cage with the memory roll swap?
We'll see.
Guys? Did we allow it? Because so far, this has been a pretty good Soj performance. Just, Soj go pick. Absolutely.
Soj go pick.
And it puts you on a timer. The longer the fight goes on, the more chances that they're going to hit a railgun. And railgun to the head is not as good as it was a year and a half ago, greetings, but my god, does it still do an illegal amount of damage.
Does a lot. And luckily with this composition, you just watched it there. With this composition, you're landing that Soj headshot, and you might be thinking oh man, it's not as good. It doesn't do that one shot. Pharah does so much for this team comp, not only as an annoying piece, but also extending that the longer the fight goes on, our team comp is better, as well as that little bit of extra damage that Soj needs. Just like a Pharah splash rocket just can clean up easily.
Yeah, I think Maron Mallows, not only are they getting mechanics diffed, I think they're getting comp diffed right now. What are we diving if we're Anstein, right? Bochi needs to set up on the angle that will be contested by both Cam and Mactruck. Barrage is on the way. Maron Mallows had chance to run this in the neutral. There's no nano available to keep Anstein toasty and safe. Bochi tries to go on the flank though, so they have forced them back for now.
And this is going to be rough knowing everyone has to go down. It's overpour on Blizzworld, and everyone forgot their umbrellas because these Pharah rockets and OC shots are just blazing through this Maron Mallows roster. And yes, you trade rushes out. And the good news, if you're Maron Mallows, you only use rush. You look at Woop Troop. They used a lot to win that fight, and you still have at least one more fight if you're Maron Mallows.
Yeah, so obviously Maron Mallows ultimates, they're going to be coming up on both DPS, and the ultimates that Maron Mallows have got, I would say, Beat is good. I think Winston actually does let you go quite deep here and allows you to live the burst damage. they're not the most amazing like free run ultimates compared to something like a Ramult or a Kiri Rush, for example. But Maron Mallows, we're going into the expectation that they should win this fight. Pulse Bomb can be forced. Beat comes early from Toxic.
Ants team kills Mem. That's the best pick you could have asked for at this point. And yes, the promo was forced early, but that got at the beat. That Annihilation is now forced. And if we can just sustain this Annihilation here, but it looks like Tyler's just booking it down. He realizes his team is down, his life is forfeit, and he just needs to get something done, but it might be a little too late.
Oh my god, that punch hits!
Wi-Fi is crying because of that punch, because without that death, I think Maron Mallows take it, and now they're in scramble territory.
Oh, Tyler gets an illegal amount of value, and this is just like the mark of a good tank, by the way. Why? Because I know so many tanks that wouldn't do this, me especially. Tyler, his whole team is dying around him and just says, okay, bro, let me lock in, pops the Ram form, and gets his 2, forces just the third one out as well. And in a situation where it's just Tyler on his ones, and he needs to trade 1v3, he uses that stat check of the Ramble to such good efficiency. Really well played from Tyler, might have just saved the map.
We're going to see now Toxic going low, Tyler also going low too. We've got the OC out for Optical. Amazing first pick here on their side, and Tyler, he's getting pretty low. Rush comes out from Cam on the opposing side. Toxic goes down, and I don't know, Woop Troop, they've had some pretty incredible fights in place here, but something tells me unless a miracle happens, I don't know if they're holding on to this first point.
Yeah, there should be no Christmas miracle for Woop Troop today. I think their luck and individual playmaking is finally run out. Fantastic pincer from Anstein and Bochi there, who went on the Hazard Tracer duo. Honestly, good OC as well from Optical. Woop Troop sort of get cornered into that back point, and yeah, they are lambs to the slaughter from the railgun. Woop Troop have burned a fair bit of time off the clock. And I'm not sure how I like this Hazard going in, but I think it was definitely better than the Winston. That's for sure. Maron Mallows
swap also now.
Yeah, so what do you think about like the idea of cart juggle on this map? Because these kind of maps in our pooled reteams, I think a lot of the maps are really dependent on having someone to constantly juggle cart and get value. And I'm not sure if this Maron Mallows comp can do it. Do you know what I mean? Like juggle, actually pushing cart and fighting at the same time. I think it's, you kind of pick one or the other. Like Bochi's on cart right now, but like, why isn't your cast wants to be high ground, you know?
Yeah, this is really rough here. I know we've seen it on previous maps. It's usually why a lot of these teams, they do the Tracer, they do the Genji, some even like can put like a Lucio or a Brig on it depending. And we can see here like the danger of this. Like, yes, Tyler has to force and drop. And now the Hazard, this is honestly the person I would force, at least for right now. Because if you're on defense, there's not much you can do up until this point. And oh my goodness, Wi-Fi, skin of his teeth, saw Toxic on the enemy team and said just Ajaxing on the mine, and it almost came true.
Yeah, she almost Ajax, that would have been a disaster. Matchrock falls though. So Bochi allowed to go forward, allowed to play the game, swing for cast.
And Tyler just rips the back.
How does Tyler kill both supports?
He trades his life out for it, but that might be enough. I mean, you don't have supports. Look at the health bars here. Bochi, 1, Anstein is still pretty healthy. But that shot there, and this is where characters, these heavy poke characters like the Pharah, like the Sojourn, they're just so deadly. And Maron, they have an amazing thing, and Tyler turns it around at the cost of his life, but who cares? That's just a fight win.
I mean, regardless of how strong tank is in 5v5, you kill both supports, it's wraps, it's kudos. Go back to the spawn room and think about what you've done. Maron Mallows, though, high noon for space, I like it.
Oh, and this is the aggression that we saw before. Saw Optical low, and all the ults come raining down. It's overcast in multiple ways on this map here, and Woop Troop, they're winning these fights, but I'm wondering if they're a little too expensive for their blood. It is final, so if you can stop them, that's good. They don't get to use all their stuff, but if Maron retouches, it's all going to be down to the beat of Toxic.
I think the ult might just have been good from Woop Troop in that final fight. You slam the door quick, you get the reset, and what you should do is just go beat and push spawn. Deny anyone from touching the cart, stuff that barrel, because if they get touch, it's not going to be good, and no, they do not.
Bochi, you saw them go. A really fantastic push there from Woop Troop going aggressive, and also really good for them not committing all 5 players to do that. I don't know if we fully saw that, but Bochi went around that side angle towards Mega, tried to get to the point, but just that headshot from Mem still had some rail charge from shooting the Hazard. Just turn, quick pop, and that's your only chance of touching gone.
Yeah.
A fantastic hold from Woop Troop in fights that definitely should have been lost, but just the amazing tank play from Tyler, a little bit of that extra damage from Mem and Mac. And Cam and Trouser just like staying alive has been really good. If you're Maron Mallows, I think you have to respect Mem a little bit more than you thought you needed to going into this match.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that knows what Mem is capable of will understand that Mem is a very, very good hitscan player. Has not been on the grind as much anymore, but really showing up here on that Sojourn. Just able to click heads with the space provided. I think Tyler has been excellent though. As good as Mem is, I think honestly Tyler has just been running this lobby, and nothing that Maron, Mallows frontline or botline can do to contain Mr. USC himself. The red bird, and yeah, Woop Troop on attack is going to be going for. They'll play something.
They will play something, and it looks like Maron, Mallows.
They will play 5 characters.
I believe. Yep, just the damage you put a shot out doesn't get, but you always have to go for it. You don't know, that could literally just be a free entry ticket back onto the Kiri, back onto the Pharah. And if you're Maron, this is a little bit more of that weird stuff that we knew a roster like this would hold. A little surprised we're maybe not seeing something like that Torb that we were maybe talking about. Really good Tormat team that plays the Torb. And so this frontline brawl, it is going to slightly favor Maron, Mallows, but Woop Troop, they're here for the long fight. They've got a time bank. They're playing off this great damage, and unfortunately, Mem does not get the memo and dies to Bochi.
Yeah, nice from Bochi. That's what you want to do. I think going in, you can't play Torb knowing that they've got Soj and Pharah, because it worked so well, you're just going to stick with it. This is Mac and Mem on their best heroes. You almost know that Tox is just going to play Lucio. And then Tyler, you sort of just play Reaper and figure out. But Maron, Mallows, they're going to try and win the frontline trade harder. Clearly upset with how much value that Tyler was getting, because they definitely weren't being looked at nearly as much as Maron, Mallows wanted. So they make this adjustment going into the defense.
And just Bochi, another valuable pick. I mean, if you're on the side of Woop Troop here, you're kind of scratching your head about how your Pharah and Soj die first back-to-back to a Reaper of all characters on the enemy team.
Yeah, I agree. Beat comes down to save Anstein. Is it too much? Terror Surge in response. Woop Troop have got Anchor for the point for now, greetings, but I think this Anchor could be pulling the ship down under very, very soon. I don't know if it's stable.
Yeah, I gotta say, Jace, looking through everything that's happened here, we got down, Matt gets the pick, Lucio gets traded out, it's 2-2, Cam gets another trade, and this is actually swinging back in the favor of the troop that whoops, and we've got just amazing picks. I don't know how Bochi keeps doing it, but that spear to the back of the head, Tyler is saying, I don't care how many picks you've gotten, we are closing out this fight, and we are taking this first point.
Oh my god, it's not the cleanest, it's not a surf, it's more of a muddy water from Woop Troop, but it does leave a Scald on the side of Maron, Mallows, as now they've got to commit big ultimates to recontest. But to be fair, with 2 minutes left, I mean, you don't mind committing big ults to try and really stabilize this fight. Woop Troop, this should really be the point where they can try and take it. If not, their tempo is so
We've got a submerge here. It looks like Anstein and the rest of Maron, Mallows, they're going in for that dive, just trying to get in there. And it looks like just the cold ice punches from this team are able to just clearly rip through this Woop Troop squad. And I don't know, that looked like a pretty super effective hit throughout that fight. Yeah,
absolutely. Maron, Mallows put them over the bonfire for that fight, don't they? Really nice reads. And since going over to this Reaper, Bochi has just looked good. I think everything positive you can say about Woop Troop in that first round has been shut down by the Reaper of all things. The Ash from Optical is just enough that Mactruck can't get away with jaywalking and wide peeking, because there you go. It's Bochi on the high ground again, like they're 2v1ing this Pharah and winning.
And it's
Reaper's
so surprising. Reaper hit scan. There's a reason that Reaper and Tracer are both classified as hit scan. It's those funny little pellets they both got. But I'm honestly kind of wondering if you're Mac, why you kept going over to that high ground. I know we didn't see directly on camera the previous times, but Bochi has sat there the past 4 fights. I feel like we shouldn't be surprised at this point.
Yeah, surely the Reaper's not going to be there for the 5th time, guys. Surely.
Oh, a fantastic pick from Mem. One goes down. It looks for the second here. Mem, you're probably just trading out your life because of Anstein. You saw what Tyler did on the aggression, but this time, Mem is back up. And just a pick.
Really good cover blossom. Anstein almost dies there to that railgun. I think Bochi realized it and just goes down to cover them. Almost basically peel Anstein with the death blossom. Really smart.
Super fantastic here. Cam get the amazing pick onto Optical. Bob down. You're not missing a ton of value. Super great late beat here from Wi-Fi. And if you're Woop Troop, this is do or die situation. And I think I hear the red HP bar beeping as Woop Troop, they're on their last leg. They don't have any healing back in the bag. And this has to be the final fight.
Do we get out of first gear? Let's see. Toxic Trousers goes for the beat, and it's all in from Woop Troop, but they've got to deal with a Ram ult on the point.
This is a fantastic start, though. They take down 2. Bochi, Wi-Fi down. Tyler drops. I don't know if they have anything that can continue with this. And Cam gets the pick, but they have to contend with this Ramatra. And just even if he's not doing direct damage, this constant tiny trickle of nanobots just going into you here. I mean, Toxic goes down. The Curio comes out, but it might be a little bit too late here, as we can see the trades going back and forth. And Maron, Mallows, they survived the tsunami. The surfs did not hit because, as you said, this was a muddy water, and that is not 100% accurate.
No, definitely not. And I think that was it in that final fight. Anstein just pulls up the protect. He's +4 iron defense. The Reaper also got some illegal value. Dare I say, hit some 10% guillotines on that Farah. If we want to keep going with references, we can keep going. And it's a Tyler play of the game it's a Tyler play of the game on the Ramatra, but I think it's actually the swap from Anstein. And sometimes tank, you can be Thanos, but sometimes all you need to do is just sit on point, cross your arms, and live. Anstein goes for the push. They seal memory in that penultimate fight to mean that Sojourn cannot take high ground, and they were unable to find an angle after getting that first pick because they have a Ramatra in their face. They win the stat war. And then the rest of Woop Troop try and pile in to get rid of that pesky Ramatra, which allows Bochi to capitalize on their mistake by dropping down from the heavens with the Death Blossom. And in that final fight, Anstein is just repeatedly allowed to Swade ultimate, quote unquote, keep that form going for the extended amount of time, just crossing his arms, by the way, only punching to get someone down to 1 HP. And it is literally the zone, the sphere of nanobots that Ramatra creates that just allows Maron Mallows to stay in this fight, because all that space is occupied by just Anstein alone, and Woop Troop, they can't fight around it. They've got to go on it eventually. They have to step into the domain of the Sorcerer, and in the end, they are just crushed.
They just couldn't do anything there. I mean, like, you really felt like every single time those fights started, like Bochi just got that Moxie boost just from that first pick every time, and unfortunately, the rain was set, and this looks like a Swift Swim team with the way that they were running down this team when those ults got popped. I mean, it was just fantastic for Maron Mallows. As you said, halfway through that round, Woop Troop, they looked so good on the defense. They had such good pick potential. They played their poke fantastic, but apparently they weren't ready to get outsped in the rain themselves of that overcast map, and Maron Mallows, they made the swap of the characters, and it clearly fixed their matchup.
I think your jolly Bastille Legion with choice specs is like +4 Swift Swim in the rain. It doesn't matter because Bochi is just on Reaper. And for any Pokemon heads in the chat or in Discords watching, please at me and let me know if that was anything of a real reference. My VGC knowledge is quite poor.
It was choice Scarf or choice Band. You did do the specs, but it is the Swift Swim. It is the Swift Swim Bastille Legion choice Band.
Is that the set? Is it for Bastille Legion? Because obviously you don't need to buff his speed, right? Because
you got the Swift Swim. If you're going adaptability, you do the choice Scarf just because you're losing your speed boost, but like power through the rain. Anyway, speaking of powering through, that's just fantastic from the side of Maron Mallows powering through this set onto that third map. And these Pokemon puns will definitely not stop on map 3. However, I don't think the back and forth team fights will stop either. I mean, push. It's just back and forth the entire way. And honestly, both these teams are just looking to set up maybe a nasty plot on their Calyrex, getting a water spout out on their Kyogre, and just looking for a clean sweep on this to clean up the set.
So for no Pokemon heads, what Greetings is actually saying now is they're looking for setup on their DPS, because in this scenario, both of these teams, their sweepers are their DPS. Those are the key pieces of their roster they should be looking to set up to take down the opposition. Those are your win conditions, to do a little bit of translation. Otherwise, we're just slinging puns for the sake of slinging puns. But we're getting out of the rain and we're going over to the sun, and Torkoal, absolutely sunny day, because we are in the beautiful south coast. Actually, no, it's the north, isn't it? The beautiful northern coast of Portugal. Esperança translates to hope.
And hope is all Woop Troop can do after they didn't even cap first point there. We're putting the rain team away. The Woop Troop, they had their Swift Swim users, but now, as you said, it's time to buff up those DPS. Your sweepers have to come in. You need to maybe trade them out. Look to get a little setup, though. I think that was a big thing that really was a bit tougher on that last map. You can see the Junker Queen band come out. So, we don't have that initial speed boost from the shout. So we're going to need to find different ways to close that gap. but both teams have all their players unlocked. On the last map, Anstein is in, probably putting an Ogden in for this map.
Yeah, and Junker Queen ban out almost forces Anstein back in potentially, because I think that is the character that in Hagen has been particularly effective on. But I still think in Hagen maybe it should be their go-to because the Orisa is available, the Ram and the Hazard are all available.
Zarya is still available, and this is not a terrible Zarya
much
map.
available. Yeah, Maron Mallows taking away the Cassidy. They want to play like what, Tracer? Or
I think they want to go fast.
Yeah.
They want to go fast here. I mean, if we're continuing a little bit, the cast is a bit like, an Intimidate. You bring that hinder, it's the denial on entry for that enemy team. But I would like to say, this is the first time Woop Troop has been unable to stop a potential Zarya sim. And so if you're Maron, you've weathered the storm, the 5 turns of the weather are gone, and now you get to bring your comp out at its full potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you're talking about, unironically, you're talking about the DPS of Maron Mallows, it's Trick Room-esque, right? Like, they're going to do something weird. The dimensions will absolutely shift because they like to invert Overwatch at its times with the sort of stuff that they do. And I don't want to sort of continue to just peddle the narrative that they just play weird stuff, because Reaper's completely fine right now, buffed on the last patch.
Anstein is still in.
Yeah, and Bochi and Optical played completely normal, fair Overwatch last map. Nothing cheesy, nothing out of the ordinary. Bochi made a great read on the Reaper, and it worked. For any lore viewers, this is the Optical map. There's a soundboard, one of my favorite clips in all of BPL history. Hopefully I can mention it without Solomon and Tots shooting me in the face. There's a really good clip of Optical just saying that his team blows donkey dick to his stream, and then unmuting in match chat and saying, yeah, we got this, guys, lock in. And it was on this map.
Incredible here.
I'll show you the clip after. It's like it's such a good BPL clip. It's so good. But nonetheless, on Sojourn too, of all things.
Very different comps from both sides here. Quick analysis, they're both on the brawl. It is a little different here. Maron Mallows, they want to go for that closer brawl. Woop Troop, they have a bit more of that poke. That Reaper, though, it wants to close the distance, wants to get in. And so all this little bit of space that you cross for Woop Troop is a little bit of space that Maron Mallows don't have to, but it doesn't matter. Optical just goes down at the beginning of the fight here. Fantastic just swing around for the team and walkability. He has no ability to get out here. He was able to TP a bit away, but you can see the health bars of this team, and Cam just gets left behind. I just don't think he realized his team was rotating out, and Tyler with no Kiriko. This is looking maybe like a dead Orisa, but Wi-Fi goes down.
I mean, it still could be a dead Orisa, absolutely. It's just, are they going to have to push into the off-angle of Memory and the Genji of match, which is definitely not, I would say, the first character in her wheelhouse. Maybe not the second, but it might be the third. And Genji in this comp, you're just looking at it to probably 1v1 the Reaper, because you don't have the Tracer, not putting Dima in. I'm not sure if I would agree to keep Matrick in, but having the Pharah again as an option, I think is quite good. And Woop Troop, you gotta trust whatever they go, right? Because so far it looks to be like Maron Mallows, I think, might just be slowly losing this fight. I expect them to bleed out of resources.
Oh, it's really close, but Maron Mallows, they just lose that, and there's no fade, and it goes through here. I think a big reason why we end up seeing Mac over or Dima in that one slot is the ability of the Pharah. I know, like, they've banned, this Woop Troop team have banned the beams down pretty hard, and Pharah, whether they're playing that Zarya, whether they're playing that Sim for the possibility, being able to even play Pharah is such a big boon into characters like that. And into the Maron Mallows comp, it's just still not bad. I mean, you can pressure the Winston up pretty easily, and we've got the rush on a point, but if you're Woop Troop, you're just gone. It does not matter.
Look where Woop Troop are, bro. They're in the Kanto region, and that shit was fired from Johto. Like, where are we? Just fly away. Your Pidgeotto knows it, absolutely. It's a disengage. Now the counter ult comes in, but they lose Akko first in their own Kiwi Rush. Okay, we're +2 in Tailwind, and we're losing. Well,
yeah, we're going in, and it looks like Mem is making the most of it. But unfortunately, here, you take one down, but it seems like Maron Mallows, they're able to get those Moxie boosts. The Intimidate has gone down, the attack has been lowered, and there's just not enough gas left. Trick Room gets set right at the end. It inverses. You're so fast that you become slow, and that Reaper is just pumping damage in as that fight goes along.
Yeah, Woop Troop lose a fight in their own Kitsune rush. The stat check did not come out. And Woop Troop, they stick on this comp. I wonder at one point, Matrock is just going to rip the Pharah. Maybe after Blade. They say that push starts at 3 minutes, greetings. But Maron Mallows already starting to build a little bit of a good spot. I'm seeing over to the Winston now.
And just Bochi gets stepped on by
Blade.
Akko. And the Blade, you can see every Genji player there, if they're in comp, that Blade gets ripped 100% of the time. It's just like that SpongeBob, I don't need it meme. Every Genji player needs it. They want that Blade. But
yeah,
good resilience. Good, just waiting.
Good control. And now that Maron Mallows comp have to push into you, I think they've got to decide, because obviously this Winston you normally associate with Dive historically, but you can brawl with it. The question is, can you brawl against Orisa? You can brawl against the rest of the Woop Troop comp, but now that Tyler gets to stuff doors and deny rotations, you can do a lot to really snuff out this Winston. But it looks like, how is Bochi there?
Well, I think Bochi just decided, you know, I'm just going to TP and it doesn't matter, you know? The team may have gone in and gotten all these picks, and Matrock there, the Hero Blade is coming out, and it's getting a lot of value. You know, you've got all your boosts up, and you're ready to sweep, but unfortunately, you've lost all your support pieces, and one sweeper is not enough to take back this fight.
Yeah, no Pollen Puff, no Rage Powder, and unfortunately, Matrock is left, you know, -2 after the Draco Meteor in the backline with nowhere to go. Maron Mallows might just flip the map. Overwatch is an objective game, contrary to all the Pokemon references we've been making, and that objective completely flips the way that you play. And Bochi, I think, has been abusing that. The fact that Woop Troop are looking to stack objective. Bochi is almost playing Dive Reaper here, by the way, and it's working. Like,
it's really working.
Good Reaper performance. If Maron Mallows win this game, like, it's Bochi MVP, and we just ask questions later.
Yeah, the Terra comes out trying to mitigate a bit, but we can see here that Kitsune Rush is bringing Tyler down solo, Beat coming in late. We've gotten a lot of resources out of this Maron Mallows roster, but Tyler, I mean, like, he's just out there. That was his last turn to protect. And unfortunately, he just didn't hit the double, and Optical is just blazing through with these boosted kills.
Yeah, Tyler looking at the Winston there, trying to peel it when they're having to face the shots from both DPS. It's just so much damage pressure. After the Fortified, they are dead and buried. Not fainted, absolutely dead.
There's no reviving in this Pokemon Center.
No, definitely not. It's Nuzlocke rules, absolutely.
Yeah.
See you later. Bochi coming up to a Death Blossom. Could be devious when Woop Troop have to rotate into them, right? I'm not sure how I feel about current game state greetings, because Woop Troop, like, they're only 20 meters down, but they've got to walk to the bot back so long, and that's going to give Maron Mallows time to build up really key ultimates.
And this is big here. Yes, you drop the rush, and you're just forcing resources out, and Bochi just comes out, and that is what we expect to see from this comp. That was just like, you're facing down the enemy team, you set up all your boosts, but the enemy team just, like, that choice specs Maridon. You are not leaving that Draco. I do not care how many boosts you have. You are just dead to that play.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is quite literally like the most obvious fake out read ever. That's the only pun I can give in that scenario. Guys, your Reaper Death Blossom, your Reaper race into the whole team when you know he's got Death Blossom. What could he be doing? Surely he doesn't go for the Death Blossom after racing and just holding W on his keyboard. Surely not.
Surely not.
Wow, that's crazy.
No one expected that. And in Maron Mallows, I think they just have to give space here. They wanted to go, and Woop Troop, they're just going in as fast as possible. All these resources for us. We see the double TP come out from walkability there. In both Curious, they're so one, but it looks like Maron Mallows, I don't know what they have in the back of their team, but they're able to just, like, get these quick sucker punches out, finish off these low HP targets. And if you're Tyler, you're just trying to stall as long as you can on this point. Like, yes, you have the close there, but you don't want to pop that Fortify. You're just going into the next fight.
The important thing is that Woop Troop go for a fight that's really deep, but not all as 5, because one person was on the point pushing the barricade and getting them the lead. Now I think Maron Mallows might actually be able to easily walk it back and get a push lead themselves. Well, by the looks of it, the tailwind is up, and Woop Troop have got contest over this objective, and I really do think for Woop Troop now, you're down on ult, you just have to bleed slowly, drain time off the clock before you can counterpunch yourself.
Exactly. We're getting pretty advanced here. We're just going in, and Anne's team, I just think that was one of those moments where, like, you go in, you have Primal, and just that last 200 HP just evaporates in one thing. You didn't realize it, but the Beads of Ruin were on the field, the Chiyu is there, and let's just say that Dazzling Gleam did a little too much damage to Anseen as he goes down before Primal can come out.
You run Dazzling Gleam on Chiyu? What's Terra Fairy?
This is a bit. It's a bit of help throughout all of them. Let's just say maybe a heat wave. We are in the sun.
That is true. We are absolutely in the sun, and Memory is frying them right now for sure. That's the railgun, I think, that does most of the damage. Like Danstein, there's not a lot of damage that can come out, I think, from this Woop Troop comp over a sustained period of time, you know. But even still, like Soch Genji is just so good at making your damage stick, most importantly. But they fight Reaper in the range of his shotguns, and it is Reaper Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
It is, in fact, Reaper Friday, and Reaper is basking in the sun. He might be a Lord of Darkness, but you know, even Reaper has to catch a few rays here on a beautiful map like this.
Yeah, is a known sun enjoyer, most likely Reaper.
Oh, absolutely.
I akin a Reaper player to a Torkoal, you know, and I'm not going to explain that any further because it's 1 minute left and the map is absolutely in its core critical phases. And now I think it's just about which of these ultimates can be executed the best.
And speaking of execution, Bochi goes down at the beginning here. Anseen pops the ult. Honestly, if I'm this Maron Mallows roster, I wouldn't have even popped anything. I think I just let myself die here on the Winston. We're already down 1. There's no reason to commit resources. And they're trying to bring this back, and maybe they do. They're committing so much down 1, but Woop Troop, they just don't have the resources to contest. Cam goes down. Tyler is 1 and drops as well. Mem also 1 HP. And you know what? I'm going to say it. I think that was actually a good play. Believed in his team. And Anstein, just like popping that primal there, diverts just enough resources for Maron Mallows to build that last tiny bit on their beat and just turn the fighter on Woop Troop. They just didn't have it.
Woop can't touch, which means that now it's going to be overtime. So Woop Troop actually, now they have to win like 3 or 4 fights in a row. Really
so rough because Tyler went in for the touch.
Tyler dead. This might be the Maron Mallows 2-1.
And that's beat gone. This is going to be so tough for the side of Woop Troop. No one can die at this point. You get 1 more 5 recontest, but if you're Maron Mallows, you're up. You got your Glacial Lance. It picked up a KO. You have that Chilling Knave boost. And at this point, it's time to go in. Your meterage is huge. You need like 4 or 5 fight wins if you're Woop Troop, and you've got the ults for it, but Maron Mallows, they can just slow down the pace of the game. You know, they're up. They don't need to do anything, and the Blossom comes out, and it just dies immediately, but Tyler drops for it. It's going so back and forth. HP. Everyone is dying, and Maron Mallows, you know, you lose that fight, but you're like 40 meters up. You have like another 3 fights at least to be able to bring this back, and you're fine. You know,
let's. Now, isn't it?
You just like
121 as well.
You're just so fine. You say like, you know what? Let's do a quick dry fight here. If we get beaten primal in time, maybe we can go in. But if we just need to draw out 1 more, we have such a meter advantage. It just doesn't really matter that ton. And so Maron Mallows, you're kind of fine. I mean, the most you can hope for here is that like Mem gets a pick, but they're just going super aggressive. They know they have the advantage. They're going in, and Cam is just so low, and Tyler, he would love to help his team, but he's stuck on the bot, and luckily it looks like Woop Troop are able to rotate back to him. But Anstein, he's got his big monkey fists out, and I don't think Mem survives, but he doesn't. Cam gets the pick onto Optical, but they lose Mem in the process.
Oh, they have to peel Mem into the room, and they're just all corralled into that corner. And it took Anstein a while to get value off the primal, to be fair, but found the perfect execute. Honestly, after his primal ended, both supports get cleaved. And Maron Mallows, really solid comeback from them on this map. I think it's almost walking away if you're Woop Troop. You're not too disappointed by that one. And this is a tough game going in. This is your first sort of 3 maps with this new roster together. And Maron Mallows just looked very solid on this map once they got going. As I said, they play the game here. Like the primal just ends, and Anstein is just sort of in their backline with all the resources, able to clean up the squishies. Woop Troop, I was just kind of waiting for Woop Troop to adapt, to be honest. But Maron Mallows, they stick the Reaper. They play this Reaper, Winston, Lucio, Kiri, and they just run it.
And I think
they dare them to find a counter. They don't know their type matchups.
Yeah, it looks like someone's new, and the Nuzlocke has failed. But I mean, let's sit down. Let's think about this for a bit. Maron Mallows, fantastic game for them. Really good job. Really good adaptation on their end. Where is the adaptation from Woop Troop? If we look back here, the Caspian makes less and less sense, especially with the stuff they wanted to play. Maybe they were expecting certain things from this Maron Mallows roster. But of course, the bans come out, and then the players come in, which might have made a bit of a difference. And you're just sitting here thinking, I mean, the Reaper did so much last map. I'm kind of curious why the Casket's banned over it.
No, absolutely. Sorry, I got CC'd because I've just found a GIF from the original Pokemon anime of a Torkoal just jumping off a boat and like sinking down into the waters slowly. And that was, if that's not a perfect representation of Woop Troop on that last map, I don't know what is. That's a really good GIF.
It was just
but
perfect.
Nonetheless, I didn't think they fell off the rails. I just think they found the perfect counter swap. Did Maron Mallows, and that is why they're 4-2 right now. They can just flip it on a dime.
Taste going up. They're licking at the heels of the rosters above them. And I mean, they have a pretty solid map differential too. I mean, I believe they're 9-6. And so now, I don't know, if you're Primal Pineapples, I think you're a little bit more scared of this match coming up because if you lose, you drop to 4th. Maron Mallows take your place in 3rd.
And Maron surprising everyone. I think a lot of people going in had this team at maybe middle to bottom of the standings, and 4 wins puts them right up there. One of these teams that I think is 4-1, I think one of them will almost guaranteed walk away 4-2 at the end of the weekend, right? So Maron Mallows, do they leapfrog them?
If it's Primal Pineapples, they leapfrog. But if it's Frogs on Fire or Polaris, they don't because of map differential. And so if you're Maron Mallows, you're kind of hoping Polaris come out with the win here because if you're looking at map score, map differential, let's say Primal Pineapples lose, Maron Mallows and them, now they're up against Primal by 1 map. At this point, I mean, you're looking pretty nice if you're Maron Mallows. You've got 1 more map, Primal Pineapples got 1 more map, and as long as both of you score the exact same amount, you're taking that 3rd place from them. And from a team that looks so dominant like Primal Pineapples, you've got to be worried about losing this. All those map 3s you went to, you won them, but it's draining your map differential at this point in the league.
And map differential is so crucial, right? Because even getting like 3rd seed puts you in a very pretty good spot against the rest of the group. Of course, with the way the playoffs work. But that's going to be it. Maron Mallows MVP. Let's give it to Bochi for this one.
It's gotta be Bochi.
I think Danstein did well, but Bochi does so well with this unironic Dive Reaper.
The Dive Reaper
so
was
much value on the
amazing.
Reaper.
It's just got so much. I really have to bring it back to that map 2. Just on that high ground, it's honestly a little mind-blowing that Bochi's able to sit there in the same spot for 4 fights in a row in every single time we lose a DPS to it. I mean, yes, fight 1, we lose someone. Fight 2, maybe we're not expecting it. But guys, by fight 3 and 4, are we really that surprised that Bochi's up there?
I was just waiting for the Farah to come out from Woop Troop as well. That's one that will be lost to the case of time. But we've got more BPL to come up, and we're currently 5 minutes past the overrun. I think we might have a game after this as well. So
yeah, we do. So I guess we'll just catch y'all in a minute.
Let's get into it. See you on the other side, guys. Ciao.
Farewell, gamers.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window crack. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. Let's gather around our campfire and sing our campfire song.
We've got
Because
friends around,
we're back.
and I think it's time for another good set. I know, we did a lot of Pokemon references in that last game. It just makes sense. We got Woop Troop, it was all there. And if you're tired of that, don't worry. We're going to be doing a lot of SpongeBob references this time. So I hope you're ready.
Oh, I have no SpongeBob references at all.
Well, let's do the bottom of the barrel then. Let's grab as most we can. Let's scrape a tiny bit off the top. And let's just talk a bit about this Campfire Song versus Smoke Wolves roster.
Yeah.
First thing that pops up to me is, if you were to ask most people if you thought Campfire Song would be 1-4 after this, I think a lot of people would be a bit surprised. This is a team with really good players, and this is Dr. Professor Map 3, if there's ever been one for a team.
Yeah, they are John the third map. I'm actually not surprised that they're 1-4. But you all know me. This might be one of the few takes I've actually had correct. Campfire look good on paper, but it's putting it together, you know. Rosters are never really won on paper. Smoke Wolves, though, actually losing to Camp Halfcore, but taking a 2-0 against Corrupted guys that didn't have Crybaby, a 2-1 against Grin Reapers, and then Chungus, Fungus, and Seal Dealer towards the bottom. So this could be one of the more difficult games for Smoke Wolves, dare I say it. But this team looks good on paper. When you look at the rest of the group, like, I think they're just such a clear number one compared to the rest of the teams in this group, that everyone else is just fighting for that second spot.
Yeah, definitely gotta agree here. I think especially now with some stuff that's transpired here. I mean, we look at the Smoke Wolves roster, and I think like people have said it best when they describe it this way. This Dab Master Shoreline Pie DPS roster feeds villages when their gameplay is on point. They are just clicking heads. They are landing all these directs. They're just doing so much to win this. And when they have such like incredible play from like when Static comes in on the Diva, and when you have people like Beancan just landing such high value nades, I mean, this is a roster that just explodes with potential when everyone's on the same page.
And on the flip side, this roster also just explodes when it's not going well.
Exactly.
They can just die. Dabmaster, Fimi, and from what I've seen, Foolish so far as well, and what I've been hearing, sometimes can be
a little aggressive.
They can be extinct sometimes. They went to the school of Dulai Overwatch. I'll say that and nothing more. But it's that ruthless aggression that has definitely put them towards the top of the standings. A lot of these teams, they're just not really set up to deal with the Dabmaster Shoreline DPS line, and I think it's really been working. But also Static. You can't mention Smoke Wolves without mentioning the good work that Static has been doing, because they have been unbelievably solid, maybe quietly one of the better tanks we've been seeing in our division. Way better than that Greetings bum fraud, any true.
Yeah, exactly, true. I mean, I can honestly say after watching through their games,
it's good, by the way. I'm not even just not just for the bit. Static is good.
Static is great. I mean, like, I've been genuinely going through all the matches here, and I mean, you're looking at a person like Static, and they're great, but we're jumping over to Campfire Song. We've got a pretty solid roster here. I'll be honest, I don't know if Istos has played like ever for this team.
I have not seen them.
You've just got 7 Heaven, just this entire DPS roster. Chasey, I know that they say they're on tank, but anyone that's seen their team knows this guy is perma on flex support. We've got Cynex as their perma tank. And honestly, with this map pool, any Cynex believers in chat, he plays Doom, he plays Zarya. And honestly, this is a pretty good map pool for that.
I would love to see the Doomfist come out. Because I yearn for actual good solid team Doomfist gameplay and not like get quaked on hitting the rollout just to die to a Soj rail. But yeah, Cynex is absolutely their go-to tank. Smoke Wolves get rid of Ana, which is a target ban at probably Chasey's best hero. I feel like when you're sort of multi-rolling like Chasey, any good tank player just feel like they have an Ana in them on flex support. Feels like players that have played the game, any player that's played the game for a long time, regardless of their elo, if they play support, they probably have an Ana in them. Just feels like an almost a boomer quote-unquote Overwatch character. Like they've got it in their wheelhouse. I see so many players like come back to the game and they just start playing Ana again.
Ana's fun. She's got so much util, so much impact in the map. I think that's why such a fantastic, well-known player like Chasey is fine literally flexing onto the flex support to play that Ana. But speaking of target bans, you would almost say this Campfire Song Freya ban is doing the same. I mean, Shoreline just looks so dominant on that character, and I feel like if anyone's watched any Smoke Wolves match, if the Freya is gone, something tells me Cassidy is showing up to the frigid Nepal.
Yeah, he will be taking his talents to the cold mountains, where hopefully they will be finding peace within themselves with that peacemaker. But nonetheless, Shoreline Pie beating the Soj one-trick allegations, potentially by being raised with the Freya one-trick allegations, and then immediately disproving those by having some monster games on Cassidy. Listen, guys, so many times I've watched Smoke Wolves this season, Shoreline Pie has just locked Cassidy, ran at people, and it's worked. Okay, Smoke Wolves are on this fated comp. I heard about this from Pinecone, my lovely tank over at Spud Clusters, that this is the comp that teams think is good at the moment. Anytime stuff happens, 6 damage tracer, DPS passive, Mauga just raise their ugly head, particularly in NA. It's like, guys, is Mauga playable?
Everyone checks their watches, and it's Mauga clock here. And
is it Mauga time?
I think Mauga's in. If you've talked to a couple people throughout the scene, they may say, this Greetings guy is a bit of a bum. He plays Mauga. He's hit top 15 on Mauga. This character, though, Junker Queen is genuinely really good into this comp. And
Shondale Greg, aka Pugly Josh, aka P7.
Yeah, and P7, he is slapping this competition down, and Mauga, you can see, able to survive, but it doesn't matter if you're the last one alive on this team. In Smoke Wolves, the only thing I really have to say about this comp is, listen, I'm a Mauga believer, but I am not a this comp believer, and we'll see why as this round progresses. Yeah. A big reason for that is just, I don't know how they get that flip there. I think Campfire Song, they were sitting around the campfire a little bit too much and didn't realize how much was being turned.
Yeah, I think Cynex is dead or unavailable to push in. Just Smoke Wolves, even without Dr. Fimi Jarjo, not able to do much. I'm a disagreeer. I think I'm a believer in this comp, but not the Mauga character in general. So we'll see who is right, and it's probably not going to be me. This is all that Fimi needs to do, by the way. But also, you can just sit and buff your team. Like, this Mauga goes so deep, Greetings, and I think they're dead through Shout.
Well, they're down. I think they went a little too
overdrive.
Deep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that... I don't think that Fimi installed the right Mauga E. It definitely feels like a little bit of an overdrive. Heart pumped a little bit too fast, and it looks like it stopped for that tank player.
Yeah, it's an overdrive, just like drunk driving, absolutely.
The overdrunk drive.
Important to mention as well that I think we talked about it on the pre-show even, with the existence of Kiri as the Mauga versus the Junker Queen, you've got a lighter on fire like 3 times. I think you were saying that actually when we were talking about it. Yeah, you've got a lighter on fire like 3 times, and it's difficult. The best value you get here from Smoke Wolves out of Dr. Jarjo, out of Fimi, is I think just with that overdrive, it's not the stomp because you're just EMP.
And the EMP cancels the coal. That's insane. You saw there. Destiny, they pulled up the hand, and as the hand gets pulled, they may have put they may have pulled at the hand to stop, but Shondale was the one that pulled up the stop sign themselves, shut down that whole engage. And if you're Smoke Wolves, I'll be real, if you're Campfire Song, I don't think you even noticed that call got canceled because it did at the frame it started.
Yeah, I thought it looked like a spec bug, because sometimes Coalescence is like bugged on the spectator thing, where it looks like it actually is going through, but it might have been cancelled. Nonetheless, EMP just so good for Campfire Song.
This is a big reason why, in my mind, this comp just doesn't fully match up, and it's because of this matchup. Junker Queen just does so much burst into the Mauga. This is such a close range point. I think genuinely, if you want to make this comp work, you wait for a little bit more distance, which is super weird to say if you're looking at the matchup, but Mauga, you just need more time to light people on fire. You need to get that first light, you need to shout, you need to get that second light, and then the bell. And it's just so rough. And we're 70 on cage at the end of the round. We've done nothing.
You're not able to do any damage, right? Like, what are we actually able to shoot? Also, I think the Sombra is like the best counter to this comp, because EMP, you charge it so quick, and you just absolutely ruin the day. Like, again,
and we're blossoming not one apparently, but that's fine because the team disengaged here. We can see everyone goes out the side. Dab pulls up the big boy pants, picks up two, realizes if his Mauga shout isn't going to do anything, well, he might as well do something with the shout from his Mauga instead.
Yeah, I do think, to be not overly critical of the Mauga, it's definitely just an awful spot for the Mauga to come in, but obviously Dr. Jardo trying their best, and that means that, hey, we talked about this Smoke Wolves DPS line, that not a lot of crews can match up to Dabmaster and Shoreline, and on two buffed characters, two strong characters into the Campfire Song comp, it's time to prove it. Unfortunately, Plugweed Josh or Amar Roblox TTV has got the EMP, and so the many faces and the many names of Sev should be looking to sort of wipe them off the face of the internet with the EMP and shut down the round. All stacked on the same pixel, by the way. Not normally agree with it, but you're looking against the EMP, right? You're looking for the EMP to try and...
just wait to see it. Destiny just goes down at the beginning. If you're Smokles, you needed this ult to try and turn this fight, and the EMP can just come out here, but I don't even think it's needed. Comes out just to shut down that ult. Amazing play from this team. If you're Destiny, I feel like you just have to play a tiny bit safer there, but that's not taking anything away from the fantastic shot we saw Heaven hit. In Shana, I think you kind of put it the best. This Mauga comp, it's not bad. It's great on a lot of these maps, but I just think playing into this exact composition the Campfire Song did their homework to counter comp, it's just kind of hard. Yeah,
and I think absolutely that's the case. Just the patience at which they hit with the EMP, they walk up, obviously they get the pick, but then they go with the Rampage first. They're just waiting for the Suzu, then Jardo finally has to pop the cage. That just gets EMP'd away, and it's almost like the easiest counter read. I do think Sombra is just such a hard ban for the Mauga. It's just such like one of the hardest counter picks in the game. I feel like that you almost can't ban it, because then you know that you're almost signaling that you want to run Mauga, and immediately they give up the ghost. Darby's going to go over to Tracer, and they're just going to play.
Oh, and Femi missed the TP. Skill check failed.
Default. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah. Alright, we're on to a little bit of a change here. I actually really like this. I think Orisa, you're still playing the Soj, you're still playing into the Sombra, but Zad apparently says, watch this cool trick, and just dunks Foolish into the pit.
Down he goes. Foolish cut. Campfire Song.
Just Heaven is on one. I think Campfire Song, map 1, they look really strong here, really liking what I'm seeing. I think Synex, secret third character unlocked. I know we talked a bit about the Doom, we talked a bit about the Zarya, but Synex is also a bit of that Junker Queen player, and so unlocking that third eye, the Sharingan, has been unveiled. Team looks a lot more revitalized.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been putting in the hours at the Krusty Krab, looking for the looking to pick up and quote unquote expand the hero pool. But one thing about Synex is they play a lot of just these sort of high agency, as I talked about earlier, these aggressive playmaking tanks that want to go in almost a fat DPS, quote unquote. And the rest of their team well behind them. Look at the axe resets that he was able to get before it was denied. And I think this is just Dr. Jardo not long for this world, actually, after the pressure will come in.
Oh my god, what fantastic Lucio Cheerios. Oh no! And that's someone took a trip to Bikini Bottom because they're down in the drink.
Yeah, down they go. Honestly, like, the thing with these SpongeBob references is that they're all just like adult innuendos and euphemisms, by the way. So like, I don't know how many we can make. Like Patrick Starfish, like in Bikini Bottom, Sandy Cheeks in Bikini Bottom.
Goon
like,
Lagoon.
Yeah, can we grow up?
Yeah, I think
Gooning. Wait a minute.
you know what? I don't think this is a conversation people are ready for, and Adab isn't ready for that headshot of heaven.
Okay.
You know what? That might be talked about in a different time, in a different era.
We'll table that for BPL chat next week, I think. Did SpongeBob invent Gooning? That's a banger podcast title. Nonetheless,
I think, well, let's move on to a little bit more important thing right now. The EMP comes out in the terror switch. I don't think they know, but you can see, Femi, they walked forward. They wanted to press their Q. They even stopped standing still. It honestly looked like Shondell's EMP like blue screen their computer for half a second because Femi just gets EMP'd and stops moving.
Yeah, so serious like macro color casting going on. Campfire Songs comp, this is a time when Smoke Wolves have the opportunity to attack back, and they kind of need to, not only because it's the penultimate, if not final fight, considering it goes long, it's the fight after EMP. Every time I see Sombra comps, the fight after EMP, you just kind of have to win.
And Heaven just again, Dab. We talked about how much this roster, this Dab, Shoreline, Pi, DPS duo, not many teams that can compete against it. Well, apparently, Seven Heaven, they step up to the plate, they take the baseball bat out, and they say, I think we're up to bat. I think we can do this. And just an amazing stick, but I don't think it matters. There's not a singular touch that can go on. Shoreline goes down in the spawn, and the point, that wasn't even a C9. That was just really good front holding from Campfire Songsong. And I'll be real, if you told anyone Campfire Songsong was going to go up first map against Smoke Wolves, I think they might call you a little crazy.
Campfire Song X2, the gods of map 3s, might be taking us to a map 3. One thing I can say as the dust settles is that Synex might have invented Junker Queen. But nonetheless, I will say that both of these lineups, one gets weaker and one gets stronger now, I would say. And it's Smoke Wolves that get stronger, and Campfire are going to get weaker with their subs, I think, depending on availability. But Smoke Wolves, for sure, if they have the availability, will be stronger. But Campfire, I mean, you have to win the map. Like, you know that Smoke Wolves pull out on what you would say is their weaker roster, and you've still got to win the map. You can only beat who's in front of you, and absolutely they do. They are gods of map 3 for a reason. And could this be the one where they finally cork it? I would say.
Could this be the fabled 2 maps?
I think that Smoke Wolves are going to probably send us to a map 3 here, but we'll see. Even before the map's going in, I would still pred a map 3 going in, but that's just off the basis of Smoke Wolves being excellent this season, and I think that the hero pool from Synex being a little bit weaker on Numbani, unless they want to throw like Chasey on tank and have him play Diva for this one, for example.
I think it could definitely be a possibility. I would like to point out, this is completely like unheard of, the payout. I just looked over at the stream, and someone just got 276,000 points from that pred.
Never stop gambling.
Never stop gambling. Always put it on red. Always put it on red. Never stop gambling. However, moving on here, I would like to point out I did pred Smoke Wolves 2-1 because, as we mentioned before, Campfire Song X2, they are the champions of going to a map 3. And Smoke Wolves, they're no stranger to a map 3 also. They've had some pretty good map 3 sets. And as you said earlier, wolves only get more dangerous as the night encroaches and the full moon comes out, and you might be huddling around the campfire to sing your song, but the full moon is out and the wolves, I think their pack is ready to pounce in this map too.
They have to be, right? They've got to come out fangs sharpened and on the hunt. Doomfist banned? Yeah, that made sense.
You have to. I mean, Smoke Wolves, they're no strangers to the maps that go around. At this point, I think everyone, their mothers, their fathers, their children, their nephews and nieces, they all know Campfire Song. They play the Doom. But the Honor Band comes out on the other foot, and so I guess clearly Smoke Wolves, I mean, the Honor Band didn't work for them, but Campfire Song, they've got this figured out.
Honor Band is interesting. I very rarely see in a series one team ban like something that isn't like Turbo Giga meta, which I know is not like a must pick everywhere, is what I'm trying to say, and then have it be banned by the other team. So yeah, Smoke Walls definitely. Campfire Sonson, not confident in that Ana gameplay. If they have Baloney in, they're going to probably throw them in on flex support as well. I wonder what we're going to see from Campfire Sonson now that the Doomfist is banned. That's my big question over anything else. But it is Numbani, right? So
yes.
I would assume dive, Lucio Kiri, map control.
You would assume the dive here. I would genuinely not be surprised to see some other wacky, crazy stuff. You know, just because we've got a lot of dive characters, Zarya loves bubbling people. And as you said before, you don't want to do one me, one you, but you don't need to do one me if you're just bubbling both your DPS in on these engages.
Mm-hmm. And normally I think you give the bubbles to one person. Again, you really don't want to split bubbles and divide them up, I feel like, because almost the value gets lost. But even Zarya in 5v5 as a character, I feel like I misunderstand it at times, and I feel like it definitely is misused. And I think that spots where she's just broken, it's like she's allowed to be broken. The same way that if you let Sim get up to 3 beams, of course she's going to be OP. That's how the character is designed. But static in, beam can in. Freya also now not banned for Campfire Sonson.
And we've got two completely different compositions here.
Yeah.
I mean...
No Baloney available, so Campfire Sonson make no changes. Smoke Walls put in what most would consider their A roster.
Yeah, and this is exactly the map that you'd want it. I think for Smoke Walls, you say, you know what, map 1, we'll put Fimi in. We don't really need him in this map 2. We want to play to the strength of Static on that Diva. This is like Smoke Wolf 101 composition too. You've got the Tracer for Dab, you've got the Freya for Shoreline, Static on his main character in the Diva, and you've got the Lucio Kiri in the back. If we're going to see Smoke Wolves come out and howl at the full moon, it's got to be on these 5 characters.
Let's see. I don't have that many Maroon 5 references, but absolutely Animals is the main one I'm thinking of. Shondale Bread.
Absolutely. That mini saves his life.
Yeah. On the Soldier, on that all-important aforementioned Soldier, seeing the tracking as well coming in, by the way. Like, Sev's aim is so good. It's actually so nice and satisfying to watch.
Unfortunately, Soldier, I was going to say, not the greatest character, and Foolish just comes in for the slam dunk. I was about to say, great pick from Sev there on that side, and it just looks like Campfire Sonson. They're already looking for the cleanup. Amidst the chaos, though, Smoke Wolves, they steal 41% away, and that's going to matter. That basically means no draw if this does come down to first play and holds from both teams.
Oh, I don't think it will. You can have all the tracking in the world that you want, by the way, but if you're just jumped at by Genji and Hazard or Diva, in the case where you're shot a couple of times by Shoreline Empire, you're not long for this world. I think Soldier quietly might have an alright matchup into the Freya, particularly if they hang about in that air for too long. But a player as good as Shoreline Empire, you would hope is not over peaking and sitting in the skybox, sort of completely staying still. Speaking of staying still, walkability just caught unaware.
Yeah, it looks like they weren't ready to be... I wouldn't even call it snuck up upon. I feel like Dab shot like a full 24-bullet clip on Genji before hitting that last one. But in that last scenario there, I mean, Smoke Wolves, they just had a really good collapse. I know we didn't get to see all of it fully, but they just came in from multiple angles. You saw the sideline being poked out. You saw we ended up with Sev on that high ground caught out alone, and Soldier is good. I don't care how good your aim is. You're not putting enough bullets into a full HP Diva to kill her.
No, definitely not. The DM allows you to do such good work with rotations that Cinex and Co just sort of have to rotate on death, but they can't now. Rain comes out, finds one, Dab dead.
Dab did not bring his umbrella there, and which is a little surprising. Going in, the Poco Bomb can't kill anyone. No. Okay, good. I saw someone go down. I got a little scared there for a second, but it's just Shoreline getting another fantastic pick. But these fights, they're so scrappy. And the beat comes out on 2, and the beat comes out on 3. I don't even know where Heaven is in this fight here. And this might be the scrappiest map. What did I just see there? I didn't realize we were just like shooting for like hoop dreams.
Bit of a sort of impromptu pulse bomb. Cinex
and
now
the Zarya
over to the Zarya. Zarya on Numbani second.
Not terrible. Not the worst thing ever.
It's not awful, but I think when you're forced to play low ground, it's a little bit difficult. You are, however, going to get to give all the bubbles to yourself and just stall cart, while the rest of your team sort of go 3-point jump shooting, as they say. Heaven absolutely taking full advantage of not having any responsibilities apart from going to kill.
Yeah, and that is the good thing. If you can just sustain a bit on that Zarya, wait for your Tracer to swing into that backline, just a bubble on a Tracer or a Sombra into like a half HP target from just this Zarya who's just full of energy. Got a nice, good, healthy dinner tonight. And these bullets are going to hurt as this energy comes in. And
yeah,
I mean, if you're Campfire Song, Static Dream, a little bit of sweat going down the brow is this full HP Zarya, this full beam Zarya just...
There you go. Talked about it in pre-show. The Genji gets in the deflect range of the Zarya, and that's Zarya with energy. Sinex finds both DPS, who should never be anywhere near that beam, by the way.
That's a third.
And they are just continuing to walk into the Zarya, and it's cases like this where she looks so strong. Sinex doing an excellent job of bubble management, giving it to their flankers to go and take the 1v1s, because these players are good enough. Yeah, these players are good enough that when their bubbles go in, they go in 1v1 with it.
And we might see a little bit of the weakness of the Zarya here, though. We had one bubble forced early, and yes, you know, you're on that Zarya. You think you can get that first bubble out because your charge is diminishing, and it looks fine. But then, like, you get caught. You have the second bubble forced. You're on the payload, and listen, like, Zarya, there's a lot of damage output, but she doesn't exactly have a ton of util, and if you're having here, you're trying to get out, you're being forced. The whole team is on you, and oh my god, fantastic. Bell also, like Dab, I was about to say he's dying first in a lot of these fights, but it turns it completely on its head, gets these first two picks, and Sinex was looking so good from the Zarya. It's just kind of rough. Campfire Song, you know, they were listening to their own melody, not hearing that Dab Master was in their backline knocking.
Yeah, absolutely. They can't... It all stems from the Zarya, right? Like the pushes, the Zarya over pushes, they don't have bubbles to deal with the massive burst damage that comes in from the Freya, because that matchup is like Freya is able to land those double right clicks without bubble. You just get chunked, so now you give up the map. So the Zarya gets picked off way earlier than any tank should get picked off, and then you walk back in without energy, so you have no neutral, so you're weak, so you just get ran over. Static.
And oh, and that was so close. Unironically, Wakability had to use the TP there. Thing just came out a little bit too early. And if you're just like getting picked first, both sides immediately lose one, but it's gonna always go the favor of that defense side. Just took one out, and look, Sinex just doesn't care about Static in the baby form until that last little minute, and this is the restabilize you need. You're back at full HP. Across the board, you have that full charge back, and your ult bank is looking tasty. If you're Campfire Song, you've got all the s'mores, they're fully cooked, and Smokeholes, they can't handle the heat right now, but luckily, onto the Hazard. Maybe can sustain a little bit of that Campfire burn.
Well, low-key, I think, obviously everyone says that the D to Zarya matchup is really Zarya favored, and it definitely is, but Hazard here, even with the damage right click that's massively reduced, I'm not sure what you do. EMP is not followed by an amp speed, it's just followed by 100 charge Zarya. Can they clean it up? Yes, they can. And honestly, again, we talked about the bowler from Shoreline
That was incredible from Shoreline Pie. He's making wine out of water here with this gameplay. Just like absolutely, these hoop dreams, they need to be studied from Heaven this game.
They are. We are just throwing it from a 3-point range, aren't we? Just chuck it up, you know? Absolutely, they've got the green light with those things, and maybe we need to put them on an amber light for now. Maybe.
Yeah, I think right now, I mean, they're playing like they're on camp half court, trying to shoot these balls down at range with these pulses, and I'll be real, Smokeholes, they just take a second, they realize, hold up guys, they have no pulse, they're dead too, and I think the Zarya might be down charge, and they just run them over with the aggressiveness of this Has.
Yeah, the Zarya was not down charge, they were down people on their team to peel them, absolutely, that is the case. Dab again, just eating the beam of the Genji here, as is everyone from the side of Smokeholes. It's allowing the 1-for-1, but if you are Smokeholes, yeah, just ignore the Zarya, right? Like,
yeah, just ignore the Zarya. I actually think we just watched Static and Sinex like sit back to back like an album cover, just shooting each other's team. And at the end of the day, both these tanks are strong, but a full beam, like at least half charge Zarya, that's gonna hurt a little bit more when your Has can't go in as deep. And honestly, Campfire Song's like amazing turnaround with that Cure Rush, because they lost Shondale like instantly. Sev like frame one walked out of spawn, was just like, oh man, I can't wait to play a good game of Overwatch, and just deleted back in the spawn room.
Yeah, Shondaled. This Smokewolves comp does just have so much burst potential with the Freya Hazard, right? Like, that's what they're looking for. But now it's final fight territory. Dabmaster has the blade ready to go, can be pulled out.
And I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, we're just looking at the amazing aggression here, Jace. We can see one go down, two go down. I think everyone on the side of Campfire Song is just meeting their last thing. They did not draw the circle around themselves. The Alaskan Bullworm of Hazard has chomped down on those remaining seconds. And Smokeholes, listen, at 1 second, 7 seconds, 5 minutes, whatever it is, as long as you have anything on that time bank, that is a guaranteed piece of time for potential round 3.
Yeah, good cap from them in the end. And I think Dazaria is just, it's really, well, flimsy, quite quote unquote. Like, you can really get the snowball going. But once Dazaria doesn't have the energy, once you sort of don't have that person to give the bubbles to on the off angle, like last point, Nazaria is the one that soaks both the bubbles. And I just think that that's the worst sort of mode that you have to operate that character in comparison to giving them to your Tracer or your Sombra on the off angle. And we saw so many times, right? Like, Dazaria is just like ran down, you know, and tanks in Overwatch can't just be ran down like that, but Zarya can, and that was definitely a big weakness of the character, and it showed on the third point line so many times. They're just able to 5-man walk at the Russian lady, and yeah, it's good night.
Oh yeah, I'd also like to quickly correct myself. I made an incorrect SpongeBob pun. God forbid me, don't send me down to the 9 layers underneath. The circle in the sand for SpongeBob is in fact the sea bear, but the Alaskan bullworm is a pretty equal thing to Hazard. You know, comes out of nowhere, you think you've got him beat, and just heals back up to full and just one taps you. But anyway, continuing on here with this gameplay, it looks like both teams are going to be starting with the Hazard here. Very burst aggressive. We saw Synex play it for a bit. It didn't look terrible here, but we didn't get to see a lot of it. However, on the side of Smokel's, I think that was exactly what you needed in Heaven, starting for about 2 full seconds on the Tracer before pressing tab and realizing that Shondale is dead. I was about to say that they needed a bit more of poke, but apparently someone didn't get the memo that they were down 1 in the spawn room.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Tracer just kind of runs the pockets of Sombra on this map, so now Campfire have to go over to the accursed double hit stand. Shondale Reg, not really feeling the soldier, and we're on like double hit stand, Juno, Brig, Hazard. And I think in A-League, you have to play real comps, and this is not real, no matter how hard you convince me.
Double hit scan, some may call it the poor man's composition, and I would have to agree. I think, you know, every health bar is getting low, and Kiriko with fair and balanced TP's out, but Static doesn't have that luxury, and Synex is one getting trades out on the Hazards here. Going through, we can see the HP bars of a team starting to dip with Smoke Wolves. Shoreline, we saw how amazing Sev's aim was on the soldier, and he decided, what if I played an actual character in Overwatch, pulled out the cast, and is just tapping people. I mean, this looks like Shoreline last week.
Yeah, there you go. Shondale Dredge. Cassidy, obviously more historically of a flick character when Sev is known for their tracking aim, but when it's that good mechanically, yeah, why not? Doesn't matter what character you're on, to be fair. If you can just walk at the enemy and shoot them, right? Like, everyone is Kovacs if you're on a hit stand. So whilst I said this composition wasn't real, Smoke Wolves don't punish the fact that they have 2 hit stand. They're immobile, they've got long sight lines, they can't really sort of brawl up close. The weaknesses of the double hit stand, which is you just don't have anyone with your tank, right? You're just absolutely locked into the poke phase of your fight and nothing else. Smoke Wolves don't. No cart pressure as well. Smoke Wolves don't.
When the pulse comes out, goes through in the hinder. It was just a teeny bit too early. You really wanted to trap Dab in there when they go for the pulse. And I'd like to quickly point out, as this fight is kind of wrapping out, as long as no one does this new Campfire song, all the HP bars are low. I don't think they're going to push this. Hazard is both a dive and a brawl tank, and both teams are playing it in either that dive or brawl way. Campfire Song, they just want the sustain of the Haz. They want to be able to go in. And Smoke Wolves are looking for a bit more of that dive potential. I really like kind of this like back and forth using the same character in different ways, but I think we just saw the bullet go out. My ears, I think they've exploded just as the rest of team of Campfire Song has. And if you're giving them anything, they didn't use any ults. They just kind of sat there and took a ult or 2 to the face, and if you're Smoke Wolves, you're just happy to stabilize the card at all, especially if they're a pretty poor 0.1.
Yeah, the Bounty Hunter gets what they get, right? They get all of their pocket change from decimating, and Shoreline Pie already 40% towards another bowler as Campfire Sunshine just look to push in with anything to.
And I can't believe Teardown hit no one. On the opposite side, though, Synex, he's taking a bit of a spike bath, and they say, you know, there's an old thing in the mountains of, you know, if you can rest on a bed of nails, you're truly at peace. But I think Synex took that a little bit too literally and is just resting in pieces after that.
Oh, absolutely. Just torn in half by this aggressive dive of Smoke Wolves. But Campfire Song, they're going to make some adjustments. Zarya comes out. Fair.
This is very
valid.
Campfire Song.
It is. And now the comp, I think, makes a lot more sense. Sombra, of course, excellent into both Hazard.
Oh, fantastic. Can we see this is why Zarya, I was just about to comment, walkability, they've been holding onto this orbit for a good bit, looking for a bit of pressure, and they lose their tank. Orbit is still Orbit, though, and you have to respect the Orbit. It's nowhere near as broken as it was on release, but like Seb says, like, if this Sombra character, give it a little bit of a damage boost, and I can rip through people in this, and now Zach goes down. I feel like this is going to be the... Oh my god, I was going to say it's going to be the end of the push, but Heaven says, I don't think so, and I don't know how Juno kills that, but it looks like Campfire Song's and they turn it around without Zarya.
And now Zaddy's on the Lucio. And we're playing the flimsiest component of man with Zarya, Lucio, Juno. Surely 6 damage Tracer is going to be the demise of this Campfire Song comp, but maybe not before they can capsize it.
Yeah, Rush comes out, Bullet Shot comes out here, and it looks like Shoreline, he was shooting for the Heavens, and unfortunately he did not land upon the stars. However, the rest of the team does clean up Zap. And the EMP, the late EMP comes out, and all these fights are looking so good for Smokles. I mean, just like 3 seconds ago, everyone was full HP, and these EMPs just evaporate the HP. I think people forget. Sombra EMP just deletes 30% of your max HP. Just gone, just kaputs, just out of the field, and that just turns the fight around.
Is it 30% these days? I swear at one point it was like 40 or 50.
It used to be that high, but that's also when Sombra was like Omega busted. This is like 30% plus bonus damage on crit targets. Honestly, if Sombra wasn't such a hated character, this would be like the rich man's Tracer character. But like Smokles, they turn it around, and if I'm Smokles here, I just got to figure out what's going wrong in these fights. It feels like we're up, we're doing so good, we get first pick, we get the resource trade, and then Campfire Song just kills someone and they turn the fight. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's this insane burst, maybe the insane speed from this comp, but Smokewolves got to figure out something.
I will say that Smokewolves are playing the best backline in the game since Kiri was released, and the 3 most broken other characters on the patch right now.
And they're making Zarya look like the best tank right now. But honestly, Heaven putting up such an insane performance in Static, they're showing why this Hazard character is so good. I think we're starting to see a bit of the cracks of Zarya. We've called it a bit of a gimmick character, not to say Zarya is terrible. But the thing is, Zarya is in a game like Overwatch 5v5 where speed is so key and going first is so important. Zarya is like one of the few characters that want to slow down the pace of the fight until they have a little bit of charge.
It's the same thing that I almost said about like the I was comparing UT earlier, the B-League tank. I'm saying, listen, he's one of the few people that isn't a ball one trick by choice. Zarya doesn't have a choice. She has to go slow. A lot of these tanks, particularly the Hazard, can go slow or go fast, and it's by choice. With Zarya, there is no choice. So you're locked into that plan, and it makes you predictable. Static Dream, though, even with that 90% damage reduction, the hatch comes in, and they are just beamed by the Ray. Fantastic ult from walkability. And it gives Campfire Song a breath, a hope, a sliver, a flame under the ocean of life in this game.
And you've got that beat. You've got the beat from Campfire Song. And once again, I think you're wanting to play the fight a little bit slow, but Smokles are taking it to it. Bean can drop into one. Shoreline also dropping pretty low here. And if you're looking across this roster, I mean, Static, they're just like taking damage in the front line. And this bullet has to be massive. And that's exactly what you need from that Shoreline Pie gameplay. And now we're down a final fight as a Hazard. I wish it was 90% damage reduction as a tank. It is 65%. You are thinking of Ramatra's block, which is 90%.
Ram's block is 90%?
Ram's block is 90%. It is Hazard's, it is 65%.
Ah, okay, fair. It's border. It feels like 90%, I swear to God.
It still feels like 90% because of the lifesteal perk. That buff lifesteal, that 40% lifesteal, you swear to God your Tracer bullets are healing him.
No, actually. Smokewolves, though, in a position potentially for the full hold. Campfire Song though have EMP. It's just an EMP and a prayer. That's all they need.
Forced out by Shoreline and Dab right at the beginning, but you're just hoping no one dies. And the pulse bomb, it goes wide. I think the pulse bombs of this game need to be studied. Apparently, HP bars need to be studied too, because I think Static failed tank HP bar 101 as Campfire Song. They find themselves like a little bit down, and this is looking rough. And listen, if you asked me, I feel like the Kings of Map 3 are going to be returning for another instance.
Oh, absolutely. We are going to Map 3, baby, all the way, I think. Surely. Unless...
This graph has to be Gigantamax here.
No one with them and knows Zarya graph point, though.
Everything. And listen, Campfire Song, they pulled some fights out of their hats, looking like straight-up magicians in some of these. But I'm sorry, this is a Map 3, and if history is doomed to repeat itself, then I think we're in for a very interesting map 3. As we said, Smoke Wolves, the pack is out and the moon is ready to be howled at with this performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good map from Smoke Wolves to come back. You sort of expected them to do it, and it took a little bit of shoreline magic, a little bit of dab magic, but overall, actually not a bad showing from Campfire Song, even though I think sometimes that composition just fails them fundamentally by itself. But Smoke Wolves, they punish. They play as I said, the Smoke Wolves are playing the best bot line in the game since Kiwi was released. And they're playing the 3 most broken characters on the patch in Tracer Freya and Hazard. So you're not going to go wrong. And those characters themselves can leverage so much power compared to Campfire Son. But we are going to throw it to break, because unfortunately I am still very unmedicated. And I have completely crashed. So you may not be seeing me for map 3. You may. We'll figure it out.
I will hold it down if I have to do it alone, and that's totally fine. Either way, whether or not I get to see you again, it has been an absolute blast commentating with you so far this set.
Of course, no problem. Thank you, greetings. Thank you, guys. Holy, do I need ADHD meds for focus? Because that was a complete crash. Woo. Okay, we'll throw it to break. Map 3, I think, should be a banger. I don't think it would be one-sided at all. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this short break. Apologize.
어디서부터 담을 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent so much time. 우린 이미 먼 길을 너에게로부터 가장 먼 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away 한참을 헤매고 찾아왔던 네가 그렇게 반가울 수 있었을까 I don't know what to do I can't wait for you anymore 이제 내게 인사를 건네줄게 너에게로부터 가장 먼 곳 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. got nowhere to be. Got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that.
Alrighty, everyone. Greetings. Welcome back to this map 3 between Campfire, Song and Smokles. Unfortunately, Jace has had to retire for the night. A big blessed thank you to him for a fantastic casting job. But joining me here is Kohbalt. Kohbalt, introduce yourself to the people joining us for this last map.
Hi guys, I'm Kohbalt. If you were keeping up with BPL 2 before this game started, I was there at first before we swapped over, but I play in B League. This is my first time like actually casting a map. I'm like basically Jace if he wasn't British and also like cooler.
Yeah, that basically sums the up and downs of it. So as we go into this here, we see the bans have already come through. Campfire Song with the Has-Been and Smokles with the Sombra. Both these make perfect sense. Watching through this past maps, Campfire Song, Sev has just been looking fantastic on the Sombra, swinging these maps around. And on the side of the Has here, I mean, it's kind of the perfect thing, especially when your Zarya is fully unlocked. And Smokles, they just can't play this Hazard that's done so well for them here. And so this map 3, Kohbalt, in case you don't know, Campfire Song is the kings of map 3. They always go to map 3 and they always lose map 3. So is this the time they turn it around?
I mean, it felt weird because, you know, on that Nepal map, they definitely looked a lot more dominant, and then going to Nambani, it definitely looked a lot closer. So I'm curious to see if maybe Smokles are able to use that momentum they built up in map 2 to try and push through. Now, granted, these bans do throw a bit of a wrench into things. Hey, Shondale can't play that Sombra, which he's been very effective on this these last 2 maps, but by the exact same other side, that Hazard was incredibly strong on the side of Smoke Wolves. So I'm really curious to see A, what compositions come out on the side of both these teams, and B, how they adjust their game plan, since a lot of what they've been leaning into isn't available anymore.
Yeah, this looks pretty honestly standard for these changes. We saw Campfire Song, those that were here for the map 1, they rolled out on this Junker Queen comp. They played it fast, they played it furious, and they took full advantage of that Junker Queen buff. And Smokles on the side here, they're going over to that, off of the Hazard and onto the Ramatra. This is something we have seen from Static in a lot of maps, a lot of past sets as well. So this is nothing new for the team. And if you're going to be on a rush map like this, these are the compositions I expect from these teams.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep an eye on Shoreline Pie on the fray. He was doing a lot of work last map, and now going into this, you know, starting off with a pretty easy neutral fight. Sinex just kind of fishing for knives, looking for what to do. Dadmaster goes down early, however, and now it looks like, ooh.
It is very interesting here. Sev, amazing. We talked a little bit about his cast last map, and it's just also performing immediately off the bat. Dab, I've got to say, you know, he's been playing great, but when he is entering these fights, he's weirdly been picked first a lot. I'd like to see a little bit more of an aggression with maybe with Foolish.
Yeah, I agree. Dab definitely been maybe putting the horse in front of the carriage in front of the horse, however the saying goes. But now we're, going into this next fight. SLP looking to take a decent position, but Shondell immediately marking that. And oh my god, Static Dream goes down immediately. The fight's over. And Smoke Wolves definitely need to kite out and try and find their footing because they're losing a lot of meterage very quickly.
Yeah, this is looking especially rough. Smoke Wolves over here, they need to find their footing. Campfire Songsong, they're looking pretty good here. But this is not the only teams affected by this. I mean, if you're Seal the Deal, you're out here chanting Smoke Wolves' name because if Campfire Songsong, if they win this match, you're out. You're locked 8th place. There's nothing. Nothing is in your hands anymore in Shoreline. And they're popping off for his play there as walkability goes down, but the HP bars are so low. And this might just be enough for Smoke Wolves to take their first fight win on this map.
Yeah, Shondell looking to make a pick happen, but definitely getting pushed back. Fight could go either way. A lot of pressure coming out from Dabmaster, but Shondell does go down. That pulse bomb comes out from Heaven, breaks the mech on Static Dream, but it looks like that Smoke Wolves are going to take control of this cart, try and make up for some of that lost meterage. But that goes down kind of in between fights, and that's your beat. That's a lot of time you're losing. Hopefully that fast Lucio rollout will get you back in the fight quickly, but you definitely want to try and stop this push as soon as you can.
Yeah, and this is a great response to stop that aggression from the enemy team. Dab landing a pulse bomb, but dropping walkability instantly. This rush out here from Bean, it gets them all the time Static needs to get back into mech. And honestly, you're not that disappointed about that trade out. You lose your tank on the side of Campfire Songsong, but you get your tank back on the side of Smoke Wolves. And now it's down to this last fight with beats coming up from both sides. However, Campfire Songsong, their ult bank is looking tasty for this engage.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Smoke Wolves, you're looking to maximize as much value out of that beat as you can, and maybe even get that bullet shot online from Shoreline Pie, because Campfire Songsong, they've just got such a big ult bank, so many options going to this next fight. But on the other side, Campfire Songsong need to be careful not to over-ult this fight. They could lose a lot of momentum, but the beat opens us up, and the Kitsune Rush comes out in response. The beat comes out from Zat, and the Noon pop from Shondell takes out Shoreline Pie, and Smoke Wolves are immediately forced to kite out.
Yeah, that's just such a rough engage. I mean, luckily if you're Smoke Wolves, you don't have a lot to spend there in that lost fight. You just drop the beat, and Campfire Songsong, they respond with all 3 ults in turn. But it's not exactly like their ult bank gets destroyed either. They have the Rampage, they have the Pulse Bomb. And if you're Smoke Wolves here, you're fine taking a tiny bit of a slower engage, maybe trying to build something up in Heaven. Just an amazing stick, and I don't think Bean can bail that one. And the fight is breaking out up 1 for Campfire Songsong.
Oh, definitely a very scrappy fight. The bell comes out from walkability in response to that bullet shot, but Static Dream loses that mech, and it looks like Smoke Wolves are just really struggling to find their footing. This momentum from that one ult fight. Even the Joker window coming out doesn't really seem to get anybody after that bell, but Static Dream goes down, Shoreline Pie goes down, and it doesn't look like Bean Can is long for this world either, and they're just going to keep pushing that advantage they built early. Dab trying to maybe deny some of the meterage, but I don't expect him to get much value out of it.
Oh no, definitely just denying a few extra meters, giving the team time. And honestly, if you're Dab, that's totally fine, because the second this bot is capped and checkpoint is done for the butt scratch, everyone's respawn timer automatically gets dropped down to 2 seconds, no matter what. But the re-engage from Smoke Wolves, Dab bot just enough time. El Poco Bomb comes out, and we managed to get one Zat. Just they say you can't catch him, but he looks like he caught himself on the side, and Dab catching walkability out right at the end, and everyone falls from the side of Campfire Songsong and Smoke Wolves. This is the fight you need to turn it.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Smoke Wolves are in a very good position right now. They have a bit of an ult bank building up again after that last fight. They have the beat coming online. They do have Pulse Bomb matching on the side of Heaven. But Campfire Songsong, if they're able to maybe take this fight a bit slower, build up that Kitsune Rush, build up that Noon, they might be able to stop this push, but they need to act quickly. Smoke Wolves, they're coming up on that checkpoint. They're coming up on getting that lead. And if you're Campfire Songsong, if you let them get that lead and you lose a fight with some ults, you're going to be in a really precarious situation.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough here from Smoke Wolves, especially with that mech dropping immediately and the Pulse Bomb being stuck from Dabmaster is the thing to turn it around. We can see here the beat coming out. Campfire Songsong, they lose 3, and what was such an amazing start for this Campfire Songsong roster, getting rid of Static Dream's mech, it just all falls to the wayside, and checkpoints now have been claimed. I was going to say claimed by both sides, but actually not. I forgot. Smoke Wolves stopped them literally right before the checkpoint, and I mean, that's incredible, but it seems we've got a pause coming up. So we're going to be taking a little break.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, it's looking at kind of what we could do in the future. I think there is a bit of a silver lining on the side of Campfire Songsong. You have a lot of ults coming online. But On the other hand, you need to make sure you're using them wisely. If you over ult a fight, which you kind of found yourself guilty of earlier, then you could find yourself in the exact same position not much time later.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough. While we do have a second in between, I saw I was definitely incorrect about the block percentages on some of the tanks. So I'm going to take a quick second, just like with the SpongeBob reference, to quickly correct myself. Doom block is 80%, Ram block is 75%, and Hazard block is 65%. I was confused by the fact that originally Ram block and Haz block were a little bit higher. But now that I've corrected myself, honestly, this is a very even matchup so far. But because it's so even, what do you think a team like Campfire Song has to do to get that edge out against Smoke Wolves?
I definitely think since we're pretty even in the meterage, Campfire Song needs to win probably about 2, maybe 3 fights, and they'll probably get that advantage or that lead as long as they can clear the checkpoint, assuming they don't let Smoke Wolves push beyond Butt Scratch. But I definitely think the number one thing, if you're Campfire Song that you need to be mindful of, is making sure you're using your ult bank very wisely. They have a lot of ults coming online, and it looks like we're going back in real quick. All right, so we've got that Butt Scratch initiating, and now it looks like Campfire Song regrouping, getting ready to start this fight, but Static Dream getting their mech back, so it looks like we're going to be going into a pretty even fight besides that ult bank leaning towards Campfire Song.
Yeah, I imagine if you're Smoke Wolves here, you have that initial advantage, but Foolish decides that Shondell Greg has been playing great and donates another headshot over their way. As Smoke Wolves, you're just on the hard disengage. You got the Butt Scratch, you're past that checkpoint, you're just completely re-engaging, and now if you're Campfire Song, you're fine with this. You know, you let them go, you're just wanting to not lose anyone, and now it's just one fight, one pick, one little ult in. Just shoreline, 3 shots straight to the dome of this queen, and that's the shout force before the engage even began.
Yeah, and if, it looks like Walkability popped ult around that fight where we lost Foolish, so that's -1 for Song. They didn't really get much value, but we've got the fight breaking out. Beat comes out from Zat, and now they're going to pick up the tempo, run down the backline, but Beancan TP's out, does not last much longer. Heaven takes out Shoreline Pie, and Walkability takes out Static Dream, and now Smokel's don't really have much of a fight left, and well, Campfire Song, they're approaching that checkpoint, they're approaching that lead, and Smokel's need to be scared.
Yeah, I think if you're Smoke Wolves here, you know, checkpoint, it's whatever you give it, it's like half a meter out. You still have a little bit, Butt Scratch, it takes a few seconds, everyone's gonna regroup. You have this Curie Rush advantage to go in. I imagine Campfire Song, never mind, I thought they were gonna be able to get this advantage, pop the Noon still comes out. It gets another, and this is turning disaster mode, and we're dropping the bomb here in this engage, and somehow Sev just decides he's super hungry for a bomb, and oh my god, never mind, everything is going backwards. Signing just Ajax is the queen ult, the Rampage is one of the best ults in the game, and it just goes down the bin.
Yeah, of course, Dabmaster trying to clean up the fight. Smokel's trying to finish this fight quickly so they can try and get that bot pushed a bit further. But if you're on Campfire Song, you know, that fight's a bit of a disaster. You guys thought you had the lead. You had so many early picks, even forcing out things like the bomb, but losing Shondell to the bomb, and then Dabmaster cleaning up kills on people like that just makes it impossible for the fight to continue. And now this could go either way. Walkability has that Kitsune Rush online, but Dabmaster might be looking for an early Pulse Bomb to give them an early advantage. But Shoreline Pie goes down to Synex's knife.
Oh, and the Hoop Dreams return on the other side of the court as Dab, he saw how great the pulses were from Heaven and said, I can score a 3-pointer too, but it just goes completely away from the rim. And Smokles, this is danger territory. You're at basically 3. You have to drop right at the end, and you got nothing in the ult bank. And it's the only thing you had just died right in front of you. And Static, this is just genuinely jumping point, like suicide mission here. And okay, we're on it. We're back. The baby has been felled on the side and just have an amazing cleanup. Just super, super, super great for Campfire Song. You're down to this minute 30. Your ult bank is starting to cycle. In Smoke Wolves, it's looking a little dicey here. Will you be the first team to lose a Campfire Song in map 3?
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the side of Smoke Wolves, you're looking at how you can win this fight as cheaply as possible. And if you're on the side of Campfire Song, you're looking for how you can draw this fight out, use that ult advantage that you're building up to just make one last push as we get a bit closer to the end of the map time. But now it just looks like both teams are just trying to fish for something to happen. But Dabmaster goes down first. The Noon comes out from Shondell, takes out Shoreline Pie in the mirror, and then Foolish goes down. And if you're on Smoke Wolves, what do you do next?
What you do next is you just group up. You play to any out you have the ult advantage. But if you're Campfire Song, I'll be real, I don't even know if you drop beat if you're Zat. I think you're so fine here with the team going down, but the beats do come out from both sides. Smoke Wolves, they decide to drop both support ults in this engage. I mean, you have to. There's nothing you can do. And the Cynex Ghost One luckily doesn't pop the ult to force that down the drain for a second time. Okay, Smoke Wolves, you had to use your support ults, but at least Campfire Song, they used the Noon in the previous fight, they used the Beat in that fight, and this is do or die time. I mean, I think you literally have to win like 4 fights in a row. You've got to win main fight, you've got to win checkpoint fight, you've got to win like 90-meter fight, and then you have to win final fight. This is no time for mistakes. Dab can't get caught out anymore. Shoreline can't get randomly knifed in. This is it, and it looks like Shoreline completely threw my words out the window and gets knifed in and just dies immediately.
Yeah, with Shoreline down, Smoke Wolves, they need to take a second to, just try and force a long fight, use that ult advantage, but the Queen ult comes out from Cynex, takes out Foolish, Static Dream pops the bomb, just looking for something to happen, but does anybody from Smoke Wolves touch her? It doesn't look like it, and the win goes to Campfire Song in map 3.
It's super impressive. The curse has been broken. They've gathered around the campfire, and this time their song must have been heard by like the lords above, because they managed to win their first map 3 in Campfire Song. Smoke Wolves, this roster that many people have been stating is the strongest in the Ash division, dominant, top of the performance, insane team with just an incredible roster. Campfire Song, they say this Junker Queen buff has given us all we need. Cynex no longer trapped onto the Doom, no longer trapped onto the Zarya, able to flex onto this Junker Queen for these rush maps a little bit more stable than a Zarya pick, and it's shown so much for this roster. And if you're Campfire Song, you're feeling pretty good, but if you're an unfortunate Seal, I think your seal has been dealed. I'm pretty sure that locks you out of playoff contention. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope, but I highly doubt it. I think Seal the Deal literally has to win both of their remaining sets, but it's such a tall order. I mean, I'm not counting them out completely. Looking at it, there is the possibility, but I mean, Seal the Deal, what came down to just, we need to beat Chungus Fungus now. We need to beat Chungus Fungus and Corrupted Guys. And that's a pretty tall order.
I mean, if you're a Seal the Deal fan, we had an upset. A lot of people were leaning towards Smoke Wolves going into this game. So if you're a Seal the Deal fan, you really can't count yourselves out yet. We've seen that the upsets are possible, and Seal the Deal, admittedly, they looked good in their last game. So maybe there's hope if you're Seal the Deal. But on the other hand, if you're Smoke Wolves, this loss has got to burn a little. You felt so strong, you looked so good going into this week, and even as we look ahead towards playoffs, but now your power is kind of called into question. A lot of questionable picks, a lot of questionable plays happened today. Maybe it's an off day, but maybe this is a grim omen for what might happen going into playoffs.
Yeah, it seems like a Grin omen, and we saw Grin Reapers earlier, and I mean, they turned it around. They found the stuff that was needed, and apparently Smoke Wolves, when the adaptation got brought over to the other foot, Campfire Song, they just looked really good. Honestly, if I have to give this to someone, this is really rough. I'd say both the DPS of Campfire Song just played incredibly. I think we could give it out to genuinely either of them. I do have to say, when it came down to it, when all is said and done, I do think just the consistent headshot pressure of Heaven just was so hard to deal with from the side of from Smoke Wolves. The amount of fights we saw Dab go down to just a Tracer duel or just a random railgun, I mean, Heaven just played great this set.
Yeah, I agree. Both DPS were definitely probably the difference maker in this game, but Heaven showed a level of consistency that was just so incredibly powerful and such a big momentum starter and a way to keep the momentum going on the side of Campfire Song. Doing really well. That 6 damage Tracer putting in work, being able to, wrangle people into fights where, your Queen's able to get big axes, force people into places they don't want to be. And when you need to make picks on people who are, overstaying their welcome or in places they really shouldn't be. I definitely think Heaven was probably the biggest impact on this Campfire Song roster. But besides that, I think Campfire Song in general looked so clean, so coherent, especially on that last map. Nepal, closer. I'm not closer. It was pretty rough.
Campfire Song have figured out their secret sauce as apparently have a lot of the teams in today's matches. I mean, we got to view a lot of these wonderful matches here on BPL, the main channel. But for those that missed it, we did have 2 games go on BPL 2. We had Red Banners Reprieve winning this over 2-0 and over Mothmania taking a 2-0 against Camp Jumpshot. Looks like a pretty standard day down in B League at BPL 2. But we had just some insane matches over here on the mainstream. For those that didn't get to watch it, don't let that 2-0 Grin Reapers match throw you off. That was a great set. BirdWatch almost took it over Blind Music Society. And Woop Troop Maron Mallows was a game for the ages. But we're talking about tomorrow's matches. And listen, if there's any match that you gotta watch tomorrow, tune in for the Primal Pineapples Polaris match. This is just the game to more or less decide number 1 seed for that Aspen division. These are the 2 titans of the Aspen division. And honestly, I would still have 2 monitors up because it's not like Camp Half Court and Corrupted Guys is going to be any worse. Both of these games are just absolutely important sets for the A-League.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Primal Pineapples and Polaris, those are your juggernauts of A-League right now. People have them favorites to win the entire tournament and have for weeks. But even then, looking towards B-League, AR High Noon versus Daybreak could be a very interesting game, considering both of these rosters have gone through some roster changes as of recently. AR High Noon picking up Ducks, and I believe Daybreak picked up Dragon, if I'm correct.
That sounds right to me.
And then even in C League, Log Racers Terrapin, unfortunately at the same timing, because that should be another really interesting game to watch. Log Racers have been a very, very strange team to watch, for lack of a better term. Very hard to make predictions on. Terrapin, on the other hand, they've been a bit more consistent in C League, and I feel like C League's one of those leagues right now where it's very much anybody can win. It's anybody's game. Everything looks good, and it's very hard to make consistent predictions. I know my official moon preds for all the leagues have been very bad as of late because we've had a lot of upsets in the last
We've
week
had
or so.
so many upsets. I mean, I've been pretty decent about it. But like today's games definitely threw me for a bit of a loop. I mean, I did say this would go to a map 3. I don't think most people said it'd be map 3 Campfire Song due to the track record. But we've just, we've saw some amazing games. And I definitely like to point out in tomorrow's match, Log Racers Terrapin. I believe that is the match that is going to be match of the week for C League. And for good reason. I mean, Terrapin as a team, they are looking to shoot up as a top 3 contender, looking to take this game off Log Racers and then fight Goatman to show that, hey, we're a team that can go far and we're wanting to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those similar to what we had in A-League. It's the 3-2 team versus the 2-3 team, where they're definitely fighting in that kind of middling area of the standing, trying to find who's going to, make out on top and, get those higher seeds going into playoffs, maybe get a bit better of matchups as they, move through playoffs. So I definitely think it's anyone's game. Even then, beyond that, I want to say there was one more match. It was Serenos versus... Hang on, I need to pull it up.
Yeah, I wanted to say it's Serenos.
Yeah, Serenos Oomphy. So, I mean, Serenos definitely had maybe a bit of a rougher season so far. Oomphy been looking strong, but if the games today, and as I'm sure the games the rest of this week will show us, upsets are very much possible and maybe even probable with the way things have been looking as of late.
Yeah, don't let your dreams be memes. Instead, wait for those to turn actually into memes and then get posted in the BPL general chat for everyone to laugh at later. But I believe that is going to be the end for us on Friday. We've had some incredible matches. If you're somehow just tuning in right at the end, please go back and watch them. They have been fantastic across the board. And I believe this is going to be both of us signing out here. And so I'd like to give one final farewell for everyone who joined us on today's amazing stream.
Have a good one, guys. Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Hey, has it been